Good day, everyone, and welcome back to our 30-day challenge where we're going to be reading the entire Catholic Bible in 30 days. May not look like it, but we are actually getting close. We've got a few of the major prophets here to read and meditate on here. This is going to be a very big, long video. We're going to be dealing with the works of Jeremiah here, starting with Jeremiah, and then going into Lamentations and even Baruch as well. So it's going to be a big, long one. I'm probably going to be taking a break in between the reading because it'd be a lot to do this in one setting. I'm sure I could do it, but I've got like a free hour and a half here starting now, and then I'll probably be back later to finish the rest. So without further ado, we'll start with Jeremiah the prophet, and his prophecy against the kingdom of Judah, mostly, at least starting off. Without further ado, let's get started. The words of Jeremiah, the son of Hilkiah, of the priests that were in Anathoth, in the land of Benjamin, the word of the Lord which came to him in the days of Josiah the son of Ammon, king of Judah, and the 13th year of his reign, which came to him in the days of Joachim the son of Josiah, king of Judah, unto the end of the 11th year of Zedekiah the son of Josiah, king of Judah, even unto the carrying away of Jerusalem captive in the 5th month. And the word of the Lord came to me, saying, Before I formed thee in the bowels of thy mother, I knew thee, and before thou camest forth out of the womb, I sanctified thee, and made thee a prophet unto the nations. And I said, Lord God, behold, I cannot speak, for I am a child. And the Lord said to me, Say not, I am a child, for thou shalt go to all that I shall send thee. And whatsoever I shall command thee, thou shalt speak. Be not afraid at their presence, for I am with thee to deliver thee, saith the Lord. And the Lord given my words in thy mouth. Lo, I have set thee this day over the nations, and over the kingdoms, to root up and pull down, and to waste, to destroy, and to build, and to plant. And the word of the Lord came to me, saying, What seest thou, Jeremiah? And I said, I see a rod watching. And the Lord said to me, Thou hast seen well, for I will watch over my word to perform it. And the word of the Lord came to me a second time, saying, What seest thou? I see a boiling cauldron, and the face thereof from the face of the north. And the Lord said to me, From the north shall an evil break forth upon all the inhabitants of the land. For behold, I will call together all the families of the kingdoms of the north, saith the Lord, and they shall come, and shall set every one his throne in the entrance of the gates of Jerusalem, and upon all the walls thereof round about, and upon all the cities of Judah. And they will announce my judgments against them, touching all their wickedness, who have forsaken me, and have sacrificed to strange gods, and have adored the work of their own hands. Thou therefore gird up thy loins, and arise, and speak to them all that I command thee. Be not afraid at their presence, for I will make thee not to fear their countenance. For behold, I have made thee this day a fortified city, and a pillar of iron, and a wall of brass, over all the land, to the kings of Judah, to the princes thereof, and to the priests, and to the people of the land. And they shall fight against thee, and shall not prevail, for I am with thee, saith the Lord, to deliver thee. The word of the Lord came to me, saying, Go and cry in the ears of Jerusalem, saying, Thus saith the Lord, I have remembered thee, pitying thy soul, pitying thy youth in the love of thy espousals, when thou followest me in the desert, in a land that is not sown. Israel is holy to the Lord, the first fruits of his increase. All they that devour him offend. Evil shall come up upon them, saith the Lord. Hear ye the word of the Lord, O house of Jacob, and all ye families of the house of Israel. Thus saith the Lord, What iniquity have your fathers found in me, that they are gone far from me, and have walked after vanity, and are become vain? And they have not said, Where is the Lord that made us come up out of the land of Egypt, that led us through the desert, through a land uninhabited and impassable, through a land of drought, and the image of death, through a land wherein no man walked, nor any man dwelt? And I brought you into the land of Carmel, to eat the fruit thereof, and the best things thereof. And when ye entered in, you defiled my land, and made my inheritance an abomination. The priests did not say, Where is the Lord? And they that held the law knew me not, and the pastors transgressed against me. And the prophets prophesied in Baal, hallowed idols. Therefore I will yet contend in judgment with you, saith the Lord, and I will plead with your children. Pass over to the isles of Kethim, and see, and send into Cedar, and consider diligently, and see if there hath been done anything like this. If a nation hath changed their gods, and indeed they are not gods, but my people have changed their glory into an idol. Be astonished, O ye heavens, at this, and ye gates thereof. Be very desolate, saith the Lord. For my people have done two evils. They have forsaken me and the fountain of living water, and have digged to themselves cisterns, broken cisterns that can hold no water. Is Israel a bondman, or a home-born slave? Why then is he become prey? The lions have roared up him, and have made a noise, and they have had made his land a wilderness. His cities are burnt down, and there is none to dwell in them. The children also of Memphis and of Toughness have deflowered thee, even to the crown of the head. Hath not this been done to thee, because thou hast forsaken the Lord thy God at that time, when he led thee by the way? And now what hast thou to do in the way of Egypt, to drink the troubled water? What hast thou to do in the way of the Assyrians, to drink the water of the river? Thy own wickedness shall reprove thee, and thy apostasy shall rebuke thee. Know thou and see that it is an evil and bitter thing for thee to have left the Lord thy God, and that my fear is not with thee, saith the Lord, the God of hosts. Of old time thou hast broken my yoke, thou hast burst my hands, and thou saidest, I will not serve. For on every high hill and under every green tree thou didst prostitute thyself. Yet I planted thee a chosen vineyard, all true seed. How then art thou turned unto me, into that which is good for nothing? O strange vineyard, though thou wash thyself with nitre, and multiply to thyself the herb of Boreth, thou art stained in thy iniquity before me, saith the Lord God. How canst thou say, I am not polluted, and have not walked after Balaam? See thy ways in the valley, know what thou hast done, as a swift runner pursuing his course. A wild ass accustomed to the wilderness and the desire of his heart, snuffed up the wind of his love. None shall turn her away. All that seek her shall not fail. In her monthly filth they shall find her. Keep thy foot from being bare, and thy throat from thirst. But thou saidst, I have lost all hope. I will not do it. For I have loved strangers, and I will walk after them. As a thief is confounded when he is taken, so is the house of Israel confounded, they and their kings, their princes and their priests and their prophets, saying, to a stock thou art my father, and to a stone thou hast begotten me. They have returned their back to me, and not their face, and in the time of their affliction they will say, Arise and deliver us. Where are the gods whom thou hast made thee? Let them arise and deliver thee in the time of thy affliction, for according to the number of thy cities are thy gods, O Judah. Why will you contend with me in judgment? You have all forsaken me, saith the Lord. In vain I have struck your children, they have not received correction. Your sword hath devoured your prophets, your generation is like a ravaging lion. See ye the word of the Lord, am I become a wilderness to Israel, or a late word springing land? Why then have my people said, we are revolted? We will come to thee no more. Will a virgin forget her ornament, or a bride her stomacher? But my people hath forgotten me days without number. Why dost thou endeavor to show thy way good to seek my love, thou who hast also taught thy malices to be thy ways? And in thy skirts is found the blood of the souls of the poor and the innocent. Not in ditches have I found them, but in all places which I mentioned before. And thou hast said, I am without sin and am innocent, and therefore let thy anger be turned away from me. Behold, I will contend with thee in judgment, because thou hast said, I have not sinned. How exceeding base art thou become, going the same ways over again, and thou shalt be ashamed of Egypt as thou wast ashamed of Assyria. For from thence thou shalt go, and thy hand shall be upon thy head. For the Lord hath destroyed thy trust, and thou shalt have nothing prosperous therein. It is commonly said, if a man put away his wife, and she go from him, and marry another man, shall he return to her any more? Shall not that woman be polluted and defiled? But thou hast prostituted thyself to many lovers. Nevertheless, return to me, saith the Lord, and I will receive thee. Lift up thy eyes on high, and see where thou hast not prostituted thyself. Thou didst sit in the ways, waiting for them as a robber in the wilderness, and thou hast polluted the land with thy fornications and with thy wickedness. Therefore the showers were withholden, and there was no lightward rain. Thou hadst a harlot's forehead, and thou wouldest not blush. Therefore at least at this time call to me. Thou art my father, the God of my virginity. Wilt thou be angry forever, or wilt thou continue until the end? Behold, thou hast spoken, and hast done evil things, and hast been able. And the Lord said to me in the days of King Josias, Hast thou seen what rebellious Israel has done? She hath gone out of herself upon every high mountain, and under every green tree, and hath played the harlot there. When she had done all these things, I said, Return to me. And she did not return. And her treacherous sister Judah saw that because the rebellious Israel had played the harlot, I had put her away and had given her a bill of divorce. Yet her treacherous sister Judah was not afraid, but went and played the harlot also herself. And by the facility of her fornication she defiled the land, and played the harlot with stones and with socks. And after all this her treacherous sister Judah hath not returned to me with her whole heart, but with falsehood, saith the Lord. And the Lord said to me, The rebellious Israel hath justified her soul in comparison of the treacherous Judah. Go and proclaim these words to the north, and thou shalt say, Return, O rebellious Israel, saith the Lord, and I will not turn away my face from you. For I am holy, saith the Lord, and I will not be angry forever. But yet acknowledge thy iniquity, that thou hast transgressed against the Lord thy God, and thou hast scattered thy ways to strangers under every green tree, and hast not heard my voice, saith the Lord. Return, O ye revolting children, saith the Lord, for I am your husband, and I will take you, one of a city and two of a kindred, and will bring you into Zion. And I will give you pastors according to my own heart, and they shall feed you with knowledge and doctrine. And when you shall be multiplied and increase in the land in those days, saith the Lord, they shall say no more, The ark of the covenant of the Lord, neither shall it come upon the heart, neither shall they remember it, and neither shall it be visited, neither shall that be done any more. At that time Jerusalem shall be called the throne of the Lord, and all the nations shall be gathered together to it, in the name of the Lord, to Jerusalem, and they shall not walk after the perversity of their most wicked heart. In those days the house of Judah shall go to the house of Israel, and they shall come together out of the land of the north, to the land which I gave to your fathers. But I said, Now shall I put thee among the children, and give thee a lovely land, the goodly inheritance of the armies of the Gentiles. And I said, Thou shalt call me Father, and shalt cease to walk after me. But as a woman that despiseth her lover, so hath the house of Israel despised me, saith the Lord. A voice was heard in the highways, weeping and howling of the children of Israel, because they have made their way wicked. They have forgotten the Lord their God. Return, you rebellious children, and I will heal your rebellions. Behold, we come to thee, for thou art the Lord our God. In very deed the hills were liars, and the multitude of the mountains. Truly in the Lord our God is the salvation of Israel. Confusion hath devoured the labor of our fathers from our youth, their flocks and their herds, their sons and their daughters. We shall sleep in our confusion, and our shame shall cover us, because we have sinned against the Lord our God, we and our fathers from our youth even to this day, and we have not hearkened to the voice of the Lord our God. If thou wilt return, O Israel, saith the Lord, return to me. If thou wilt take away thy stumbling blocks out of my sight, thou shalt not be moved. And thou shalt swear, as the Lord liveth, in truth and in judgment and in justice. And the Gentiles shall bless him, and shall praise him. For thus saith the Lord to the men of Judah and Jerusalem, Break up anew your fallow ground, and sow not upon thorns. Be circumcised to the Lord, and take away the foreskins of your hearts. Ye men of Judah, and ye inhabitants of Jerusalem, lest my indignation come forth like fire and burn, and there be none that can quench it. Because of the wickedness of your thoughts, declare ye in Judah, and make it heard in Jerusalem. Speak and sound with a trumpet in the land. Cry aloud, and say, Assemble yourselves, and let us go into strong cities. Set up the standard in Zion. Strengthen yourselves, stay not, for I bring evil from the north, and great destruction. The lion is come up out of his den, and the robber of nations hath roused himself. He is come forth out of his place to make thy land desolate. Thy cities shall be laid waste, remaining without an inhabitant. For this gird yourselves with haircloth, lament and howl. For the fierce anger of the Lord is not turned away from us. And it shall come to pass in that day, saith the Lord, that the heart of the king shall perish, and the heart of the princes and the priests shall be astonished, and the prophets shall be amazed. And I said, Alas, 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 O Lord God, hast thou then deceived this people in Jerusalem, saying, You shall have peace, and behold, the sword reacheth even to the soul. At that time it shall be said to his people and to Jerusalem, A burning wind is in the ways that are in the desert of the way of the daughter of my people. Do not to fan nor to cleanse. A full wind from these places shall come to me. And now I will speak my judgments with them. Behold, he shall come up as a cloud, and his chariots as a tempest. His horses are swifter than eagles. Woe unto us, for we are laid waste. Wash thy heart from wickedness, O Jerusalem, that thou mayest be saved. How long shall hurtful thoughts abide in thee? For a voice of one declaring from Dan, and giving notice of the idol from Mount Ephraim. Say ye to the nations, Behold, it is heard in Jerusalem that guards are coming from a far country, and give out their voice against the cities of Judah. They are set round about her as keepers of fields, because she hath provoked thee to wrath, saith the Lord. Thy ways and thy devices have brought these things upon thee. This is thy wickedness, because it is bitter, because it hath touched thy heart. My bowels are in pain, the senses of my heart are troubled within me. I will not hold my peace, for my soul hath heard the sound of the trumpet, the cry of battle. Destruction upon destruction is called for, and all the earth is laid to waste. My tents are destroyed on a sudden, and my pavilions in a moment. How long shall I see men fleeing away? How long shall I fear the sound of the trumpet? For my foolish people have not known me. They are foolish and senseless children. They are wise to do evil, but to do good they have no knowledge. I beheld the earth, and lo, it was void, and nothing in the heavens, and there was no light in them. I looked upon the mountains, and behold, they trembled, and all the hills were troubled. I beheld, and lo, there was no man, and all the birds of the air were gone. I looked, and behold, Carmel was a wilderness, and all its cities were destroyed at the presence of the Lord, and at the presence of the wrath of his indignation. For thus saith the Lord, All the land shall be desolate, but yet I will not utterly destroy. The earth shall mourn, and the heavens shall lament from above, because I have spoken, I have purposed, and I have not repented, neither am I turned away from it. At the voice of the horsemen and the archers, all the city is fled away. They have entered into thickets, and have climbed up the rocks. All the cities are forsaken, and there dwelleth not a man in them. But when thou art spoiled, what wilt thou do? Though thou deckest thee with ornaments of gold, and paintest thy eyes with stipic stone, thou shalt dress thyself out in vain. Thy lovers have despised thee, they will seek thy life. For I have heard the voices of a woman in travail, anguishes as of a woman in labor of child, the voice of the daughter of Zion, dying away, spreading her hands. Woe is me, for my soul hath fainted because of them that are slain. Go about through the streets of Jerusalem, and see, and consider, and seek in the broad places thereof, if you can find a man that executeth judgment and seeketh faith, and I will be merciful unto it. And though they say, The Lord liveth, this also they will swear falsely. O Lord, thy eyes are upon truth. Thou hast struck them, and they have not grieved. Thou hast bruised them, and they have refused to receive correction. They have made their faces harder than the rock, and they have refused to return. But I said, Perhaps these are poor and foolish, that know not the way of the Lord, the judgment of their God. I will go therefore to the great men, and I will speak to them, for they know the way of the Lord, the judgment of their God. Behold, these have together broken the yoke more, and have burst the bonds. Wherefore a lion out of the wood hath slain them, a wolf in the evening hath spoiled them, a leopard watcheth for their cities. Every one that shall go out thence shall be taken, because their transgressions are multiplied, their rebellions are strengthened. How can I be merciful to thee? My children have forsaken me, and swear by them that are not gods. I fed them to the full, and they committed adultery, and rioted in the harlot's house. They are become as amorous horses and stallions, every one neighed after his neighbor's wife. Shall I not visit for these things, saith the Lord? And shall not my soul take revenge on such a nation? Scale down the walls thereof, and throw them down, but do not utterly destroy. Take away the branches thereof, because they are not the Lord's. For the house of Israel and the house of Judah have greatly transgressed against me, saith the Lord. They have denied the Lord, and said, It is not he, and the evil shall not come upon us. We shall not see the sword and famine. The prophets have spoken in the wind, and there was no word of God in them. These things therefore shall befall them, thus saith the Lord, the God of hosts, because you have spoken this word. Behold, I will make my words in thy mouth as fire, and this people as wood, and it shall devour them. Behold, I will bring upon you a nation from afar, O house of Israel, saith the Lord, a strong nation, an ancient nation, a nation whose language thou shalt not know, nor understand what they say. Their quiver is an open sepulchre, they are all valiant, and they shall eat up thy corn and thy bread. They shall devour thy sons and thy daughters. They shall eat up thy flocks and thy herds. They shall eat thy vineyards and thy figs. And with the sword they shall destroy thy strong cities, wherein thou trustest. Nevertheless, in those days, saith the Lord, I will not bring you to utter destruction. And if you shall say, Why hath the Lord our God done all these things to us? Thou shalt say to them, As you have forsaken me, and served a strange God in your own land, so shall you serve strangers in a land that is not your own. Declare ye this to the house of Jacob, and publish it in Judah, saying, Hear, O foolish people, and without understanding, who have eyes and see not, and ears and hear not. Will not you then fear me, saith the Lord, and will you not repent at my presence? I have set the sand a bound for the sea, an everlasting ordinance, which it shall not pass over, and the waves thereof shall toss themselves, and shall not prevail. They shall swell, and shall not pass over it. But the heart of this people is become hard of belief and provoking. They are revolted and gone away, and they have not said in their heart, Let us fear the Lord our God, who giveth us the early and the latter rain in due season, who preserveth for us the fullness of the yearly harvest. Your iniquities have turned these things away, and your sins have withholden good things from you. For among my people are found wicked men, that lie in wait as fowlers, setting snares and traps to catch men. As a net is full of birds, so their houses are full of deceit. Therefore are they become great and enriched. They are grown gross and fat, and have most wickedly transgressed my words. They have not judged the cause of the widow. They have not managed the cause of the fatherless. They have not judged the judgment of the poor. Shall I not visit for these things, saith the Lord? Or shall not my soul take revenge on such a nation? Astonishing and wonderful things have been done in the land. The prophets prophesied falsehood, and the priests clapped their hands, and my people loved such things. What then shall be done in the end thereof? Strengthen yourselves, ye sons of Benjamin, in the midst of Jerusalem, and sound the trumpet in Tekoa, and set up the standard over Beth-Hakarem. For evil is seen out of the north, and great destruction. I have likened the daughter of Zion to a beautiful and delicate woman. The shepherds shall come to her with their flocks. They have pitched their tents against her round about. Every one shall feed them that are under his hand. Prepare ye war against her. Arise, and let us go up at midday. Woe unto us, for the day is declined, for the shadows of the evening are grown longer. Arise, and let us go up in the night, and destroy her houses. For thus saith the Lord of hosts, Hew down her trees, cast up a trench about Jerusalem. This is the city to be visited. All oppression is in the midst of her. As a cistern maketh its water cold, so hath she made her wickedness cold. Violence and spoil shall be heard in her. Infirmity and stripes are continually before me. Be thou instructed, O Jerusalem, lest my soul depart from thee, lest I make thee desolate and land uninhabited. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, They shall gather the remains of Israel as in a vine, even to one cluster. Turn back thy hand as a grape gatherer into the basket. To whom shall I speak, and to whom shall I testify that he may hear? Behold, their ears are uncircumcised, and they cannot hear. Behold, the word of the Lord is become unto them a reproach, and they will not receive it. Therefore am I full of the fury of the Lord. I am weary with holding in. Pour it out upon the child abroad, and upon the counsel of the young men together. For man and woman shall be taken, the ancient and he that is full of days. And their houses shall be turned over to others, with their lands and their wives together. For I will stretch forth my hand upon the inhabitants of the land, saith the Lord. For from the least of them even to the greatest all are given to covetousness, and from the prophet even to the priest all are guilty of deceit. And they healed the breach of the daughter of my people disgracefully, saying, Peace, peace, and there was no peace. They were confounded because they committed abomination, yea, rather they were not confounded with confusion, and they knew not how to blush. And wherefore they shall fall among them that fall. In the time of their visitation they shall fall down, saith the Lord. Thus saith the Lord, stand ye on the ways, and see and ask for the old paths, which is the good way, and walk ye in it, and you shall find refreshment for your souls. And they said, we will not walk. And I appointed watchmen over you, saying, hearken ye to the sound of the trumpet. And they said, we will not hearken. Therefore hear, ye nations, and know, O congregation, what great things I will do to them. Hear, O earth. Behold, I will bring evils upon this people, the fruits of their own thoughts, because they have not heard my words, and they have cast away my law. To what purpose do you bring me frankincense from Saba, and the sweet-smelling cane from a far country? Your holocausts are not acceptable, nor are your sacrifices pleasing to me. Therefore thus saith the Lord, behold, I will bring destruction upon this people, by which fathers and sons together shall fall, neighbor and kinsman shall perish. Thus saith the Lord, behold, a people cometh from the land of the north, and a great nation shall rise up from the ends of the earth. They shall lay hold on arrow and shield. They are cruel and will have no mercy. Their voice shall roar like the sea, and they shall mount upon horses prepared as men for war against thee, O daughter of Zion. We have heard the fame thereof, our hands grow feeble. Anguish hath taken hold of us as a woman in labor. Go not out into the fields, nor walk in the highway, for the sword of the enemy and fear is on every side. Gird thee with sackcloth, O daughter of my people, and sprinkle thee with ashes. Make thee mourning as for an only son, a bitter lamentation, because the destroyer shall suddenly come upon us. I have set thee for a strong trier among my people, and thou shalt know and prove their way. All of these princes go out of the way, and they walk deceitfully. They are brass and iron. They are all corrupted. The bellows have failed, the lead is consumed in fire, the founder hath melted in vain, for their wicked deeds are not consumed. Call them reprobate silver, for the Lord hath rejected them. The word that came to Jeremiah from the Lord, saying, stand in the gate of the house of the Lord, and proclaim there this word, and say, hear ye the word of the Lord, all ye men of Judah that enter in at these gates, to adore the Lord. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, make your ways and your doings good, and I will dwell with you in this place. Trust not in lying words, saying, the temple of the Lord, the temple of the Lord. It is the temple of the Lord. For if you will order well your ways and your doings, if you will execute judgment between a man and his neighbor, if you oppress not the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow, and shed not innocent blood in this place, and walk not after strange gods to your own hurt, I will dwell with you in this place, in the land which I gave to your fathers from the beginning and for evermore. Behold, you put your trust in lying words, which shall not profit you, to steal, to murder, to commit adultery, to swear falsely, to offer to Balaam, to go after strange gods, which you know not. And you have come and stood before me in this house, in which my name is called upon, and have said, we are delivered, because we have done all these abominations. Is this house, then, in which my name hath been called upon, in your eyes become a den of robbers? I am he, I have seen it, saith the Lord. Go ye to my place in Shiloh, where my name dwelt from the beginning, and see what I did to it for the wickedness of my people Israel. And now, because you have done all these works, saith the Lord, and I have spoken to you, rising up early and speaking, and you have not heard, and I have called you, and you have not answered, I will do this house in which my name is called upon, and in which you trust, into the places which I have given you and your fathers, as I did to Shiloh. And I will cast you away from before my face, as I have cast away all your brethren, the whole seed of Ephraim. Therefore do not thou pray for this people, nor take to thee praise and supplication for them. And do not withstand me, for I will not hear thee. Seest thou not what they do in the cities of Judah and in the streets of Jerusalem? The children gather wood, and the fathers kindle the fire, and the women knead the dough, to make cakes to the Queen of heaven, and to offer libations to strange gods, to provoke me to anger. Do they provoke me to anger, saith the Lord? Is it not themselves to the confusion of their countenance? Therefore thus saith the Lord God, behold, my wrath and my indignation was enkindled against this place, upon men, and upon beasts, and upon the trees of the field, and upon the fruits of the land, and it shall burn, and shall not be quenched. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, add your burnt offerings to your sacrifices, and eat ye the flesh. For I spoke not to your fathers, and I commanded them not in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt concerning the matter of burnt offerings and sacrifices. But this thing I commanded them, saying, Hearken to my voice, and I will be your God, and you shall be my people. And walk ye in all the way that I have commanded you, that it may be well with you. But they hearkened not, nor inclined their ear, but walked in their own will, and in the perversity of their wicked heart, and went backward and not forward, from the day that their fathers came out of the land of Egypt, even to this day. And I have sent to you all my servants the prophets from day to day, rising up early and sending. And they have not hearkened to me, nor inclined their ear, but have hardened their neck, and have done worse than their fathers. And thou shalt speak to them all these words, but they will not hearken to thee. And thou shalt call them, but they will not answer thee. And thou shalt say to them, This is a nation which hath not hearkened to the voice of the Lord their God, nor received instruction. Faith is lost, and is carried away out of their mouth. Cut off thy hair, and cast it away, and take up a lamentation on high. For the Lord hath rejected and forsaken the generation of his wrath. Because the children of Judah have done evil in my eyes, saith the Lord. They have set their abominations in the house in which my name is called upon, to pollute it. And they have built the high places of Topheth, which is in the valley of the son of Enom, to burn their sons and their daughters in the fire, which I commanded not, nor thought on in my heart. Therefore, behold, the days shall come, saith the Lord, and it shall no more be called Topheth, nor the valley of the son of Enom, but the valley of slaughter, and they shall bury in Topheth, because there is no place. And the carcasses of this people shall be meat for the fowls of the air, for the beasts of the field, and there shall be none to drive them away. And I will cause to cease out of the cities of Judah, and out of the streets of Jerusalem, the voice of joy, and the voice of gladness, the voice of the bridegroom, and the voice of the bride, for the land shall be desolate. At that time, saith the Lord, they shall cast out the bones of the kings of Judah, and the bones of the princes thereof, and the bones of the priests, and the bones of the inhabitants of Jerusalem out of their graves. And they shall spread them abroad to the sun, and the moon, and all the hosts of heaven, whom they have loved, and whom they have served, and after whom they have walked, whom they have sought and adored. They shall not be gathered, and they shall not be buried. They shall be as dung upon the face of the earth. And death shall be chosen rather than life by all that remain of this wicked kindred in all places which are left, to which I have cast them out, saith the Lord of hosts. And thou shalt say to them, Thus saith the Lord, Shall not he that falleth rise again? And he that is turned away, shall he not turn again? Why then is this people in Jerusalem turned away with a stubborn revolting? They have laid hold on lying, and have refused to return. I attended and hearkened, no man speaketh what is good. There was none that doth penance for his sin, saying, What have I done? They are all turned to their own course, as a horse rushing to the battle. The kite in the air hath known her time. The turtle and the swallow and the stork have observed the time of their coming. But my people have not known the judgment of the Lord. How do you say we are wise, and the law of the Lord is with us? Indeed, the lying pen of the scribes hath wrought falsehood. The wise men are confounded, they are dismayed and taken, for they have cast away the word of the Lord, and there was no wisdom in them. Therefore I will give their women to strangers, their fields to others for an inheritance, because from the least even to the greatest all follow covetousness. From the prophet even to the priest all deal deceitfully. And they healed the breach of the daughter of my people disgracefully, saying, Peace, peace, when there was no peace. They are confounded because they have committed abomination, yea, rather they are not confounded with confusion, and they have not know how to blush. Therefore shall they fall among them that fall. In the time of their visitation they shall fall, saith the Lord. Gathering I will gather them together, saith the Lord. There is no grape on the vines, and there are no figs on the fig tree. The leaf is fallen, and I have given them things that are passed away. Why do we sit still? Assemble yourselves, and let us enter in the fenced city, and let us be silent there. For the Lord our God hath put us to silence, and hath given us water of gall to drink. For we have sinned against the Lord. We looked for peace, and no good came. For a time of healing, and behold fear. In snorting of his horse was heard from Dan. All the land was moved at the sound of the neighing of his warriors. And they came and devoured the land, and all that was in it, the city and its inhabitants. For behold, I will send among you serpents, basilisks, against which there is no charm, and they shall bite you, saith the Lord. My sorrow is above sorrow, my heart mourneth within me. Behold, the voice of the daughter of my people from a far country. Is not the Lord in Zion, or is not her king in her? Why then have they provoked me to wrath with their idols and strange vanities? The harvest is past, the summer is ended, and we are not saved. For the affliction of the daughter of my people I am afflicted, and made sorrowful. Astonishment hath taken hold on me. Is there no balm in Gilad, or is no physician there? Why then is not the wound of the daughter of my people closed? Who will give water to my head and a fountain of tears to my eyes? And I will weep day and night for the slain of the daughter of my people. Who will give me in the wilderness a lodging place of wayfaring men? And I will leave my people and depart from them, because they are all adulterers, an assembly of transgressors. And they have bent their tongue as a bow for lies and not for truth. They have strengthened themselves upon the earth, for they have proceeded from evil to evil, and me they have not known, saith the Lord. Let every man take heed of his neighbor, and let him not trust in any brother of his. For every brother will utterly supplant, and every friend will walk deceitfully. And a man shall mock his brother, and they will not speak the truth. For they have taught their tongue to speak lies, they have labored to commit iniquity. Thy habitation is in the midst of deceit. Through deceit they have refused to know me, saith the Lord. Therefore thus saith the Lord of hosts, Behold, I will melt, and try them. For what else shall I do before the daughter of my people? Their tongue is a piercing arrow, it hath spoken deceit. With his mouth one speaketh peace with his friend, and secretly he lieth in wait for him. Shall I not visit them for these things, saith the Lord? Or shall not my soul be revenged on such a nation? For the mountains I will take up weeping and lamentation, and for the beautiful places of the desert mourning, because they are burnt up, for that there is not a man that passeth through them. They have not heard the voice of the owner. From the fowl of the air to the beast they are gone away and departed, and I will make Jerusalem to be heaps of sand and dens of dragons. And I will make the cities of Judah desolate for want of an inhabitant. Who is the wise man that may understand this? And to whom the word of the mouth of the Lord may come, that he may declare this? Why the land hath perished and is burnt up like a wilderness, which none passeth through? And the Lord said, Because they have forsaken my law which I gave them, and have not heard my voice, and have not walked in it, but they have gone after the perverseness of their own heart, and after Balaam, which their fathers taught them. Therefore thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, Behold, I will feed this people with wormwood, and give them water of gall to drink. And I will scatter them among the nations which they and their fathers have not known. And I will send the sword after them till they be consumed. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, Consider ye, and call for the mourning women, and let them come, and send to them that are wise women, and let them make haste. Let them hasten and take up a lamentation for us. Let our eyes shed tears, and our eyelids run down with waters. For a voice of wailing is heard out of Zion. How are we wasted and greatly confounded? Because we have left the land, because our dwellings are cast down. Hear therefore, ye women, the word of the Lord, and let your ears receive the word of his mouth, and teach your daughters wailing, and every one her neighbor mourning, for death is come up through our windows. It is entered into our houses to destroy the children from without, the young men from the streets. Speak, thus saith the Lord, even the carcass of man shall fall as dung upon the face of the country, and as grass behind the back of the mower, and there was none to gather it. Thus saith the Lord, Let it not the wise man glory in his wisdom, and let not the strong man glory in his strength, and let not the rich man glory in his riches, but let him that glorieth glory in this, that he understandeth and knoweth me, for I am the Lord that exercise mercy and judgment, and justice in the earth, for these things please me, saith the Lord. Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, and I will visit upon every one that hath the foreskin circumcised, upon Egypt, and upon Judah, and upon Edom, and upon the children of Ammon, and upon Moab, and upon all that have their hair pulled around, that dwell in the desert, for all the nations are uncircumcised in the flesh. But all the house of Israel are uncircumcised in the heart. Hear ye the word which the Lord hath spoken concerning you, O house of Israel. Thus saith the Lord, Learn not according to the ways of the Gentiles, and be not afraid of the signs of heaven, which the heathens fear. For the laws of the people are vain, for the works of the hand of the workman hath to cut a tree out of the forest with an axe. He hath decked it with silver and gold. He hath put it together with nails and hammers, and that it may not fall asunder. They are framed after the likeness of a palm tree, and shall not speak. They must be carried to be removed, because they cannot go. Therefore fear them not, for they can neither do evil nor good. There is none like to thee, O Lord, thou art great, and great is thy name in might. Who shall fear thee, O King of nations? For thine is the glory among all the wise men of the nations, and in all their kingdoms there is none like unto thee. They shall be all proved together to be senseless and foolish. The doctrine of their vanity is wood. Silver spread into plates is brought from Tharsis, and gold from Ophaz, the work of the artificer and of the hand of the coppersmith. Violet and purple is their clothing. All these things are the work of artificers. For the Lord is the true God, he is the living God, the everlasting King. At his wrath the earth shall tremble, and the nations shall not be able to abide his threatening. Thus then shall you say to them, the gods that have not made heaven and earth, let them perish from the earth, from among those places that are under heaven. He that maketh the earth by his power, that prepareth the world by his wisdom, and stretcheth out the heavens by his knowledge, and his voice, he giveth a multitude of waters in the heaven, and lifteth up the clouds from the ends of the earth. He maketh lightnings for rain, and bringeth forth the wind out of his treasures. Every man is become a fool for knowledge, every artist is confounded in his graven idol. But what hath he cast is false, and there is no spirit in them. They are vain things and a ridiculous work. In the time of their visitation they shall perish. The portion of Jacob is not like these, for it is he who formed all things, and Israel is the rod of his inheritance. The Lord of hosts is his name. Gather up thy shame out of the land, thou that dwellest in a siege. For thus saith the Lord, behold, I will cast away far off the inhabitants of the land at this time, and I will afflict them so that they may be found. Woe is me for my destruction, my wound is very grievous. But I said, truly this is my own evil, and I will bear it. My tabernacle is laid waste, all my cords are broken, my children are gone out from me, and they are not. There is none to stretch forth my tent any more, and to set up my curtains, because the pastors have done foolishly, and have not sought the Lord. Therefore have they not understood, and all their flock is scattered. Behold, the sound of a noise cometh, a great commotion out of the land of the north, to make the cities of Judah a desert, and a dwelling for dragons. I know, O Lord, that the way of a man is not his, neither is it in a man to walk, and to direct his steps. Correct me, O Lord, but yet with judgment, and not in fury, lest thou bring me to nothing. Pour out thy indignation upon the nations that have not known thee, and upon the provinces that have not called upon thy name, because they have eaten up Jacob, and devoured him, and consumed him, and have destroyed his glory. The word that came from the Lord to Jeremiah, saying, Hear ye the words of this covenant, and speak to the men of Judah and to the inhabitants of Jerusalem. Thou shalt say to them, Thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel, Cursed is the man that shall not hearken to the words of this covenant, which I commanded your fathers in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt from the iron furnace, saying, Hear ye my voice, and do all things that I command you, and you shall be my people, and I will be your God, that I may accomplish the oath which I swore to your fathers, to give them a land flowing with milk and honey, as it is this day. And I answered and said, Amen, O Lord. And the Lord said to me, Proclaim aloud all these words in the cities of Judah and in the streets of Jerusalem, saying, Hear ye the words of the covenant, and do them. For protesting I conjured your fathers in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt, even to this day. Rising early I conjured them, and said, Hearken ye to my voice. And they obeyed not, nor inclined their ear, but walked every one in the perverseness of his own wicked heart. And I brought upon them all the words of this covenant, which I commanded them to do, but they did them not. And the Lord said to me, A conspiracy is found among the men of Judah, and among the inhabitants of Jerusalem. They are returned to the former iniquities of their fathers, who refused to hear my words. So these likewise have gone after strange gods to serve them. The house of Israel and the house of Judah have made void my covenant, which I made with their fathers. Wherefore, thus saith the Lord, Behold, I will bring in evils upon them, which they shall not be able to escape, and they shall cry to me, and will not hearken to them. And the cities of Judah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem shall go, and cry to the gods to whom they offer sacrifice, and they shall not save them in the time of their affliction. For according to the number of thy cities were thy gods, O Judah, and according to the number of the streets of Jerusalem thou hast set up altars of confusion, altars to offer sacrifice to Baalim. Therefore do not thou pray for this people, and do not take up praise and prayer for them. For I will not hear them in the time of their cry to me, in the time of their affliction. What is the meaning that my beloved hath wrought much wickedness in my house? Shall the holy flesh take away from thee thy crimes, in the which thou hast boasted? The Lord called thy name a plentiful olive tree, fair, fruitful, and beautiful. At the noise of a word a great fire was kindled in it, and the branches thereof are burnt. And the Lord of hosts that planted thee hath pronounced evil against thee, for the evils of the house of Israel and the house of Judah, which they have done to themselves to provoke me, offering sacrifice to Baalim. But thou, O Lord, hast shown me, and I have known, and thou showest me their doings. And I was as a meek lamb that is carried to be a victim, And I knew not that they had devised counsels against me, saying, Let us put wood on his bread, and cut him off from the land of the living, and let his name be remembered no more. But thou, O Lord of Sabaoth, who judgest justly and triest the reins and hearts, let me see thy revenge on them, for to thee I have revealed my cause. Therefore thus saith the Lord to the men of Anathoth, who seek thy life, and say, Thou shalt not prophesy in the name of the Lord, and thou shalt not die in our hands. Therefore thus saith the Lord of hosts, Behold, I will visit upon them, and their young men shall die by the sword, and their sons and their daughters shall die by famine, and there shall be no remains of them, for I will bring in evil upon the men of Anathoth the year of their visitation. Thou indeed, O Lord, art just, if I plead with thee, but yet I will speak what is just to thee. Why doth the way of the wicked prosper? Why is it well with all them that transgress and do wickedly? Thou hast planted them, and they have taken root. They prosper and bring forth fruit. Thou art near in their mouth and far from their reins, and thou, Lord, hast known me. Thou hast seen me and proved my heart with thee. Gather them together as sheep for a sacrifice, and prepare them for the day of the slaughter. How long shall the land mourn, and the herb of every field wither for the wickedness of them that dwell therein? The beasts and the birds are consumed, because they have said, Ye shall not see our last end. If thou hast wearied with running with footmen, how canst thou contend with horses? And if thou hast been secure in a land of peace, what wilt thou do in the swelling of the Jordan? For even thy brethren in the house of thy father, even they have fought against thee, and have cried after thee with a full voice. Believe them not when they speak good things to thee. I have forsaken my house, and I have left my inheritance. I have given my dear soul into the land of her enemies. My inheritance is become to me as a lion in the wood. Is hath cried out against me, therefore have I hated it. Is my inheritance to me as a speckled bird? Is it as a bird died throughout? Come ye, assemble yourselves. All the beasts of the earth make haste to devour. Many pastors have destroyed my vineyard. They have trodden my portion under foot. They have changed my delightful portion into a desolate wilderness. They have laid it waste, and hath mourned for me. With desolation is all the land made desolate, because there is none that considereth in the heart. The spoilers are come upon all the ways of the wilderness, for the sword of the Lord shall devour from one end of the land to the other end thereof. There is no peace for all flesh. They have sown wheat and reaped thorns. They have received an inheritance, and it shall not profit them. You shall be ashamed of your fruits because of the fierce wrath of the Lord. Thus saith the Lord against all my wicked neighbors, that touch the inheritance that I have shared out to my people Israel. Behold, I will pluck them out of their land, and I will pluck the house of Judah out of the midst of them. And when I shall be plucked them out, I will return and have mercy on them. And I will bring them back, every man to his inheritance, and every man to his land. And it shall come to pass, if they will be taught, and will learn the ways of my people to swear by my name. The Lord liveth, as they have taught my people to swear by Baal, that they shall be built up in the midst of my people. But if they will not hear, I will utterly pluck out and destroy that nation, saith the Lord. Thus saith the Lord to me, Go and get thee a linen girdle, and thou shalt put it about thy loins, and shalt not put it into water. And I got a girdle according to the word of the Lord, and put it about my loins. And the word of the Lord came to me the second time, saying, Take the girdle which thou hast got, which is about thy loins, and arise and go to the Euphrates, and hide it there in the hole of the rock. And I went and hid it by the Euphrates, as the Lord had commanded me. And it came to pass after many days that the Lord said to me, Arise, go to the Euphrates, and take from thence the girdle which I commanded thee to hide there. And I went to the Euphrates, and digged, and took the girdle out of the place where I had hid. And behold, the girdle was rotten, so that it was fit for no use. The word of the Lord came to me, saying, Thus saith the Lord, After this manner will I make the pride of Judah and the great pride of Jerusalem to rot. This wicked people that will not hear my words, and that walk in the perverseness of their heart, and have gone after strange gods to serve them and to adore them. And they shall be as this girdle which is fit for no use. For as the girdle sticketh close to the loins of a man, so have I brought close to me all of the house of Israel, and all the house of Judah, saith the Lord, that they might be my people, and for a name, and for a praise, and for a glory, but they would not hear. Thou shalt speak therefore to them this word. Thus saith the Lord God of Israel, Every bottle shall be filled with wine, and they shall say to thee, Do we not know that every bottle shall be filled with wine. And thou shalt say to them, Thus saith the Lord, Behold, I will fill all the inhabitants of this land, and the kings of the race of David that sit upon his throne, and the priests and the prophets and all the inhabitants of Jerusalem with drunkenness. And I will scatter them every man from his brother and fathers and sons in like manner, saith the Lord. I will not spare, and I will not pardon, nor will I have mercy, but to destroy them. Hear ye and give ear, be not proud, for the Lord hath spoken. Give ye glory to the Lord your God before it be dark, and before your feet stumble upon the dark mountains. You shall look for light, and he will turn it into the shadow of death, and into darkness. But if you will not hear this, my soul shall weep in secret for your pride. Weeping it shall weep, and my eyes shall run down the tears, because the flock of the Lord is carried away captive. Say to the king and to the queen, Humble yourselves, sit down, for the crown of your glory is come down from your head. The cities of the south are shut up, and there was none to open them. All Judah is carried away captive with an entire captivity. Lift up your eyes and see, you that come from the north. Where is the flock that is given thee, thy beautiful cattle? What wilt thou say when he shall visit thee? For thou hast taught them against thee, and instructed them against thy own head. Shall not sorrows lay hold on thee, as a woman in labor? And if thou shalt say in thy heart, Why are these things come upon me? For the greatness of thy iniquity thy nakedness is discovered. The soles of thy feet are defiled. If the Ethiopian can change his skin, or the leopard his spots, you may also do well, when you have learned evil. And I will scatter them as stubble, which is carried away by the wind in the desert. This is thy lot, and the portion of thy measure from me, saith the Lord, because thou hast forgotten me, and hast trusted in falsehood. Wherefore I have also bared my thighs against thy face, and thy shame hath appeared. I have seen thy adulteries and thy neighing, and the wickedness of thy fornication, and thy abominations upon the hills and the field. Woe to thee, Jerusalem! Wilt thou not be made clean after me? How long yet? The word of the Lord that came to Jeremiah concerning the words of the drought. Judah hath mourned, and the gates thereof are fallen, and are become obscure on the ground, and the cry of Jerusalem is gone up. The great ones sent their inferiors to the water. They came to draw, they found no water. They carried back their vessels empty. They were confounded and afflicted, and covered their heads. For the destruction of the land, because there came no rain upon the earth, the husbandmen were confounded, they covered their heads. Yea, the hind also brought forth in the field, and left it, because there was no grass. And the wild asses stood upon the rocks. They snuffed up the wind like dragons. Their eyes failed, because there was no grass. If our iniquities have testified against us, O Lord, do thou it for thy name's sake. For our rebellions are many, we have sinned against thee. O expectation of Israel, the Saviour thereof in time of trouble, why wilt thou be a stranger in the land, and as a wayfaring man turning into lodge? Why wilt thou be as a wandering man, as a mighty man that cannot save? But thou, O Lord, art among us, and thy name is called upon by us. Forsake us not. Thus saith the Lord to his people, that have loved to move their feet, and have not rested, and have not pleased the Lord. He will now remember their iniquities, and visit their sins. And the Lord said to me, Pray not for this people for their good. When they fast, I will not hear their prayers, and if they offer holocausts and victims, I will not receive them. For I will consume them by the sword, and by famine, and by the pestilence. And I said, O Lord God, the prophets say to them, You shall not see the sword, and there shall be no famine among you, but he will give you true peace in this place. And the Lord said to me, The prophets prophesy falsely in my name. I sent them out, neither have I commanded them, nor have I spoken to them. They prophesy unto you a lying vision, and divination and deceit, and the seduction of their own heart. Therefore thus saith the Lord concerning the prophets that prophesy in my name, whom I did not send, that say, Sword and famine shall not be in this land. By sword and famine shall those prophets be consumed, and the people to whom they prophesy shall be cast out in the streets of Jerusalem because of the famine and the sword, and there shall be none to bury them. They and their wives, their sons and their daughters, and I will pour out their wickedness upon them. And thou shalt speak this word to them, Let my eyes shed down tears night and day, and let them not cease, because the virgin daughter of my people is afflicted with a greater affliction, with an exceedingly grievous evil. If I go forth into the fields, behold the slain with the sword, and if I enter into the city, behold them that are consumed with famine. The prophet also and the priest are gone into a land which they knew not. Hast thou utterly cast away Judah, or hath thy soul abhorred Zion? Why then hast thou struck us, so that there is no healing for us? We have looked for peace, and there was no good, and for the time of healing, and behold trouble. We acknowledge, O Lord, our wickedness, the iniquities of our fathers, because we have sinned against thee. Give us not to be a reproach for thy name's sake, and do not disgrace in us the throne of thy glory. Remember, break not thy covenant with us. Are there any among the graven things of the Gentiles that can send rain? Or can the heavens give showers? Art not thou the Lord our God, whom we have looked for? For thou hast made all these things. And the Lord said to me, If Moses and Samuel shall stand before me, my soul is not towards this people. Cast them out from my sight, and let them go forth. And if they shall say unto thee, Whither shall we go forth? Thou shalt say to them, Thus saith the Lord, Such as are for death, to death, and such are for the sword, to the sword, and such as are for famine, to famine, such as are for captivity, to captivity. And I will visit them with 4 kinds, saith the Lord: the sword to kill, and the dogs to tear, and the fowls of the air, and the beasts of the earth to devour and destroy. And I will give them up to the rage of all the kingdoms of the earth, because of Manasseh the son of Ezekias, the king of Judah, for all that he did in Jerusalem. For who shall have pity on thee, O Jerusalem? Or who shall bemoan thee? Or who shall go to pray for thy peace? Thou hast forsaken me, saith the Lord, thou art gone backward. And I will stretch out my hand against thee, and I will destroy thee. I am weary of entreating thee. And I will scatter them with a fan in the gates of the land. I have killed and destroyed my people, and yet they are not returned from their ways. Their widows are multiplied unto me above the sand of the sea. I have brought upon them against the mother of the young man a spoiler at noonday. I have cast a terror on a sudden upon the cities. She that hath borne 7 is become weak. Her soul hath fainted away. Her sun is gone down while it was yet day. She is confounded and ashamed. And the residue of them I will give up to the sword in the sight of their enemies, saith the Lord. Woe is me, my mother! Why hast thou borne me a man of strife, a man of contention to all the earth? I have not lent on usury, neither hath any man lent to me on usury, yet all curse me. The Lord saith to me, Assuredly it shall be well with thy remnant. Assuredly I shall help thee in the time of affliction, and in the time of tribulation against the enemy. Shall iron be allied with the iron from the north, and the brass? Thy riches and thy treasures I will give unto spoil for nothing, because of all thy sins, even in all thy borders. And I will bring thy enemies out of a land which thou knowest not. For a fire is kindled in my rage, it shall burn upon you. O Lord, thou knowest. Remember me, and visit me, and defend me from them that persecute me. Do not defend me in thy patience. Know that for thy sake I have suffered reproach. Thy words were found, and I did not eat them. Thy word was to me a joy and gladness of my heart. For thy name is called upon me, O Lord, God of hosts. I sat not in the assembly of jesters, nor did I make a boast of the presence of thy hand. I sat alone, because thou hast filled me with threats. Why is my sorrow become perpetual, and my wound desperate so as to refuse to be healed? It has become to me as the falsehood of deceitful waters that cannot be trusted. Therefore thus saith the Lord, If thou wilt be converted, I will convert thee, and thou shalt stand before my face. If thou wilt separate the precious from the vile, thou shalt be as my mouth. They shall be turned to thee, and thou shalt not be turned to them. And I will make thee to this people as a strong wall of brass. They shall fight against thee, and shall not prevail. For I am with thee to save thee, and to deliver thee, saith the Lord. And I will deliver thee out of the hand of the wicked, and I will redeem thee out of the hand of the mighty. And the word of the Lord came to me, saying, Thou shalt not take thee a wife, neither shalt thou have these sons and daughters in this place. For thus saith the Lord concerning the sons and daughters that are born in this place, concerning their mothers that bore them, and concerning their fathers of whom they were born in this land. They shall die by the death of grievous illnesses. They shall not be lamented, and they shall not be buried. They shall be as dung upon the face of the earth. They shall be consumed with the sword and with famine. And their carcasses shall be meat for the fowls of the air, and for the beasts of the field. The earth. For thus saith the Lord, Enter not into the house of feasting, neither go thou to mourn, nor to comfort them, because I have taken away my peace from this people, saith the Lord, my mercy and commiserations. Both the great and the little shall die in this land. They shall not be buried nor lamented, and men shall not cut themselves nor make themselves bald for them. And they shall not break bread among them to him that mourneth, to comfort him for the dead. Neither shall they give them to drink of the cup, to comfort them for their father and mother. And do not thou go into the house of feasting to sit with them, and to eat and drink. For thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, Behold, I will take away out of this place in your sight, and in your days, the voice of mirth, and the voice of gladness, the voice of the bridegroom, and the voice of the bride. When thou shalt tell this people all these words, and they shall say to thee, Wherefore hath the Lord pronounced against us all this great evil? What is our iniquity, and what is our sin, that we have sinned against the Lord our God? Thou shalt say to them, Because your fathers forsook me, saith the Lord, and went after strange gods, and served them, and adored them, and they forsook me, and kept not my law. And you also have done worse than your fathers, for behold, every one of you walketh after the perverseness of his evil heart, so as not to hearken to me. So I will cast you forth out of this land, into a land which you know not, nor your fathers. And there you shall serve strange gods day and night, which shall not give you any rest. Therefore, behold, the days come, saith the Lord, when it shall be said no more, The Lord liveth that brought for the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt. But the Lord liveth that brought the children of Israel out of the land of the north, and out of all the lands to which I cast them out. And I will bring them again into their land, which I gave to their fathers. Behold, I will send many fishers, saith the Lord, and they shall fish them. And after this I will send them many hunters, and they shall hunt them from every mountain, from every hill, and out of the holes of the rocks. For my eyes are upon all their ways. They are not hid from my face, and their iniquity hath not been hid from my eyes. And I will repay first their double iniquities and their sins, because they have defiled my land with the carcasses of their idols, and they have filled my inheritance with their abominations. O Lord, my might, and my strength, and my refuge, in the day of tribulation to thee the Gentiles shall come from the ends of the earth, and shall say, Surely our fathers have possessed lies of vanity, which hath not profited them. Shall a man make gods unto himself, and there are no gods? Therefore behold, will this once cause them to know. I will show them my hand and my power, and they shall know that my name is the Lord. The sin of Judah is written with a pen of iron, and the point of a diamond it is graven upon the table of their heart, upon the horns of their altars. When their children shall remember their altars, and their groves, and their green trees upon the high mountains, sacrificing in the field, I will give thy strength and all thy treasures to the spoil, and thy high places for sin in all thy borders. And thou shalt be left stripped of thy inheritance which I gave thee, and I will make thee serve thy enemies in a land which thou knowest not, because thou hast kindled a fire in my wrath. It shall burn forever, thus saith the Lord. Cursed be the man that trusteth in man, and maketh flesh his arm, and whose heart departeth from the Lord. For he shall be like a tamarisk in the desert, and he shall not see when good shall come, but he shall dwell in dryness in the desert, in a salt land, and not inhabited. Blessed be the man that trusteth in the Lord, and the Lord shall be his confidence. And he shall be as a tree that is planted by the waters, that spreadeth out its roots towards moisture. And it shall not fear when the heat cometh, and the leaf thereof shall be green, and in the time of drought it shall not be solicitous, neither shall it cease at any time to bring forth fruit. The heart is perverse above all things, and unsearchable. Who can know it? I am the Lord, who search the heart and prove the reins, who give to every one according to his way, and according to the fruit of his devices. As a partridge hath hatched eggs, which he did not lay, so is he that hath gathered riches, and not by right. In the midst of his days he shall leave them, and in his latter end he shall be a fool. A high and glorious throne from the beginning is the place of our sanctification. O Lord, the hope of Israel, all that forsake thee shall be confounded. They that depart from thee shall be written in the earth, because they have forsaken the Lord, the vein of living waters. Heal me, O Lord, and I shall be healed. Save me, and I shall be saved, for thou art my praise. Behold, they say to me, Where is the word of the Lord? Let it come. And I am not troubled, following thee for my pastor, and I have not desired the day of man, thou knowest. That which went out of my lips hath been right in thy sight. Be not thou a terror unto me, thou art my hope in the day of affliction. Let them be confounded that persecute me, and let not me be confounded. Let them be afraid. And let not me be afraid, bring upon them the day of affliction, and with a double destruction destroy them. Thus saith the Lord to me, Go and stand in the gate of the children of the people, by which the kings of Judah come in, and go out in all the gates of Jerusalem. Thou shalt say to them, Hear the word of the Lord, ye kings of Judah, and all the inhabitant of Jerusalem, that enter in by these gates. Thus saith the Lord, Take heed to your souls, and carry no burdens on the Sabbath day, and bring them not in by the gates of Jerusalem. Do not bring burdens out of your houses on the Sabbath day, neither do ye any work. Sanctify the Sabbath day as I commanded your fathers. But they did not hear nor incline their ear, but hardened their neck, that they might not hear me, and might not receive instruction. And it shall come to pass, if you will hearken to me, saith the Lord, to bring in no burdens by the gates of the city on the Sabbath day, and if ye will sanctify the Sabbath day to do no work therein, then shall there enter in by the gates of this city kings and princes, sitting upon the throne of David, and riding in chariots and on horses, they and their princes, the men of Judah, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem. And this city shall be inhabited forever. And they shall come from the cities of Judah, and from the places round about Jerusalem, and from the land of Benjamin, and from the plains, and from the mountains, and from the south, bringing holocausts and victims and sacrifices and frankincense. And they shall bring in an offering into the house of the Lord. But if ye will not hearken to me to sanctify the Sabbath day, and not to carry burdens, and not to bring them in by the gates of Jerusalem on the Sabbath day, I will kindle a fire in the gates thereof, and it shall devour the houses of Jerusalem, and it shall not be quenched. The word that came to Jeremiah from the Lord, saying, Arise and go down into the potter's house, and there thou shalt hear my words. And I went down into the potter's house, and behold, he was doing a work on the wheel. And the vessel was broken, which he was making of clay with his hands. And turning, he made another vessel, as it seemed good in his eyes to make it. Then the word of the Lord came to me, saying, Cannot I do with you as this potter, O house of Israel, saith the Lord? Behold, as clay is in the hand of the potter, so are you in my hand, O house of Israel. I will suddenly speak against a nation, and against a kingdom to root out, and to pull down, and to destroy it. If that nation against which I have spoken shall repent of their evil, I also will repent of the evil that I have thought to do to them. And I will suddenly speak of a nation and of a kingdom, to build up and plant it. If it shall do evil in my sight, that it obey not my voice, I will repent of the good that I have spoken to do unto it. Now therefore tell the men of Judah, the inhabitants of Jerusalem, saying, Thus saith the Lord, Behold, I frame evil against you, and devise a device against you. Let every man of you return from his evil way, and make ye your ways and your doings good. And they said, We have no hopes, for we will go after our own thoughts. And we will do every one according to the perverseness of his evil heart. Therefore thus saith the Lord, Ask among the nations, who hath heard such horrible things as the virgin of Israel hath done to excess? Shall the snow of Libanus fail from the rock of the field? Or can the cold waters that gush out and run down be taken away? Because my people have forgotten me, sacrificing in vain, and stumbling in their ways and ancient paths, to walk by them in a way not trodden, that their land might be given up to desolation, and to a perpetual hissing. Every one that shall pass by it shall be astonished, and wag his head. As a burning will I scatter them before the enemy. I will show them the back and not the face, and in the day of their destruction. And they said, Come, and let us invent devices against Jeremiah. For the law shall not perish from the priest, nor counsel from the wise, nor the word from the prophet. Come, and let us strike him with the tongue, and let us give no heed to all his words. Give heed to me, O Lord, and hear the voice of my adversaries. Shall evil be rendered for good, because they have digged a pit for my soul? Remember that I have stood in thy sight, so speak good for them, and turn away thy indignation from them. Therefore deliver up their children to famine, and bring them into the hands of the sword. Let their wives be bereaved of children and widows. Let their husbands be slain by death. Let their young men be stabbed with the sword in battle. Let a cry be heard out of their houses, for thou shalt bring the robber upon them suddenly, because they have digged a pit to take me, and have hid snares for my feet. But thou, O Lord, knowest all their counsel against me unto death. Forgive not their iniquity, and let not their sin be blotted out from thy sight. Let them be overthrown before thy eyes, in the time of thy wrath do thou destroy them. Thus saith the Lord, Go, and take a potter's earthen bottle, and take of the ancients of the people, and of the ancients of the priests, and go forth into the valley of the son of Hinnom, which is by the entry of the earthen gate. And there thou shalt proclaim the words that I shall tell thee. And thou shalt say, Hear the word of the Lord, O ye kings of Judah, and ye inhabitants of Jerusalem. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, Behold, I will bring an affliction upon this place, so that whoever shall hear it, his ears shall tingle, because they have forsaken me, and have profaned this place, and have sacrificed therein to strange gods, whom neither they nor their fathers knew, nor the kings of Judah. And they have filled the place with the blood of innocents, and they have built the high places of Baalim, to burn their children with fire for a holocaust to Baalim, which I did not command nor speak of, neither did it once come into mind. Therefore, behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that this place shall no more be called Topheth, nor the valley of the son of Hinnom, but the valley of slaughter. And I will defeat the counsel of Judah and of Jerusalem in this place. And I will destroy them with the sword in the sight of their enemies, and by the hands of them that seek their lives. And I will give their carcasses to be meat for the fowls of the air, and for the beasts of the field, or beasts of the earth. And I will make this city an astonishment and a hissing. Every one that shall pass by it shall be astonished, and shall hiss because of all the plagues thereof. And I will feed them with the flesh of their sons, and with the flesh of their daughters, and they shall eat every one the flesh of his friend in the siege, and in the distress wherewith their enemies and they that seek their lives shall straiten them. And thou shalt break the bottle in the sight of the men that shall go with thee. And thou shalt say to them, Thus saith the Lord of hosts, Even so will I break this people and this city, as the potter's vessel is broken, which cannot be made whole again. And they shall be buried in Topheth, because there is no other place to bury in. Thus will I do to this place, saith the Lord, and to the inhabitants thereof, and I will make this city as Topheth. And the houses of Jerusalem and the houses of the kings of Judah shall be unclean as the place of Topheth. All the houses upon whose roofs they have sacrificed to all the host of heaven, and have poured out drink offerings to strange gods. Then Jeremiah came from Topheth, whither the Lord had sent him to prophesy. And he stood in the court of the house of the Lord, and said to all the people, Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, Behold, I will bring in upon this city and upon all the cities thereof all the evils that I have spoken against it, because they have hardened their necks, that they might not hear my word. Now Phaser, the son of Ammur, the priest, who was appointed chief in the house of the Lord, heard Jeremiah prophesying these words. And Phaser struck Jeremiah the prophet, and put him in the stocks that were in the upper gate of Benjamin, in the house of the Lord. And when it was light the next day, Phaser brought Jeremiah out of the stocks, and Jeremiah said to him, The Lord hath not called thy name Phaser, but fear on every side. For thus saith the Lord, Behold, I will deliver thee up to fear, thee and all thy friends. And they shall fall by the sword of their enemies, and thy enemies shall see it, and I will give all Judah into the hand of the king of Babylon. And he shall strike them with the sword, and I will give all the substance of this city and all its labor, and every precious thing thereof, and all the treasures of the kings of Judah will I give into the hands of their enemies, and they shall pillage them, and take them away, and carry them to Babylon. But thou, Phaser, and all that dwell in thy house, shall go into captivity, and thou shalt go to Babylon, and there thou shalt die. And there thou shalt be buried, thou and all thy friends, to whom thou hast prophesied a lie. Thou hast deceived me, O Lord, and I am deceived. Thou hast been stronger than I, and thou hast prevailed. I am become a laughing stock all the day, all scoff at me. For I am speaking now this long time, crying out against iniquity, and I often proclaim devastation. And the word of the Lord is made a reproach to me, and a derision all the day. Then I said, I will not make mention of him, nor speak any more in his name. And there came in my heart as a burning fire shut up in my bones, and I was wearied, not being able to bear it. For I heard the reproaches of many, and the terror on every side. Persecute him, and let us persecute him. For all the men that were my familiars, and continued at my side, if by any means he may be deceived, and we may prevail against him, and be revenged on him. But the Lord is with me as a strong warrior. Therefore they that persecute me shall fall, and shall be weak. They shall be greatly confounded, because they have not understood the everlasting reproach, which never shall be faced. And thou, O Lord of hosts, prover of the just, who seest the reins and the heart, let me see, I beseech thee, thy vengeance on them. For to thee I have laid open my cause. Sing ye to the Lord, praise the Lord, because he hath delivered the soul of the poor out of the hand of the wicked. Cursed be the day wherein I was born. Let not the day in which my mother bore me be blessed. Cursed be the man that brought the tidings to my father, saying, A man-child is born to thee, and made him greatly rejoice. Let that man be as the cities that the Lord hath overthrown, and hath not repented. Let him hear a cry in the morning, and howling at noontide. Who slew me not from the womb, that my mother might have been my grave, and her womb an everlasting conception? Why came I out of the womb to see labor and sorrow, and that my days should be spent in confusion? The word that came to Jeremiah from the Lord, when King Zedekiah sent unto him Phasur, the son of Melchias, and Sophonias, the son of Maaseias, the priest, saying, Inquire of the Lord for us, for Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon maketh war against us. If so be, the Lord will deal with us according to all his wonderful works, that he may depart from us. And Jeremiah said to them, Thus shall you say to Zedekiah, Thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel, Behold, I will turn back the weapons of war that are in your hands, with which you fight against the king of Babylon and the Chaldeans that beseech you round about the walls, and I will gather them together in the midst of this city. And I myself will fight against you with an outstretched hand, and with a strong arm, and in fury, and in indignation, and in great wrath. And I will strike the inhabitants of this city. Men and beasts shall die of a great pestilence. And after this, saith the Lord, I will give Zedekiah the king of Judah, and his servants, and his people, and such as are left in this city from the pestilence, and the sword, and the famine, into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar the king of Babylon, and into the hand of their enemies, and into the hand of them that seek their life. And he shall strike them with the edge of the sword. And he shall not be moved to pity, nor spare them, nor show mercy on them. And to this people thou shalt say, Thus saith the Lord, Behold, I set before you the way of life, and the way of death. He that shall abide in this city shall die by the sword, and by the famine, by the pestilence. But he that shall go out and flee over to the Chaldeans that besiege you shall live, and his life shall be to him as a spoil. For I have set my face against this city for evil, and not for good, saith the Lord. It shall be given into the hand of the king of Babylon, and he shall burn it with fire. And to the house of the king of Judah, hear ye the word of the Lord. O house of David, thus saith the Lord, Judge ye judgment in the morning, and deliver him that is oppressed by violence out of the hand of the oppressor, lest my indignation go forth like a fire, and be kindled, and there be none to quench it. Because of the evil of your ways, behold, I come to thee that dwellest in a valley, upon a rock above a plain, saith the Lord. And you say, Who shall strike us, and who shall enter into our houses? But I will visit upon you according to the fruit of your doing, saith the Lord. And I will kindle a fire in the forest thereof, and it shall devour all things round about it. Thus saith the Lord, Go down to the house of the king of Judah, and there thou shalt speak this word. And thou shalt say, Hear the word of the Lord, O king of Judah, that sitteth upon the throne of David, thou and thy servants and thy people who enter in by these gates. Thus saith the Lord, Execute judgment and justice, and deliver him that is oppressed out of the hand of the oppressor, and afflict not the stranger, the fatherless, nor the widow, nor oppress them unjustly. And shed not innocent blood in this place. For if you will do this thing indeed, then shall there enter in by the gates of this house kings of the race of David, sitting upon his throne, and riding in chariots and on horses, they and their servants and their people. But if you will not hearken to these words, I swear by myself, saith the Lord, that this house shall become a desolation. For thus saith the Lord to the house of the king of Judah, Thou art to me Galad, the head of Libanus, yet surely I will make thee a wilderness and cities not habitable. And I will prepare against thee the destroyer and his weapons. And they shall cut down my chosen cedars, and shall cast them headlong into the fire. And many nations shall pass by the city, and they shall say every man to his neighbor, Why hath the Lord done so to this great city? And they shall answer, Because they have forsaken the covenant of the Lord their God, and have adored strange gods, and served them. Weep not for him that is dead, nor bemoan him with their tears. Lament him that goeth away, for he shall return no more, nor see his native country. For thus saith the Lord to Salom, the son of Josias, the king of Judah, who reigned instead of his father, who went forth out of this place. He shall return hither no more. But in the place to which I have removed him, there shall he die, and he shall not see this land any more. Woe to him that buildeth up his house by injustice, and his chambers not in judgment, that will oppress his friend without cause, and will not pay him his wages. Who saith, I will build me a wide house and large chambers, who openeth to himself windows, and maketh roofs of a cedar, and painteth them with vermilion. Shalt thou reign, because thou comparest thyself to the cedar? Did not thy father eat and drink, and do judgment and justice? And it was then well with him? He judged the cause of the poor and the needy for his own good. Was it not therefore because he knew me, saith the Lord? But thy eyes and thy heart are set upon covetousness, and upon shedding innocent blood, and upon oppression, and running after evil works. Therefore thus saith the Lord concerning Joachim the son of Josias king of Judah, They shall not mourn for him, alas my brother, and alas sister. They shall not lament for him, alas my lord, or alas the noble one. He shall be buried with the burial of an ass, rotten and cast forth without the gates of Jerusalem. Go up to Libanus and cry, and lift up thy voice in Basan, and cry to them that pass by, for all thy lovers are destroyed. I spoke to thee in thy property, and thou saidst, I will not hear. This hath been thy way from thy youth, because thou hast not heard my voice. The wind shall feed all thy pastors, and thy lovers shall go into captivity. And then shalt thou be confounded and ashamed of all thy wickedness. Thou that sittest in Libanus, and makest thy nest in the cedars, how hast thou mourned when the sorrows come upon thee, as the pains of a woman in labor? As I live, saith the Lord, if Jeconiah the son of Joachim the king of Judah were a ring on my right hand, I would pluck him thence, and I will give thee into the land of them that seek thy life, and into the land of them, and into the hand of them whose face thou fearest, and into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon, and into the hand of the Chaldeans. And I will send thee and thy mother that bore thee into a strange country, in which you were not born, and there you shall die. And they shall not return into the land whereunto they lift up their mind to return thither. Is this man Jeconiah an earthen and broken vessel? Is he a vessel wherein there is no pleasure? Why are they cast out, he and his seed, and are cast into a land which they knew not? O earth, 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 hear the word of the Lord. Thus saith the Lord, Write this man barren, a man that shall not prosper in his days. For there shall not be a man of his seed that shall sit upon the throne of David, and have power any more in Judah. Woe to the pastors that destroy and tear the sheep of my pasture, saith the Lord. Therefore thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel, to the pastors that feed my people. You have scattered my flock and driven them away, and have not visited them. Behold, I will visit upon you for the evil of your doings, saith the Lord. And I will gather together the remnant of my flock out of all the lands to which I have cast them out. And I will make them return to their own fields, and they shall increase and be multiplied. And I will set up pastors over them, and they shall feed them. They shall fear no more, and they shall not be dismayed, and none shall be wanting of their number, saith the Lord. Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, and I will raise up to David a just branch, and a king shall reign, and shall be wise, and shall execute judgment and justice in the earth. In those days shall Judah be saved, and Israel shall dwell confidently. And this is the name that they shall call him, the Lord our just one. Therefore, behold the days to come, saith the Lord, and they shall say no more, The Lord liveth, who brought up the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt. But the Lord liveth, who hath brought out and brought hither the seed of the house of Israel from the land of the north, and out of all the lands to which I had cast them forth. And they shall dwell in their own land. To the prophets my heart is broken within me. All my bones tremble. I am become as a broken man, and as a man full of wine at the presence of the Lord, at the presence of his holy words. Because the land is full of adulterers. Because the land hath mourned by reason of cursing, the fields of the desert are dried up, and their course is become evil. And their strength unlike, for the prophet and the priest are defiled. And in my house I have found their wickedness, saith the Lord. Therefore their way shall be as a slippery way in the dark, for they shall be driven on and fall therein. For I will bring evils upon them the year of their visitation, saith the Lord. And I have seen fully in the prophets of Samaria, they prophesied in Baal and deceived my people Israel. And I have seen the likeness of adulterers and the way of lying in the prophets of Jerusalem, and they strengthened the hands of the wicked, that no man should return from his evil doings. They are all become unto me as Sodom, and the inhabitants thereof as Gomorrah. Therefore thus saith the Lord of hosts to the prophets, Behold, I will feed them with wormwood, and will give them gall to drink. For from the prophets of Jerusalem corruption has gone forth into all the land. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, Hearken not to the words of the prophets that prophesy to you, and deceive you. They speak a vision of their own heart, and not out of the mouth of the Lord. They say to them that blaspheme me, The Lord hath said, You shall have peace. And to every one that walketh in the preservedness of his own heart, they have said, No evil shall come upon you. For who hath stood in the counsel of the Lord, and hath seen and heard his word? Who hath considered his word and heard it? Behold, the whirlwind of the Lord's indignation shall come forth, and a tempest shall break out and come upon the head of the wicked. The wrath of the Lord shall not return until he execute it, until he accomplish the thought of his heart. In the latter days you shall understand his counsel. I did not send prophets, yet they ran. I have not spoken to them, yet they prophesied. If they stood in my counsel and had made in my words known to my people, I should have turned them from their evil way and from their wicked doings. Am I, think ye, a God at hand, saith the Lord, and not a God afar off? Shall a man be hid in secret places, and I not see him, saith the Lord? Do not I fill heaven and earth, saith the Lord? I have heard what the prophets said, that prophesy lies in my name, and say, I have dreamed, I have dreamed. How long shall this be in the heart of the prophets that prophesy lies, that prophesy the delusions of their own heart, who seek to make my people forget my name through their dreams, which they tell every man to his neighbor, as their fathers forgot my name for Baal? The prophet that hath a dream, let him tell a dream, and he that hath my word, let him speak my word with truth. What hath the chaff to do with the wheat, saith the Lord? Are not my words a fire, saith the Lord? And as a hammer that breaketh the rock in pieces, therefore, behold, I am against the prophets, saith the Lord, who steal my words every one from his neighbor. Behold, I am against the prophets, saith the Lord, who use their tongues, and say, The Lord saith it. Behold, I am against the prophets that have lying dreams, saith the Lord, and tell them, and cause my people to err by their lying and by their wonders, when I sent them not, nor commanded them, who have not profited this people at all, saith the Lord. Therefore this people, or the prophet, or the priest shall ask thee, saying, What is the burden of the Lord? Thou shalt say to them, You are the burden, for I will cast you away, saith the Lord. And as for the prophet and the priest and the people that shall say, The burden of the Lord I will visit upon that man and upon his house. Thus shall you say every one to his neighbor and to his brother, What hath the Lord answered? What hath the Lord spoken? And the burden of the Lord shall be mentioned no more, for every man's word shall be his burden. For you have perverted the words of the living God, of the Lord of hosts our God. Thus shalt thou say to the prophet, What hath the Lord answered thee? And what hath the Lord spoken? But if you shall say, The burden of the Lord, therefore thus saith the Lord, because you have said this word, The burden of the Lord, and I have sent to you, saying, Say not, The burden of the Lord. Therefore, behold, I will take you away carrying you, and will forsake you and the city which I gave to you and to your fathers out of my presence. And I will bring an everlasting reproach upon you, and a perpetual shame which shall never be forgotten. The Lord showed me, and behold, 2 baskets full of figs, set before the temple of the Lord, after that Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon had carried away Jeconiah the son of Joachim, the king of Judah, and his chief men, and the craftsmen and engravers of Jerusalem, and had brought them to Babylon. One basket had very good figs, like the figs of the first season, and the other basket had very bad figs, which could not be eaten, because they were bad. And the Lord said to me, What seest thou, Jeremiah? And I said, Figs, the good figs very good, the bad figs very bad, which cannot be eaten, because they are bad. And the word of the Lord came to me, saying, Thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel, Like these good figs, so will I regard the captives of Judah, whom I have sent forth out of this place into the land of the Chaldeans for their good. And I will set my eyes upon them to be pacified. And I will bring them again into this land, and I will build them up, and not pull them down, and I will plant them, and not pluck them up. And I will give them a heart to know me, that I am the Lord, and they shall be my people, and I will be their God. Because they shall return to me with their whole heart, and as the very bad figs that cannot be eaten, because they are bad, thus saith the Lord, so will I give Zedekias the king of Judah, and his princes, and the residue of Jerusalem that have remained in this city, and that dwell in the land of Egypt, and I will deliver them up to vexation and affliction, to all the kingdoms of the earth, to be a reproach and a byword, and a proverb, to be a curse in all places, to which I have cast them out. And I will send among them the sword, and the famine, and the pestilence, till they be consumed out of the land which I gave to them and their fathers. The word that came to Jeremiah concerning all the people of Judah in the 4th year of Joachim the son of Josiah king of Judah, the same is the 1st year of Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon, which Jeremiah the prophet spoke to all the people of Judah, and to all the inhabitants of Jerusalem, saying, From the 13th year of Josiah the son of Ammon king of Judah until this day, this is the 23rd year. The word of the Lord hath come to me, and I have spoken to you, rising before day and speaking, and you have not hearkened. And the Lord hath sent to you all his servants the prophets, rising early and sending, and you have not hearkened, nor inclined your ears to hear. When he said, Return ye every one from his evil way, and from your wicked devices, and you shall dwell in the land which the Lord hath given to you, and your fathers forever and ever. And go not after strange gods to serve them, and adore them, nor provoke me to wrath by the works of your hands. And I will not afflict you, and you have not heard me, saith the Lord, that you might provoke me to anger with the works of your hands, to your own hurt. Therefore thus saith the Lord of hosts, because you have not heard my words, behold, I will send and take all the kindreds of the north, saith the Lord, and Nebuchadnezzar the king of Babylon my servant, and I will bring them against this land, and against the inhabitants thereof, and against all the nations that are round about it. And I will destroy them, and make them an astonishment, and a hissing, and perpetual desolations. And I will take away from them the voice of mirth, and the voice of gladness, and the voice of the bridegroom, and the voice of the bride, and the sound of the mill, and the light of the lamp. And all this land shall be a desolation and an astonishment. And all these nations shall serve the king of Babylon 70 years. And when the 70 years shall be expired, I will punish the king of Babylon, and that nation, saith the Lord, for their iniquity, and the land of the Chaldeans, and I will make it perpetual desolations. And I will bring upon the land all my words that I have spoken against it, and all that is written in this book, all that Jeremiah hath prophesied against all nations. For they have served them, whereas they were many nations and great kings. And I will repay them according to their deeds, and according to the works of their hands. For thus saith the Lord of the hosts, the God of Israel, Take the cup of wine of this fury at my hand, and thou shalt bring all the nations to drink thereof, unto which I shall send thee. And they shall drink and be troubled, be mad because of the sword, which I shall send among them. And I took the cup at the hand of the Lord, and I presented it to all the nations to drink it, to which the Lord sent me, to which Jerusalem and the cities of Judah, and the kings thereof, and the princes thereof, to make them a desolation, and an astonishment, and a hissing, and a curse, as it is at this day. Pharaoh the king of Egypt, and his servants, and his princes, and all his people, and all in general, all the kings of the land of Ositis, and all the kings of the land of the Philistines, and Askelon, and Gaza, and Akaran, and the remnant of Azotus, and Edom, and Moab, and the children of Ammon, and all the kings of Tyre, and all the kings of Sidon, and the kings of the land of the islands that are beyond the sea, and Dedan, and Thema, and Buz, and all that have their hair cut round, and all the kings of Arabia, and all the kings of the west that dwell in the desert, and all the kings of Zambri, and all the kings of Elam, and all the kings of Medes, and all the kings of the north, far and near, every one against his brother, all the kingdoms of the earth, which are upon the face thereof, and the king of Sesak shall drink after them. And thou shalt say to them, Thus saith the Lord hosts, the God of Israel, Drink ye, and be drunken, and vomit, and fall, and rise no more, because of the sword which I shall send among you. And if they refuse to take the cup at thy hand to drink, thou shalt say to them, Thus saith the Lord of hosts, Drinking you shall drink. For behold, I begin to bring evil on the city wherein my name is called upon. And shall you be as innocent and escape free? You shall not escape free, for I will call for the sword upon all the inhabitants of the earth, saith the Lord of hosts. Thou shalt prophesy unto them all these words. And thou shalt say to them, The Lord shall roar from on high, and shall utter his voice from his holy habitation. Roaring he shall roar upon the place of his beauty. The shout, as it were, of them that tread grapes shall be given out against all the inhabitants of the earth. The noise is come even to the ends of the earth, for the Lord entereth into judgment with the nations. He entereth into judgment with all flesh. The wicked I have delivered up to the sword, saith the Lord. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, Behold, evil shall go forth from nation to nation, and a great whirlwind shall go forth from the ends of the earth. And the slain of the Lord shall be at that day from one end of the earth even to the other end thereof. They shall not be lamented, and they shall not be gathered up nor buried. They shall lie as dung upon the face of the earth. Howl, ye shepherds, and cry, and sprinkle yourselves with ashes, ye leaders of the flock. For the days of your slaughter and your desperation are accomplished. And you shall fall like precious vessels, and the shepherds shall have no way to flee, nor the leaders of the flock to save themselves. A voice of the cry of the shepherds and the howling of the principal of the flock, because the Lord hath wasted their pastures, and the fields of peace have been silent, because of the fierce anger of the Lord. He has forsaken his covert as a nation, for the land is laid waste because of the wrath of the dove, and because of the fierce anger of the Lord. In the beginning of the reign of Joachim the son of Josiah, king of Judah, came this word from the Lord, saying, Thus saith the Lord, Stand in the court of the house of the Lord, and speak to all the cities of Judah, out of which they come to adore the house of the Lord, all the words which I have commanded thee to speak unto them. Leave not out one word, and so be they will hearken and be converted every one from his evil way, that I may repent me of the evil that I think to do unto them for the wickedness of their doings. And thou shalt say to them, Thus saith the Lord, if you will not hearken to me to walk in my law which I have given you, to give ear to the words of my servants the prophets, whom I sent to you, rising up early and sending, and you have not hearkened, I will make this house like Silo, and I will make the city a curse to all the nations of the earth. And the priests and the prophets and all the people heard Jeremiah speaking these words in the house of the Lord. And when Jeremiah made an end of speaking all that the Lord had commanded him to speak to all the people, the priests and the prophets and all the people laid hold on him, saying, Let him be put to death. Why hath he prophesied in the name of the Lord, saying, This house shall be like Silo, and this city shall be made desolate without an inhabitant? And all the people were gathered together against Jeremiah in the house of the Lord. And the princes of Judah heard these words, and they went up from the king's house into the house of the Lord, and sat in the entry of a new gate of the house of the Lord. And the priests and the prophets spoke to the princes and to all the people, saying, The judgment of death is for this man, because he hath prophesied against this city, as you have heard with your ears. Then Jeremiah spoke to all the princes and to all the people, saying, The Lord sent me up to prophesy concerning this house, concerning this city, all the words that you have heard. Now therefore amend your ways and your doings, and hearken to the voice of the Lord your God. The Lord will repent him of the evil that he hath spoken against you. But as for me, behold, I am in your hands. Do with me what is good and right in your eyes. But know ye and understand that if you put me to death, you will shed innocent blood against your own selves, and against this city and the inhabitants thereof. For in truth the Lord sent me to you, to speak all these words in your hearing. Then the princes and all the people said to the priests and the prophets, There was no judgment of death for this man, for he hath spoken to us in the name of the Lord our God. And some of the ancients of the land rose up, and they spoke to all the assembly of the people, saying, Micaias of Morasthi was a prophet in the days of Hezekiah king of Judah. And he spoke to all the people of Judah, saying, Thus saith the Lord of hosts, Zion shall be plowed like a field, and Jerusalem shall be a heap of stones, and the mountain of the house the high places of woods. Did Hezekiah king of Judah and all Judah condemn him to death? Did they not fear the Lord and beseech the face of the Lord? And the Lord repented of the evil that he had spoken against them. Therefore we are doing a great evil against our souls. There was also a man that prophesied in the name of the Lord, Urias the son of Semei, a Kiriathaim. And he prophesied against this city and against this land, according to all the words of Jeremiah. And Joachim, all his men in power, and his princes heard these words, and the king sought to put him to death. And Urias heard it, and was afraid, and fled, and went into Egypt. King Joachim sent men into Egypt, Elnathan, the son of Achbor, and men with him into Egypt. And they brought Urias out of Egypt, and brought him to King Joachim. And he slew him with a sword, and he cast his dead body into the graves of the common people. So the hand of Ahikam, the son of Shaphan, was with Jeremiah, that he should not be delivered into the hands of the people, to put him to death. Alright, so I guess I'm going to have to take a little bit of a break here. I'll see you guys later as we continue through the next half here of Jeremiah, and then we've also got Lamentations and Baruch to get through as well. Be blessed, and I'll see you back. Alright, we're going to continue where we left off here, beginning of Jeremiah 27, chapter 27, and continue our way through the book of Jeremiah. So let's begin. In the beginning of the reign of Joachim the son of Josiah, king of Judah, this word came to Jeremiah from the Lord, saying, Thus saith the Lord to me, Make thee bands and chains, and thou shalt put them on thy neck. Thou shalt send them to the king of Edom, and to the king of Moab, and to the king of the children of Ammon, and to the king of Tyre, and to the king of Sidon, by the hand of the messengers that are come to Jerusalem to Zedekiah the king of Judah. And thou shalt command them to speak to their masters, Thus saith the Lord of hosts and the God of Israel. Thou shalt say to your masters, I made the earth, and the men, and the beasts that are upon the face of the earth, by my great power, by my stretched out arm, and I have given it to whom it seemed good in my eyes. Now I have given all these lands into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon my servant. Moreover also the beasts of the field I have given him to serve him. And all the nations shall serve him, and his son's son, until the time come for his land and himself. And many nations and great kings shall serve him. The nation and kingdom that will not serve Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon, whosoever will not bend his neck under the yoke of the king of Babylon, I will visit upon that nation with the sword, and with famine, and with pestilence, saith the Lord, till I consume them by his hand. Therefore hearken not to your prophets, and diviners, and dreamers, and soothsayers, and sorcerers, that say to you, You shall not serve the king Babylon, for they prophesy lies to you, to remove you far from your country, and cast you out, and to make you perish. For the nation that shall bend down their neck under the yoke of the king of Babylon shall serve him. I will let them remain in their own land, saith the Lord, and they shall till it, and dwell in it. And I spoke to Zedekiah the king of Judah according to all these words, saying, Bend down your necks under the yoke of the king of Babylon, and serve him, this people, and you shall live. Why will you die, thou and thy people, by the sword, and by famine, and by the pestilence, as the Lord hath spoken against the nation that will not serve the king of Babylon? Hearken not to the words of the prophets that say to you, You shall not serve the king of Babylon, for they tell you a lie. For I have not sent them, saith the Lord, and they prophesy in my name falsely, to drive you out, and that you may perish, both you and the prophets that prophesy to you. I spoke also to the priests and to this people, saying, Thus saith the Lord, Hearken not to the words of your prophets, and prophesy to you, saying, Behold, the vessels of the Lord shall now in a short time be brought again from Babylon. They prophesy a lie unto you, therefore hearken not to them, but serve the king of Babylon, that you may live. Why would this city be given up to desolation? But if they be prophets and the word of the Lord be in them, let them interpose themselves before the Lord of hosts. But the vessels which were left in the house of the Lord, and in the house of the king of Judah, and in Jerusalem, may not go to Babylon. For thus saith the Lord of hosts to the pillars, and to the sea, to the bases, and to the rest of the vessels that remain in the city, which Nebuchadnezzar the king of Babylon did not take, when he carried away Jeconiah the son of Joachim the king of Judah from Jerusalem to Babylon, and all the great men of Judah and Jerusalem. For thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, to the vessels that are left in the house of the Lord, and in the house of the king of Judah and Jerusalem, They shall be carried to Babylon, and there they shall be until the day of their visitation, saith the Lord. And I will cause them to be brought and to be restored in this place. And it came to pass in that year, in the beginning of the reign of Zedekiah king of Judah, in the 4th year, in the 5th month, the Hananiah the son of Azur, a prophet of Gabon, spoke to me in the house of the Lord before the priests, and all the people, saying, Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, I have broken the yoke of the king of Babylon. As yet 2 years of days, and I will cause all the vessels of the house of the Lord to be brought back into this place which Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon took away from this place, and carry them to Babylon. And I will bring back to this place Jeconiah the son of Joachim king of Judah, and all the captives of Judah that are gone to Babylon, saith the Lord. For I will break the yoke of the king of Babylon. And Jeremiah the prophet said to Hananiah the prophet in the presence of the priests, and in the presence of all the people that stood in the house of the Lord, Jeremiah the prophet said, Amen, the Lord do so. The Lord perform thy words which thou hast prophesied, that the vessels may be brought again into the house of the Lord, and all the captives may return out of Babylon to this place. Nevertheless, hear this word that I speak in thy ears, and in the ears of all the people. prophets that have been before me and before thee from the beginning, and have prophesied concerning many countries, concerning great kingdoms of war and of affliction, of famine. The prophet that prophesied peace, when his word shall come to pass, the prophet shall be known, whom the Lord hath sent in truth. And Hananiah the prophet took the chain from the neck of Jeremiah the prophet and broke it. And Hananiah spoke in the presence of all the people, saying, Thus saith the Lord, even so will I break the yoke of Nebuchadnezzar the king of Babylon after 2 full years from off the neck of all the nations. And Jeremiah the prophet went his way. And the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah after that Hananiah the prophet had broken the chain from off the neck of Jeremiah the prophet, saying, Go and tell Hananiah, Thus saith the Lord, Thou hast broken chains of wood, and thou shalt make for them chains of iron. For thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, I have put a yoke of iron upon the neck of all these nations, to serve Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon, and they shall serve him. Moreover also I have given him the beasts of the earth. And Jeremiah the prophet said to Hananiah the prophet, Hear now, Hananiah, the Lord hath not sent thee, and thou hast made this people to trust in a lie. Therefore thus saith the Lord, Behold, I will send thee away from off the face of the earth. This year shalt thou die, for thou hast spoken against the Lord. And Hananiah the prophet died in that year in the 7th month. Now these are the words of the letter which Jeremiah the prophet sent from Jerusalem to the residue of the ancients that were carried into captivity, to the priests and to the prophets, and to all the people whom Nebuchadnezzar had carried away from Jerusalem to Babylon. After that, Jeconiah the king, and the queen, and the eunuchs, and the princes of Judah, and of Jerusalem, and the craftsmen, and the engravers, were departed out of Jerusalem, by the hand of Elasah, the son of Shaphan, and Gamarias, the son of Hilkias, whom Zedekiah, king of Judah, sent to Babylon to Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, saying, Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, to all that are carried away captives, whom I have caused to be carried away from Jerusalem to Babylon, build ye houses, and dwell in them, and plant orchards, and eat the fruit of them. Take ye wives, and beget sons and daughters, and take wives for your sons, and give your daughters to husbands, and let them bear sons and daughters. And be ye multiplied there, and be not few in number, and seek the peace of the city to which I have caused you to be carried away captives, and pray to the Lord for it. For in the peace thereof shall be your peace. For thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, Let not your prophets that are in the midst of you and your diviners deceive you, and give no heed to your dreams which you dream. For they prophesy falsely to you in my name. I have not sent them, saith the Lord. For thus saith the Lord, When the 70 years shall begin to be accomplished in Babylon, I will visit you, and I will perform my good word in your favor to bring you again to this place. For I know the thoughts that I think towards you, saith the Lord, thoughts of peace and not of affliction, to give you an end in patience. And you shall call upon me, and you shall go, and you shall pray to me, and I will hear you. You shall seek me, and shall find me, when you shall seek me with all your heart. And I will be found by you, saith the Lord, and I will bring back your captivity. And I will gather you out of all nations, and from all the places to which I have driven you out, saith the Lord, and I will bring you back from the place to which I caused you to be carried away captive, because you have said, The Lord hath raised us up prophets in Babylon. For thus saith the Lord to the king that sitteth upon the throne of David, and to all the people that dwell in this city, to your brethren that are not gone forth with you into captivity, thus saith the Lord of hosts, Behold, I will send upon them the sword, and the famine, and the pestilence, and I will make them like bad figs that cannot be eaten, because they are very bad. And I will persecute them with the sword, and with famine, and with the pestilence, and I will give them up into affliction to all the nations of the earth, to be a curse, and an astonishment, and a hissing, and a reproach to all the nations to which I have driven them out, because they have not hearkened to my words, saith the Lord, which I sent to them by my servants the prophets, rising by night and sending, and you have not heard, saith the Lord. Hear ye therefore the word of the Lord, all ye of the captivity, whom I have sent out from Jerusalem to Babylon. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, to Ahab the son of Colias, and Zedekiah the son of Messias, who prophesy unto you in my name falsely, Behold, I will deliver them up into the hands of Nebuchadnezzar the king of Babylon, and he shall kill them before your eyes, and of them shall be taken up a curse by all the captivity of Judah that are in Babylon, saying, The Lord make thee like Zedekiah and like Ahab, whom the king of Babylon fried in the fire, because they have acted folly in Israel, and have committed adultery with the wives of their friends, and have spoken lying words in my name, which I commanded them not. I am the judge and the witness, saith the Lord. And to Semias the Nehelamite thou shalt say, Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, because thou hast sent letters in thy name to all the people that are in Jerusalem, and to Sophonias the son of Matthias the priest, and to all the priests, saying, The Lord hath made thee priest instead of Joiada the priest, that thou shouldest be ruler in the house of the Lord, over every man that raveth and prophesieth, to put him in the stocks and into prison. And now why hast thou not rebuked Jeremiah the Anathotite, who prophesieth to you? For he hath also sent to us in Babylon, saying, It is a long time, build ye houses and dwell in them, and plant gardens and eat the fruits of them. So Sophonias the priest read this letter in the hearing of Jeremiah the prophet. And the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah, saying, Send to all them of the captivity, saying, Thus saith the Lord to Semaias the Nehelamite, because Semaias hath prophesied to you, and I sent him not, and hath caused you to trust in a lie. Therefore thus saith the Lord, Behold, I will visit upon Semaias the Nehelamite, and upon his seed. He shall not have a man to sit in the midst of this people, and he shall not see the good that I will do to my people, saith the Lord, because he hath spoken treason against the Lord. This is the Lord that came to Jeremiah from the Lord, saying, Thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel, saying, Write thee all the words that I have spoken to thee in a book. For behold, the days come, saith the Lord, and I will bring again the captivity of my people, Israel and Judah, saith the Lord. And I will cause them to return to the land which I gave to their fathers, and they shall possess it. And these are the words that the Lord hath spoken to Israel and to Judah. For thus saith the Lord, We have heard a voice of terror, there is fear and no peace. Ask ye and see if a man bear children. Why then have I seen every man with his hands in his loins, like a woman in labor, and all faces are turned yellow? Alas, for that day is great, neither is there the like to it, and it is the time of tribulation to Jacob. But he shall be saved out of it. And it shall come to pass in that day, saith the Lord of hosts, that I will break his yoke from off thy neck, and will burst his hands, and strangers shall no more rule over him. But they shall serve the Lord their God, and David their king, whom I will raise up to them. Therefore fear thou not, my servant Jacob, saith the Lord, neither be dismayed, O Israel. For behold, I will save thee from the country afar off, and thy seed from the land of their captivity. And Jacob shall return and be at rest, and abound with all good things, and there shall be none whom he may fear. For I am with thee, saith the Lord, to save thee. For I will utterly consume all the nations among which I have scattered thee. But I will not utterly consume thee, but I will chastise thee in judgment, that thou mayest not seem to thyself innocent. For thus saith the Lord, thy bruise is incurable, thy wound is very grievous. There is none to judge thy judgment, to bind it up. Thou hast no healing medicines. All thy lovers have forgotten thee, and will not seek after thee. For I have wounded thee with the wound of an enemy, with a cruel chastisement. By reason of the multitude of thy iniquities thy sins are hardened. Why criest thou for thy affliction? Thy sorrow is incurable for the multitude of thy iniquity, and for thy hardened sins I have done these things to thee. Therefore all they that devour thee shall be devoured, and all thy enemies shall be carried into captivity. And they that waste thee shall be wasted, and all that prey upon thee will give for a prey. For I will close up thy scar, and will heal thee of thy wounds, saith the Lord. Because they have called thee, O Zion, an outcast, this is she that hath none to ask after her. Thus saith the Lord, Behold, I will bring back the captivity of the pavilions of Jacob, and will have pity on his houses, and the city shall be built in her high place, and the temple shall be founded according to the order thereof. And out of them shall come forth praise and the voice of them that play. I will multiply them, and they shall not be made few, and I will glorify them, and they shall not be lessened. And their children shall be as from the beginning, and their assembly shall be permanent before me, and I will visit against all that afflict them. And their leader shall be of themselves, and their prince shall come forth from the midst of them. And I will bring him near, and he shall come to me, for who is this that setteth his heart to approach to me, saith the Lord? And you shall be my people, and I will be your God. Behold, the whirlwind of the Lord, his fury going forth, a violent storm. It shall rest upon the head of the wicked. And the Lord will not turn away the wrath of his indignation, till he have executed and performed the thought of his heart. In the latter days you shall understand these things. At that time, saith the Lord, I will be the God of all the families of Israel, and they shall be my people. Thus saith the Lord, the people that were left and escaped from the sword found grace in the desert. Israel shall go to his rest. The Lord hath appeared from afar to me. Yea, I have loved thee with an everlasting love, and therefore have I drawn thee, taking pity on thee. And I will build thee again, and thou shalt be built. O Virgin of Israel, thou shalt again be adorned with thy timbrels, and shalt go forth in the dances of them that make merry. Thou shalt yet plant vineyards in the mountains of Samaria. The planters shall plant, and they shall not gather the vintage before the time. For there shall be a day in which the watchman on Mount Ephraim shall cry, Arise, and let us go up to Zion, to the Lord our God. For thus saith the Lord, Rejoice ye in the city of Jacob, and nay, before the head of the Gentiles shout ye, and sing, and say, Save, O Lord, thy people, the remnant of Israel. Behold, I will bring them from the north country, and will gather them from the ends of the earth, and among them shall be the blind, the lame, the woman with child, and she that is bringing forth together a great company of them returning hither. They shall come with weeping, and I will bring them back in mercy, and I will bring them through the torrents of waters in a right way, and they shall not stumble in it, for I am a father to Israel, and Ephraim is my firstborn. Hear the word of the Lord, O ye nations, and declare it in the islands that are afar off, and say, He that scattered Israel will gather him, and he will keep him as a shepherd doth his flock. For the Lord hath redeemed Jacob, and delivered him out of the hand of one that is mightier than he, and they shall come and shall give praise in Mount Zion, and they shall flow together to the good things of the Lord, for the corn and wine and oil and the increase of cattle and herds, and their soul shall be as a watered garden, and they shall be hungry no more. Then shall the virgin rejoice in the dance, the young man and the old man together, and I will turn their mourning into joy, and will comfort them, and make them joyful after their sorrow. And I will fill the soul of the priest with fatness, and my people shall be filled with many good things, saith the Lord. Thus saith the Lord, a voice was heard on high of lamentation, of mourning and weeping, of Rachel weeping for her children, and refusing to be comforted for them, because they are not. Thus saith the Lord, let thy voice cease from weeping, and thy eyes from tears, for there is a reward for thy work, saith the Lord, and they shall return out of the land of the enemy. And here is hope for thy last end, saith the Lord. And the children shall return to their own borders. Hearing I heard Ephraim when he went into captivity. Thou hast chastised me, and I was instructed, as a young bullock unaccustomed to the yoke. Convert me, and I shall be converted, for thou art the Lord my God. For after thou didst convert me, I did penance, and after thou didst show me unto me, I struck my thigh. I am confounded and ashamed, because I have borne the reproach of my youth. Surely Ephraim is an honorable son to me. Surely he is a tender child, for since I spoke of him, I will still remember him. Therefore are my bowels troubled for him, pitying. I will pity him, saith the Lord. Set thee up a watchtower, make to thee bitterness, direct thy heart into the right way, wherein thou hast walked. Return, O Virgin of Israel, return to these thy cities. How long wilt thou be desolate in deliciousness, O wandering daughter? For the Lord hath created a new thing upon the earth. A woman shall compass a man. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, as yet shall they say this word in the land of Judah and in the cities thereof, when I shall bring back their captivity. The Lord bless thee, the beauty of justice, the holy mountain, and Judah and all his cities shall dwell therein together. The husbandmen and they that drive the flocks, for I have inebriated the weary soul, and I have filled every hungry soul. Upon this I was as it were awaked out of a sleep, and I saw, and my sleep was sweet to me. Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, and I will sow the house of Israel and the house of Judah with the seed of men and with the seed of beasts. And as I have watched over them, to pluck up and to throw down and to scatter and destroy and afflict, so will I watch over them to build up and to plant them, saith the Lord. In those days they shall say no more, the fathers have eaten the sour grape, and the teeth of the children are set on edge. But every one shall die for his own iniquity. Every man that shall eat the sour grape, his teeth shall be set on edge. Behold, the days shall come, saith the Lord, and I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah, not according to the covenant which I made with their fathers in the day that I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt, the covenant which they made void, and I had dominion over them, saith the Lord. But this shall be the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel after those days, saith the Lord. I will give my law in their bowels, and I will write it in their heart, and I will be their God, and they shall be my people. They shall teach no more every man his neighbor, and every man his brother, saying, Know the Lord, for all shall know me, from the least of them even to the greatest, saith the Lord, for I will forgive their iniquity, and I will remember their sin no more. Thus saith the Lord, who giveth the sun for the light of the day, the order of the moon, and of the stars for the light of the night, who stirreth up the sea, and the waves thereof roar. The Lord of hosts is his name. If these ordinances shall fail before me, saith the Lord, then also the seed of Israel shall fail, so as not to be a nation before me forever. Thus saith the Lord, if the heavens above can be measured, the foundations of the earth searched out beneath, I also will cast away all the seed of Israel for all that they have done, saith the Lord. Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that this city shall be built to the Lord from the tower of Hananeel, even to the gate of the corner, and the measuring line shall go out farther in his sight upon the hill Gareb, and it shall compass Gotha, and the whole valley of dead bodies and of ashes, and all the country of death, even to the torrent Cedron, and to the corner of the horse gate towards the east. The holy of the Lord, it shall not be plucked up, and it shall not be destroyed any more forever. The word that came to Jeremiah from the Lord in the 10th year of Zedekiah king of Judah, the same as 18th year of Nebuchadnezzar. At that time the army of the king of Babylon besieged Jerusalem, and Jeremiah the prophet was shut up in the court of the prison, which was in the house of the king of Judah. For Zedekiah king of Judah had shut him up, saying, Why dost thou prophesy, saying, Thus saith the Lord, Behold, I will give this city into the hand of the king of Babylon, and he shall take it. And Zedekiah king of Judah shall not escape out of the hand of the Chaldeans, but he shall be delivered into the hands of the king of Babylon. And he shall speak to him mouth to mouth, and his eyes shall see his eyes. And he shall lead, said Zedekiah, to Babylon, and he shall be there till I visit him, saith the Lord. But if you will fight against the Chaldeans, you shall have no success. And Jeremiah said, The word of the Lord came to me, saying, Behold, Hanameel the son of Salum, thy cousin, shall come to thee, saying, Buy thee my field, which is in Anathoth, for it is thy right to buy it, being a kin. And Hanameel my uncle's son came to me, according to the word to the entry of the prison, and said to me, Buy my field, which is in the land of Benjamin, for the right of inheritance is thence, and thou art next of kin to possess it. And I understood this was the word of the Lord, and I bought the field of my uncle's son, that is in Anathoth, and I weighed him the money 7 staters, and 10 pieces of silver. And I wrote it in a book, and sealed it, and took witnesses. And I weighed him the money in the balances, and I took the deed of the purchase that was sealed, and the stipulations and the ratifications with the seals that were on the outside. And I gave the deed of the purchase to Baruch, the son of Neri, the son of Amasias, in the sight of Hanameel my uncle's son, in the presence of the witness that subscribed the book of the purchase, before all the Jews that sat in the court of the prison. And I charged Baruch before them, saying, Thus saith the Lord hosts, the God of Israel, Take these writings, this deed of the purchase that is sealed up, and this deed that is open, and put them in an earthen vessel, that they may continue many days. For thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, Houses and fields and vineyards shall be possessed again in this land. And after I had delivered that deed of purchase to Baruch the son of Neri, I prayed to the Lord, saying, Alas, 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 O Lord God, behold, thou hast made heaven and earth by thy great power and thy stretched out arm. No word shall be hard to thee. Thou showest mercy unto thousands, and returnest the iniquity of the fathers into the bosom of their children after them. O most mighty, great, and powerful, the Lord of hosts is thy name, great in counsel and incomprehensible in thought, whose eyes are open upon all the ways of the children of Adam, to render unto every one according to his ways and according to the fruit of his devices, who has set signs and wonders in the land of Egypt even until this day, and in Israel and amongst men, and hast made thee a name as it this day, and hast brought forth thy people Israel out of the land of Egypt with signs and with wonders, and with a strong hand and a stretched out arm, and with great terror, and hast given them this land, which thou didst swear to their fathers to give them, a land flowing with milk and honey. And they came in and possessed it, but they obeyed not thy voice, and they walked not in thy law, and they did not any of those things that thou didst command them to do, and all these evils are come upon them. Behold, works are built up against the city to take it, and the city is given into the hands of the Chaldeans, who fight against it by the sword, and the famine and the pestilence, and what thou hast spoken is all come to pass, as thou thyself seest. And sayest thou to me, O Lord, buy a field for money, and take witnesses, whereas the city is given into the hands of the Chaldeans? And the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah, saying, Behold, I am the Lord, the God of all flesh. Shall anything be hard for me? Therefore thus saith the Lord, Behold, I will deliver this city into the hands of the Chaldeans, and into the hands of the king of Babylon, and they shall take it. And the Chaldeans that fight against this city shall come and set it on fire, and burn it, with the houses upon whose roofs they offered sacrifice to Baal, and poured out drink offerings to strange gods, to provoke me to wrath. For the children of Israel and the children of Judah have continually done evil in my eyes from their youth. The children of Israel, who even till now provoke me with the work of their hands, saith the Lord, for this city hath been to me a provocation and indignation from the day that they built it, until this day, in which it shall be taken out of my sight, because of all the evil of the children of Israel and of the children of Judah, which they have done, provoking me to wrath, they and their kings, their princes, and their priests, and their prophets, the men of Judah, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem. They have turned their backs to me, and not their faces, when I taught them early in the morning, and instructed them, and they would not hearken to receive instruction. And they have set their idols in the house in which my name is called upon, to defile it. And they have built the high places of Baal, which are in the valley of the son of Hinnom, to consecrate their sons and their daughters to Moloch, which I commanded them not, neither entered it into my heart, that they should do this abomination, and cause Judah to sin. And now therefore thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel, to this city whereof you say that it shall be delivered into the hands of the king of Babylon by the sword, and by famine, and by pestilence, behold, I will gather them together out of all the lands to which I have cast them out in my anger, and in my wrath, and in my great indignation, and I will bring them again into this place, and I will cause them to dwell securely, and they shall be my people, and I will be their God, and I will give them one heart and one way, that they may fear me all days, and that it may be well with them and with their children after them. And I will make an everlasting covenant with them, and will not cease to do them good, and I will give my fear in their heart, that they may not revolt from me. And I will rejoice over them when I shall do them good, and I will plant them in this land in truth with my whole heart, and with all my soul. For thus saith the Lord, as I have brought upon this people all this great evil, so will I bring upon them all the good that I now speak to them. And fields shall be purchased in this land, whereof you say that it is desolate, because there remaineth neither man nor beast, and it is given into the hands of the Chaldeans. Fields shall be bought for money, and deeds shall be written and sealed, and witnesses shall be taken in the land of Benjamin, and round about Jerusalem, in the cities of Judah, and in the cities in the mountains, and in the cities of the plains, and in the cities that are towards the south. For I will bring back their captivity, saith the Lord. And the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah the second time, while he was yet shut up in the court of the prison, saying, Thus saith the Lord, who will do and will form it and prepare it? The Lord is his name. Cry to me, and I will hear thee, and I will show thee great things, and sure things which thou knowest not. For thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel, to the houses of this city, and to the houses of the king of Judah, which are destroyed, and to the bulwarks, and to the sword of them that come to fight with the Chaldeans, and to fill them with the dead bodies of the men whom I have slain in my wrath and in my indignation, hiding my face from the city because of all their wickedness. Behold, I will close their wounds and give them health, and I will cure them, and I will reveal to them the prayer of peace and truth. And I will bring back the captivity of Judah and the captivity of Jerusalem, and I will build them as from the beginning, and I will cleanse them from all their iniquity whereby they have sinned against me, and I will forgive all their iniquities whereby they have sinned against me and despised me. And it shall be to me in a name. It shall be to me a name, and a joy, and a praise, and a gladness before all the nations of the earth, that shall hear of all the good things which I will do to them. And they shall fear and be troubled for all the good things, and for all the peace that I will make for them. Thus saith the Lord, there shall be heard again in this place which you say is desolate, because there is neither man nor beast in the cities of Judah and without Jerusalem, which are desolate, without man, and without inhabitant, and without beast. The voice of joy and the voice of gladness, the voice of the bridegroom, the voice of the bride, the voice of them that shall say, Give ye glory to the Lord of hosts, for the Lord is good, for his mercy endureth forever. And of them that shall bring their vows into the house of the Lord, for I will bring back the captivity of the land, as at the first, saith the Lord. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, there shall be again in this place that is desolate, without man and without beast, in all the cities thereof, an habitation of shepherds, causing their flocks to lie down. And in the cities in the mountains, and in the cities of the plains, and in the cities that are towards the south, and in the land of Benjamin, and round about Jerusalem, and in the cities of Judah, shall the flocks pass again under the hand of him that numbereth them. them, saith the Lord. Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that I will perform the good word that I have spoken to the house of Israel and to the house of Judah. In those days and at that time I will make the bud of justice to spring forth unto David, and he will do judgment and justice in the earth. In those days shall Judah be saved, and Jerusalem shall dwell securely. And this is the name that they shall call him, the Lord our just one. For thus saith the Lord, there shall not be cut off from David a man to sit upon the throne of the house of Israel. Neither shall there be cut off from the priests and Levites a man before my face to offer holocausts, and to burn sacrifices, and to kill victims continually. And the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah, saying, Thus saith the Lord, if my covenant with the day can be made void, and my covenant with the night, that there should not be day and night in their season, also my covenant with David my servant may be made void, that he should not have a son to reign upon his throne, and with the Levites and the priests my ministers. As the stars of heaven cannot be numbered, nor the sand of the sea be measured, so will I multiply the seed of David my servant, and the Levites my ministers. And the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah, saying, Hast thou not seen what this people hath spoken, saying, The two families which the Lord hath chosen are cast off, and they have despised my people, so that it is no more a nation before them? Thus saith the Lord, if I have not set my covenant between day and night, and laws to heaven and earth, surely I will also cast off the seed of Jacob and of David my servant, so as not to take any of his seed to be rulers of the seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. For I will bring back their captivity, and will have mercy on them. The word that came to Jeremiah from the Lord, when Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon and all his army and all the kingdoms of the earth that were under the power of his hand, and all the people fought against Jerusalem and against all the cities thereof, saying, Thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel, Go and speak to Zedekiah king of Judah, and say to him, Thus saith the Lord, Behold, I will deliver the city into the hands of the king of Babylon, and he shall burn it with fire, and thou shalt not escape out of his hand, but thou shalt surely be taken, and thou shalt be delivered into his hand. And thy eyes shall see the eyes of the king of Babylon, and his mouth shall speak with thy mouth, and thou shalt go to Babylon. Yet hear the word of the Lord, O Zedekiah king of Judah. Thus saith the Lord to thee, Thou shalt not die by the sword, but thou shalt die in peace, and according to the burnings of thy fathers and former kings that were before thee, so shall they burn thee. And they shall mourn for thee, saying, Alas, Lord, for I have spoken the word, saith the Lord. And Jeremiah the prophet spoke all these words to Zedekiah the king of Judah and Jerusalem. And the army of the king of Babylon fought against Jerusalem, and against all the cities of Judah that were left, against Lachish and against Azekah. For these remained of the cities of Judah, fenced cities. The word that came to Jeremiah from the Lord, after the king Zedekiah had made a covenant with all the people in Jerusalem, making a proclamation that every man should let his manservant and every man his maidservant, being a Hebrew man or a Hebrew woman, go free, and that they should not lord it over them, to wit, of the Jews their brethren. And all the princes and all the people who entered into the covenant heard that every man should let his manservant and every man his maidservant go free, and should no more have dominion over them. And they obeyed and let them go free. But afterwards they turned and brought back again the servants and their handmaids, whom they had let go free, and brought them into subjection as menservants and maidservants. And the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah from the Lord, the saying, Thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel, I made a covenant with your fathers in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage, saying, At the end of 7 years let ye go every man his brother, being a Hebrew who hath been sold to thee, so he shall serve thee 6 years, and thou shalt let him go free from thee. Your fathers did not hearken to me, nor did they incline their ear. And you turned today and did that which was right in my eyes, in proclaiming liberty every one to his brother. And you made a covenant in my sight in the house upon which my name is invocated. And you are fallen back, and have defiled my name. And you have brought back again every man his manservant, and every man his maidservant, whom you had let go free, and set at liberty, and you have brought them into subjection to be your servants and handmaids. Therefore thus saith the Lord, you have not hearkened to me, in proclaiming liberty every man to his brother, and every man to his friend. Behold, I proclaim a liberty for you, saith the Lord, to the sword, to the pestilence, and to the famine, and I will cause you to be removed to all the kingdoms of the earth. And I will give the men that have transgressed my covenant, and have not performed the words of the covenant, which they agreed to in my presence, when they cut the calf in two, and passed between the parts thereof. The princes of Judah and the princes of Jerusalem, the eunuchs and the priests, and all the people of the land that passed between the parts of the calf, And I will give them into the hands of their enemies, and into the hands of them that seek their life, and their dead bodies shall be for meat to the fowls of the air, and to the beasts of the field. And Zedekiah the king of Judah and his princes I will give into the hands of their enemies, and into the hands of them that seek their lives, and into the hands of the armies of the king of Babylon, which are gone from you. Behold, I will command, saith the Lord, and I will bring them again to this city, and they shall fight against it, and take it, and burn it with fire, and I will make the cities of Judah a desolation, without an inhabitant. The word that came to Jeremiah from the Lord in the days of Joachim the son of Josiah king of Judah, saying, Go to the house of the Rechabites, and speak to them, and bring them into the house of the Lord, into one of the chambers of the treasures, and thou shalt give them wine to drink. And I took Jezonias the son of Jeremiah, the son of Habsanias, and his brethren, and all his sons, and the whole house of the Rechabites, and I brought them into the house of the Lord, to the treasure house of the sons of Hanan, the son of Jegadelias, the man of God, which was by the treasure house of the princes, above the treasure of Masias, the son of Salum, who was keeper of the entry. And I set before the sons of the house of the Rechabites pots full of wine and cups, and I said to them, Drink ye wine? And they answered, We will not drink wine, because Jonadab the son of Rechab, our father, commanded us, saying, You shall not drink no wine, neither you nor your children forever. Neither shall ye build houses, nor sow seed, nor plant vineyards, nor have any. But you shall dwell in the tents all your days, and that you may live many days upon the face of the earth, in which you are strangers. Therefore we have obeyed the voice of Jonadab, the son of Rechab, our father, in all things that he commanded us, so as to drink no wine all our days, neither we, nor our wives, nor our sons, nor our daughters, nor to build houses to dwell in, nor to have vineyard, or field, or seed. But we have dwelt in tents, and have been obedient according to all that Jonadab our father commanded us. But when Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came up to our land, we said, Come, let us go into Jerusalem from the face of the army of the Chaldeans, and from the face of the army of Syria, and we have remained in Jerusalem. And the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah, saying, Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, Go, and say to the men of Judah, and to the inhabitants of Jerusalem, Will you not receive instruction to obey my word, saith the Lord? The words of Jonadab the son of Rechab, by which he commanded his sons not to drink wine, have prevailed, and they have drunk none to this day, because they have obeyed the commandment of their father. But I have spoken to you, rising early and speaking, and you have not obeyed me. And I have sent to you all my servants, the prophets, rising early, and sending and saying, Return ye every man from his wicked way, and make your ways good, and follow not strange gods, nor worship them. And you shall dwell in the land which I gave you and your fathers, and you have not inclined your ear, nor hearkened to me. So the sons of Jonadab the son of Rechab have constantly kept the commandment of their father, which he commanded them, but this people hath not obeyed me. Therefore thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, Behold, I will bring upon Judah and upon all the inhabitants of Jerusalem all the evil that I have pronounced against them, because I have spoken to them, and they have not heard. I have called to them, and they have not answered me. And Jeremiah said to the house of the Rechabites, Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, Because you have obeyed the commandment of Jonadab your father, and have kept all his precepts, and have done all that he commanded you, therefore thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, There shall not be wanting a man of the race of Jonadab the son of Rechab, standing before me forever. And it came to pass in the 4th year of Joachim the son of Josiah king of Judah, that this word came to Jeremiah by the Lord, saying, Take thee a roll of a book, and thou shalt write in it all the words that I have spoken to thee against Israel and Judah, and against all the nations from the day that I spoke to thee, from the days of Josiah even to this day. If so be, when the house of Judah shall hear all the evils that I propose to do unto them, that they may return every man from his wicked way, and I will forgive their iniquity and their sin. So Jeremiah called Baruch the son of Neriah, and Baruch wrote from the mouth of Jeremiah all the words of the Lord, which he spoke to him upon the roll of a book. And Jeremiah commanded Baruch, saying, I am shut up, and cannot go into the house of the Lord. Go thou in, therefore, and read out the volume, which thou hast written from my mouth, and the words of the Lord in the hearing of all the people, in the house of the Lord on the fasting day, and also thou shalt read them in the hearing of all Judah that come out of their cities. If so be they may present their supplication before the Lord, and may return every one from his wicked way. For great is the wrath and indignation which the Lord hath pronounced against this people. Baruch the son of Neriah did according to all that Jeremiah the prophet had commanded him. reading out of the volume the words of the Lord in the house of the Lord. And it came to pass in the 5th year of Joachim, the son of Josias king of Judah, in the 9th month, that they proclaimed a fast before the Lord to all the people in Jerusalem, and to all the people that were come together out of the cities of Judah to Jerusalem. And Baruch read out of the volume the words of Jeremiah in the house of the Lord, in the treasury of Gamarias, the son of Shaphan the scribe, in the upper court, in the entry of the new gate of the house of the Lord, in the hearing of all the people. And when Michias, the son of Gamarias, the son of Shaphan, had heard out of the book all the words of the Lord, he went down into the king's house to the secretary's chamber. And behold, all the princes sat there, Elisama the scribe, and Dalias, the son of Semias, and Elnathan, the son of Achbor, and Gamarias, the son of Shaphan, and Zedekias, the son of Hananias, and all the princes. And Micaias told them all the words that he had heard, when Baruch read out of the volume in the hearing of the people. Therefore all the princes sent Judi, the son of Nathanias, the son of Selmias, the son of Cusi, to Baruch, saying, Take in thy hand the volume in which thou hast read in the hearing of the people, and come. So Baruch the son of Nerius took the volume in his hand, and came to them. And they said to him, Sit down and read these things in our hearing. And Baruch read in their hearing. When they had heard all the words, they looked upon one another with astonishment. And they said to Baruch, We must tell the king all these words. And they asked him, saying, Tell us, how didst thou write all these words from his mouth? And Baruch said to them, With his mouth he pronounced all these words as if he were reading to me, and I wrote in a volume with ink. And the princes said to Baruch, Go and hide thee, both thou and Jeremiah, and let no man know where you are. And they went in to the king into the court. But they laid up the volume in the chamber of Elisama the scribe. And they took all the words in the hearing of the king. And the king sent Judi that he should take the volume, who, bringing it out of the chamber of Elisama the scribe, read it in the hearing of the king, and of all the princes that stood about the king. Now the king sat in the winter house in the 9th month, and there was a hearth before him full of burning coals. And when Judi had read 3 or 4 pages, he cut it with a penknife, and he cast it into the fire that was upon the hearth, till all the volume was consumed with fire that was on the earth. And the king and all his servants that heard all these words were not afraid, nor did they rend their garments. But yet Elnathan and Delias and Gamarias spoke to the king not to burn the book, and he heard them not. And the king commanded Jeremiel the son of Amalek, and Sarias the son of Ezriel, and Selemias the son of Abdil, to take up Baruch the scribe and Jeremiah the prophet. But the Lord hid them. And the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah the prophet after that the king had burnt the volume and the words that Baruch had written from the mouth of Jeremiah, saying, Take thee again another volume, and write in it all the former words that were in the first volume, which Joachim the king of Judah hath burnt. And thou shalt say to Joachim the king of Judah, Thus saith the Lord, Thou hast burnt that volume, saying, Why hast thou written therein, and said, The king of Babylon shall come speedily, and shall lay waste this land, and shall cause to cease from thence man and beast? Therefore thus saith the Lord against Joachim the king of Judah, He shall have none to sit upon the throne of David, and his dead body shall be cast out to the heat by the day, and to the frost by night. And I will punish him, and his seed and his servants for their iniquities, and I will bring upon them and upon the inhabitants of Jerusalem and upon the men of Judah all the evil that I have pronounced against them. But they have not heard. And Jeremiah took another volume and gave it to Baruch the son of Nerias the scribe, who wrote it from the mouth of Jeremiah all the words of the book which Joachim the king of Judah had burnt with fire. And there were added besides many more words than had been before. Now King Zedekias the son of Josias reigned instead of Jeconias the son of Joachim, whom Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon made king in the land of Judah. But neither he nor his servants nor the people of the land did obey the words of the Lord that he spoke in the hand of Jeremiah the prophet. And King Zedekiah sent Jucal the son of Selmias and Sophonius the son of Messias the priest to Jeremiah the prophet, saying, Pray to the Lord our God for us. Now Jeremiah walked freely in the midst of the people, for they had not as yet cast him into prison. And the army of Pharaoh was come out of Egypt, and the Chaldeans that besieged Jerusalem, hearing these tidings, departed from Jerusalem. And the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah the prophet, saying, Thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel, Thus shall you say to the king of Judah, who sent you to inquire of me, Behold, the army of Pharaoh, which has come forth to help you, shall return into their own land, into Egypt. The Chaldeans shall come again and fight against the city, and take it, and burn it with fire. Thus saith the Lord, Deceive not your souls, saying, The Chaldeans shall surely depart and go away from us. For they shall not go away. But if you should even beat all the army of the Chaldeans that fight against you, and there should be left of them some wounded men, they shall rise up every man from his tent, and burn the city with fire. Now when the army of the Chaldeans was gone away from Jerusalem because of Pharaoh's army, Jeremiah went forth out of Jerusalem to go into the land of Benjamin, and to divide a possession there in the presence of the enemies of the citizens. And when he was come to the gate of Benjamin, the captain of the gate, who was there in his turn, was one named Jarias, the son of Selemias, the son of Hananias. And he took hold of Jeremiah the prophet, saying, Thou art fleeing to the Chaldeans. And Jeremiah answered, It is not so, I am fleeing to the Chaldeans. But he hearkened not to him. So Jarias took Jeremiah and brought him to the princes. Wherefore the princes were angry with Jeremiah, and they beat him, and cast him into the prison that was in the house of Jonathan the scribe, for he was chief over the prison. So Jeremiah went into the house of the prison, and into the dungeon, and Jeremiah remained there many days. And Zedekiah the king sending took him, and asked him secretly in his house, and said, Is there, thinkest thou, any word from the Lord? And Jeremiah said, There is. And he said, Thou shalt be delivered into the hands of the king of Babylon. And Jeremiah said to King Zedekiah, In what have I offended against thee, or thy servants, or thy people, that thou hast cast me into prison? Where are your prophets that prophesied to you, and said, The king of Babylon shall not come against you and against the land? Now therefore hear, I beseech thee, my lord the king. Let my petition be accepted in thy sight, and send me not back into the house of Jonathan the scribe, lest I die there. Then King Zedekiah commanded that Jeremiah should be committed into the entry of the prison, that they should give him daily a piece of bread, beside broth, till all the bread in the city were spent. Jeremiah remained in the entry of the prison. Now Saphatius the son of Mathan, and Gedaliah the son of Phasur, and Jucal the son of Selemias, and Phasur the son of Malachias, heard the words that Jeremiah spoke to all the people, saying, Thus saith the Lord, Whosoever shall remain in this city shall die by the sword, and by famine, and by pestilence. But he that shall go forth to the Chaldeans shall live, and his life shall be safe, and he shall live. Thus saith the Lord, This city shall surely be delivered into the hand of the army of the king of Babylon, and he shall take it. And the princes said to the king, We beseech thee that this man may be put to death, for on purpose he weakeneth the hands of the men of war that remain in the city, and the hands of the people, speaking to them according to these words. For this man seeketh not peace to this people, but evil. And King Zedekiah said, Behold, he is in your hands, for it is not lawful for the king to deny you anything. Then they took Jeremiah and cast him into the dungeon of Melchias the son of Amalek, which was in the city of the prison. And they let down Jeremiah by ropes into the dungeon, wherein there was no water but mire. Jeremiah sunk into the mire. Now Abdemelech the Ethiopian, a eunuch that was in the king's house, heard that they had put Jeremiah in the dungeon, but the king was sitting in the gate of Benjamin. And Abdemelech went out of the king's house and spoke to the king, saying, My lord the king, these men have done evil in all that they have done against Jeremiah the prophet, casting him into the dungeon to die there with hunger, for there was no more bread in the city. Then the king commanded Abdemelech the Ethiopian, saying, Take from thence 30 men with thee, and draw up Jeremiah the prophet out of the dungeon before he die. So Abdemelech, taking the men with him, went into the king's house that was under the storehouse, and he took from thence old rags and old rotten things, and he let them down by cords to Jeremiah into the dungeon. And Abdemelech the Ethiopian said to Jeremiah, Put these old rags and these rent and rotten things under thy arms, and upon the cords. And Jeremiah did so. And they drew up Jeremiah with the cords, and brought him forth out of the dungeon. And Jeremiah remained in the entry of the prison. And King Zedekiah sent, and took Jeremiah the prophet to him, to the third gate that was in the house of the Lord. And the king said to Jeremiah, I will ask thee a thing, hide nothing from me. And Jeremiah said to Zedekiah, If I shall declare it to thee, wilt thou not put me to death? And if I give thee counsel, thou wilt not hearken to me. Then King Zedekiah swore to Jeremiah in private, saying, As the Lord liveth and made us this soul, I will not put thee to death, nor will I deliver thee into the hands of these men that seek thy life. Jeremiah said to Zedekiah, Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, if thou wilt take a resolution and go out to the princes of the king of Babylon, thy soul shall live, and this city shall not be burnt with fire, and thou shalt be safe in thy house. But if thou wilt not go out to the princes of the king of Babylon, this city shall be delivered into the hands of the Chaldeans, and they shall burn it with fire, and thou shalt not escape out of their hands. And King Zedekiah said to Jeremiah, I am afraid because of the Jews that are fled over to the Chaldeans, lest I should be delivered into their hands, and they should abuse me. But Jeremiah answered, They shall not deliver thee. Hearken, I beseech thee, to the word of the Lord, which I speak to thee, and it shall be well with thee, and thy soul shall live. But if thou wilt not go forth, this is the word which the Lord hath shown me. Behold, all the women that are left in the house of the king of Judah shall be brought out to the prince of the king of Babylon, and they shall say, Thy men of peace have deceived thee, and have prevailed against thee. They have plunged thy feet in the mire and in a slippery place, and they have departed from thee. And all thy wives and thy children shall be brought out to the Chaldeans, and thou shalt not escape their hands, but thou shalt be taken by the hand of the king of Babylon, and he shall burn this city with fire. Then Zedekiah said to Jeremiah, Let no man know these words, and thou shalt not die. But if the princes shall hear that I have spoken with thee, and shall come to thee, and they say to thee, Tell us what thou hast said to the king, hide it not from us, and we will not kill thee. And also what the king said to thee, thou shalt say to them, I presented my supplication before the king, that he would not command me to be carried back into the house of Jonathan, to die there. So all the princes came to Jeremiah and asked him, and he spoke to them according to all the words that the king had commanded him. And they left him, for nothing had been heard. But Jeremiah remained in the entry of the prison until the day that Jerusalem was taken. And it came to pass that Jerusalem was taken. In the 9th year of Zedekiah king of Judah, in the 10th month, came Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon and all his army to Jerusalem, and they besieged it. And in the 11th year of Zedekiah, in the 4th month, the 5th day of the month, the city was opened, and all the princes of the king of Babylon came in, and sat in the middle gate. Neregel, Sareser, Semegarnabu, Sarasakim, Rabserez, Neregel, Sarezer, Rebmag, and all the rest of the princes of the king of Babylon. And when Zedekiah the king of Judah and all the men of war saw them, they fled. And they went forth in the night out of the city by the way of the king's garden, and by the gate that was between the two walls, and they went out to the way of the desert. But the army of the Chaldeans pursued after them, and they took Zedekiah in the plain of the desert of Jericho. And when they had taken him, they brought him to Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon to Reblatha, which is in the land of Amath, and he gave judgment upon him. And the king of Babylon slew the sons of Zedekiah in Reblatha before his eyes. And the king of Babylon slew all the nobles of Judah. He also put out the eyes of Zedekiah and bound him with fetters, to be carried to Babylon. And the Chaldeans burnt the king's house, and the houses of the people with fire, and they threw down the wall of Jerusalem, and Nebuzaradan, the general of the army, carried away captive to Babylon the remnant of the people that remained in the city, and the fugitives that had gone over to him, and the rest of the people that remained. But Nebuzaradan, the general, left some of the poor people that had nothing at all in the land of Judah, and he gave them vineyards and cisterns at that time. Now Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, had given charge to Nebuzaradan, the general, concerning Jeremiah, saying, Take him, and set thy eyes upon him, and do him no harm. But as he hath a mind, so do with him. Therefore Nebuzaradan the general sent to Nabusesban and Rabsaras, and Neregel, and Sareser, and Rebmag, and all the nobles of the kingdom of Babylon, sent and took Jeremiah out of the court of the prison, and committed him to Codolius the son of Ahikam, the son of Shaphan, that he might go home and dwell among the people. But the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah when he was yet shut up in the court of the prison, saying, Go and tell Abimelech the Ethiopian, saying, Thus saith the Lord of hosts and the God of Israel, Behold, I will bring my words upon this city unto evil, and not unto good, and they shall be accomplished in thy sight in that day. And I will deliver thee in that day, saith the Lord, and thou shalt not be given into the hands of the men whom thou fearest. But delivering I will deliver thee, and thou shalt not fall by the sword, but thy life shall be saved for thee, because thou hast passed hast put thy trust in me, saith the Lord. The word that came to Jeremiah from the Lord after that Nebuzaradan the general had let him go from Ramah, when he had taken him, being bound with chains, among all them that were carried away from Jerusalem and Judah, and were carried to Babylon. And the general of the army, taking Jeremiah, said to him, The Lord thy God hath pronounced this evil upon this place, and he hath brought it. And the Lord hath done as he hath said, because you have sinned against the Lord, and have not hearkened to his voice. And this word is come upon you. Now then, behold, I have loosed thee this day from the chains which were upon thy hands. If it please thee to come with me to Babylon, come, and I will set my eyes upon thee. But if it do not please thee to come with me to Babylon, stay here. Behold, all the land is before thee, as thou shalt choose, and whither it shall please thee to go, thither go, and come not with me, but dwell with Godolias, the son of Ahikam, the son of Shaphan, whom the king of Babylon hath made governor over the cities of Judah. Dwell therefore with him in the midst of the people, or whithersoever it shall please thee to go, go. And the general of the army gave him victuals and presents, and let him go. And Jeremiah went to Godolias, the son of Ahikam, to Masphath, and dwelt with him in the midst of the people that were left in the land. And when all the captains of the army that were scattered through the countries, they and their companions, had heard that the king of Babylon had made Godolias the son of Ahikam governor of the country, and that he had committed unto him men and women and children, and of the poor of the land, them that had not been carried away captive to Babylon, they came to Godolias to Masphath, and Ismael the son of Nathanias, and Johanan, and Jonathan the sons of Kari, and Sareas the son of Thanehumeth, the children of Ophi, and were of Netophathi, and Jezonias the son of Makati, they and their men. And Godolias the son of Ahikam, the son of Shaphan, swore to them, to the companions, saying, Fear not to serve the Chaldeans. Dwell in the land, and serve the king of Babylon, and it shall be well with you. Behold, I dwell in Masphath, that I may answer the commandment of the Chaldeans that are sent to us. But as for you, gather ye the vintage and the harvest and the oil, and lay it up in your vessels, and abide in your cities which you hold. Moreover, all the Jews that were in Moab, and among the children of Ammon, and in Edom, and in all the countries, when they heard that the king of Babylon had left a remnant in Judea, and that he had made Godolias the son of Ahikam, the son of Shaphan, ruler over them, all the Jews, I say, returned out of all the places to which they had fled. And they came into the land of Judea to Godolias to Masphath, and they gathered wine and a very great harvest. And Johanan the son of Kari, and all the captains of the army that had been scattered about in the countries, came to Godolias to Masphath. And they said to him, Know that Baalis, the king of the children of Ammon, hath sent Ismael the son of Nathanias to kill thee. And Godolias the son of Ahikam believed them not. But Jonathan the son of Kari spoke to Godolias privately in Masphath, saying, I will go, and I will kill Ismael the son of Nathanias, and no man shall know it, lest he kill thee, and all the Jews be scattered, that are gathered unto thee, and the remnant of Judah perish. And Godolias the son of Ahikam said to Johanan the son of Kares, Do not this thing, for what thou sayest of Ismael is false. And it came to pass in the 7th month that Ismael the son of Nathanias the son of Elisama of royal blood, and the nobles of the king, and 10 men with him, came to Godolias the son of Ahikam into Masphath. And they ate bread there together in Masphath. And Ismael the son of Nathanias arose, and the 10 men that were with him, and they struck Godolias the son of Ahikam, the son of Shaphan, with the sword, and slew him, whom the king of Babylon had made governor over the land. Ismael slew also all the Jews that were with Godolias in Masphath, and the Chaldeans that were found there, and the soldiers. On the 2nd day after he had killed Godolias, no man yet knowing it, there came some from Sychem, from Silo, and from Samaria, 80 men with their beards shaven, and their clothes rent in mourning, and they had offerings and incense in their hand to offer in the house of the Lord. And Ismael the son of Nathanias went forth from Masphath to meet them, weeping all along as he went. And when he had met them, he said to them, Come to Godolias the son of Ahikam. And when they were come to the midst of the city, Ismael the son of Nathanias slew them, and cast them into the midst of the pit, he and the men that were with him. But 10 men were found among them that said to Ismael, Kill us not, for we have stores in the field of wheat and barley and oil and honey. And he forbore, and slew them not with their brethren. The pit into which Ismael cast all the dead bodies of the men whom he slew because of Goliath is the same that King Asa made. For fear of Baasa the king of Israel, the same did Ismael the son of Nathanias fill with them that were slain. Then Ismael carried away captive all the remnant of the people that were in Masphah, the king's daughters, and all the people that remained in Masphah, whom Nebuzaradan the general of the army had committed to Goliath the son of Ahikam. And Ismael the son of Nathanias took them, and he departed to go over to the children of Ammon. But Johanan the son of Kari and all the captains of the fighting men that were with him heard of the evil that Ismael the son of Nathanias had done, and taking all the men they went out to fight against Ismael the son of Nathanias, and they found him by the great waters that are in Gabaon. And when all the people that were with Ismael had seen Johanan the son of Kari and all the captains of the fighting men that were with him, they rejoiced. And all the people whom Ismael had taken went back to Masphah. They returned and went to Johanan the son of Kari. But Ismael the son of Nathanias fled with 8 men from the face of Johanan and went to the children of Ammon. Then Johanan the son of Kari and all the captains of the soldiers that were with him took all the remnant of the people whom they had recovered from Ismael the son of Nathanias from Masphah, after that he had slain Goliath the son of Ahikam, valiant men for war, and the women and the children and the eunuchs, whom he had brought back from Gabaon. And they departed and sat as sojourners in Kaman, which is near Bethlehem, in order to go forward and enter into Egypt, from the face of the Chaldeans, for they were afraid of them, because Ismael the son of Nathanias had slain Goliath the son of Ahikam, whom the king of Babylon had made governor in the land of Judah. Then all the captains of the warriors, and Johanan the son of Kari, and Jezanias the son of Osias, and the rest of the people from the least to the greatest came near. And they said to Jeremiah the prophet, Let our supplication fall before thee, and pray thou for us to the Lord thy God for all this remnant, for we are left but a few of many, as thy eyes do behold us. And let the Lord thy God show us the way by which we may walk, and the thing that we must do. And Jeremiah the prophet said to them, I have heard you. Behold, I will pray to the Lord your God according to your words. And whatsoever thing he shall answer me, I will declare it to you, and I will hide nothing from you. And they said to Jeremiah, The Lord be witness between us of truth and faithfulness, if we do not according to everything for which the Lord thy God shall send thee to us. Whether it be good or evil, we will obey the voice of the Lord our God, to whom he send thee, that it may be well with us when we shall hearken to the voice of the Lord our God. Now after 10 days the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah, and he called Johanan the son of Kari, and all the captains of the fighting men that were with him, and all the people from the least to the greatest. And he said to them, Thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel, to whom you sent me, to present your supplications before him. If you will be quiet and remain in this land, I will build you up and not pull you down. I will plant you and not pluck you up. For now I am appeased for the evil that I have done to you. Fear not because of the king of Babylon, in whom you are greatly afraid. Fear him not, saith the Lord, for I am with you to save you, and to deliver you from his hand. And I will show mercies to you, and I will take pity on you, and will cause you to dwell in your own land. But if you say, We will not dwell in this land, neither will we hearken to the voice of the Lord our God, saying, No, but we will go into the land of Egypt, where we shall see no war, nor hear the sound of the trumpet, nor suffer hunger, and there we will dwell. For this now hear the word of the Lord, ye remnant of Judah. Thus saith the Lord of hosts and God of Israel, If you set your faces to go into Egypt, and enter in to dwell there, the sword which you fear shall overtake you there in the land of Egypt, and the famine whereof you are afraid shall cleave to you in Egypt. And there you shall die, and all the men that set their faces to go into Egypt to dwell there shall die by the sword, and by famine, and by pestilence. None of them shall remain, nor escape from the face of the evil that I will bring upon them. For thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, As my anger and my indignation hath been kindled against the inhabitants of Jerusalem, so shall my indignation be kindled against you, when you shall enter into Egypt, and you shall be an execration, and an astonishment, and a curse, and a reproach, and you shall see this place no more. This is the word of the Lord concerning you, O ye remnant of Judah. Go ye not into Egypt, know certainly that I have adjured you this day. For you have deceived your own souls. For you sent me to the Lord your God, saying, Pray for us to the Lord our God, and according to all that the Lord our God shall say to thee, so declare unto us, and we will do it. And now I have declared it to you this day, and you have not obeyed the voice of the Lord your God, with regard to all the things for which he hath sent me to you. Now therefore, now certainly that you shall die by the sword, and by famine, and by pestilence in the place to which you desire to go to dwell there. And it came to pass that when Jeremiah had made an end of speaking to the people all the words of the Lord their God, for which the Lord their God had sent him to them, all these words, Azarias the son of Osias, and Johanan the son of Kari, and all the proud men made answer, saying to Jeremiah, Thou tellest a lie. The Lord our God hath not sent thee, saying, Go not into Egypt to dwell there. But Baruch the son of Neriah setteth thee on against us, to deliver us into the hands of the Chaldeans, to kill us, and to cause us to be carried away captives to Babylon. So Johanan the son of Kari, and all the captains of the soldiers, and all the people, obeyed not the voice of the Lord, to remain in the land of Judah. But Johanan the son of Kari, and all the captains of the soldiers, took all the remnant of Judah that were returned out of all the nations to which they had been scattered, to dwell in the land of Judah, men and women and children, and the king's daughters, and every soul which Nebuzaradan the general had left, with Godolias the son of Ahikam the son of Shaphan, and Jeremiah the prophet, and Baruch the son of Neriah. And they went into the land of Egypt, for they obeyed not the voice of the Lord, and they came as far as Taphnes. And the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah and Taphnes, saying, Take great stones in thy hand, and thou shalt hide them in the vault that is under the brick wall at the gate of Pharaoh's house in Taphnes, in the sight of the men of Judah. And thou shalt say to them, Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, Behold, I will send and take Nebuchadnezzar the king of Babylon my servant, and I will set his throne over these stones which I have hid, and he shall set his throne over them, and he shall come and strike the land of Egypt, such as are for death to death, such as are for captivity to captivity, such as are for the sword to the sword. And he shall kindle a fire in the temples of the gods of Egypt, and he shall burn them, and he shall carry them away captives, and he shall array himself for the land of Egypt, as a shepherd putteth on his garment, and he shall go forth from thence in peace. And he shall break the statues of the house of the sun that are in the land of Egypt, and the temples of the gods of Egypt he will burn. He shall burn with fire. The word that came to Jeremiah concerning all the Jews that dwelt in the land of Egypt, dwelling in Magdal, and in Taphnes, and in Memphis, and in the land of Phaturez, saying, Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, You have seen all this evil that I have brought upon Jerusalem, and upon all the cities of Judah, and behold, they are desolate this day, and there is not an inhabitant in them, because of the wickedness which they have committed, to provoke me to wrath, and to go and offer sacrifice, and worship other gods, which neither they nor you nor your fathers knew. And I send to you all my servants and prophets, rising early, and sending and saying, Do not commit this abominable thing which I hate. But they heard not, nor inclined their ear to turn from their evil ways, and not to sacrifice to strange gods. Wherefore my indignation and my fury was poured forth, and was kindled in the cities of Judah, and in the streets of Jerusalem, and they are turned to desolation and waste, as at this day. Now thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, Why do you commit this great evil against your own souls, that there should die of you man and woman, child and suckling, out of the midst of Judah, and no remnant should be left you? And that you provoke me to wrath with the works of your hands by sacrificing to other gods in the land of Egypt, into which you are come to dwell there, and that you should perish and be a curse and a reproach to all the nations of the earth? Have you forgotten the evils of your fathers, and the evils of the kings of Judah, and the evils of their wives, and your evils, and the evils of your wives that they have done in the land of Judah, in the streets of Jerusalem? They are not cleansed even to this day, neither have they feared nor walked in the law of the Lord, nor in my commandments which I set before you and your fathers. Therefore thus said the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, Behold, I will set my face upon you for evil, and I will destroy all Judah, and I will take the remnant of Judah that have set their faces to go into the land of Egypt, and to dwell there, and they shall be all consumed in the land of Egypt, and they shall fall by the sword and by the famine, and they shall be consumed, from the least even to the greatest, by the sword and by the famine shall they die, and they shall be for an execration, and for a wonder, and for a curse, and for a reproach, and I will visit them that dwell in the land of Egypt, as I have visited Jerusalem by the sword, and by famine, and by pestilence. And there shall be none that shall escape and remain of the remnant of the Jews that are gone to sojourn in the land of Egypt, and that shall return into the land of Judah, to which they have a desire to return to dwell there. There shall none return but they that shall flee. Then all the men that knew that their wives sacrificed to other gods, and all the women of whom there stood by a great multitude, and all the people of them that dwelt in the land of Egypt and Phaturus, answered Jeremiah, saying, As for the word which thou hast spoken to us in the name of the Lord, we will not hearken to thee. But we will certainly do every word that shall proceed out of our own mouth, to sacrifice to the Queen of heaven, and to pour out drink offerings to her, as we and our fathers have done, our kings and our princes in the cities of Judah and in the streets of Jerusalem. And we were filled with bread, and it will well with us, and we saw no evil. But since we left off to offer sacrifice to the Queen of heaven, and to pour out drink offerings to her, we have wanted all things, and have been consumed by the sword and by famine. And if we offer sacrifice to the Queen of heaven, and pour out drink offerings to her, did we make cakes to worship her, to pour out drink offerings to her without our husbands? And Jeremiah spoke to all the people, to the men, and to the women, and to all the people which had given him that answer, saying, Was it not the sacrifice that you offered in the cities of Judah and in the streets of Jerusalem, you and sour fathers, your kings and your princes, and the people of the land, which the Lord hath remembered? And hath it not entered into his heart, so that the Lord could no longer bear because of the evil of your doings, and because of the abominations which you have committed? Therefore your land is become a desolation, and an astonishment, and a curse, without an inhabitant, as at this day, because you have sacrificed to idols, and have sinned against the Lord, and have not obeyed the voice of the Lord, and have not walked in his law, and in his commandments, and in his testimonies. Therefore all these evils come upon you, as at this day. And Jeremiah said to all the people and to all the women, Hear ye the word of the Lord, all Judah, you that dwell in the land of Egypt. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, saying, You and your wives have spoken with your mouth, and fulfilled with your hands, saying, Let us perform our vows which we have made, to offer sacrifice to the Queen of heaven, and to pour out drink offerings to her. You have fulfilled your vows, and have performed them indeed. Therefore hear ye the word of the Lord, all Judah, you that dwell in the land of Egypt. Behold, I have sworn by my great name, saith the Lord, that my name shall no more be named in the mouth of any man of Judah in the land of Egypt, saying, The Lord God liveth. Behold, I will watch over them for evil and not for good. And all the men of Judah that are in the land of Egypt shall be consumed by the sword and by famine, till there be an end of them. And the few men that shall flee from the sword shall return out of the land of Egypt into the land of Judah, and all the remnant of Judah that are gone into the land of Egypt to dwell there shall know whose word shall stand, mine or theirs. And this shall be a sign to you, saith the Lord, that I will punish you in this place, that you may know that my word shall be accomplished indeed against you for evil. Thus saith the Lord, Behold, I will deliver Pharaoh, a free king of Egypt, into the hand of his enemies, and into the hand of them that seek his life, as I delivered Zedekiah king of Judah into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar the king of Babylon, his enemy, and that sought his life. And the word of Jeremiah the prophet spoke to Baruch the son of Neriah, when he had written these words in a book, out of the mouth of Jeremiah in the 4th year of Joachim the son of Josiah king of Judah, saying, Thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel, to thee, Baruch, Thou hast said, Woe is me, wretch that I am, for the Lord hath added sorrow to my sorrow. I am wearied with my groans, and I find no rest. Thus saith the Lord, Thus shall thou say to him, Behold, them whom I have built I do destroy, and them who I have planted I do pluck up in all this land. And dost thou seek great things for thyself? Seek not, for behold, I will bring evil upon all flesh, saith the Lord, but I will give thee thy life, and save thee in all places whithersoever thou shalt go. The word of the Lord that came to Jeremiah the prophet against the Gentiles, against Egypt, against the army of Pharaoh, Necho king of Egypt, which was by the river Euphrates, and Carachmis, whom Nebuchadnezzar the king of Babylon defeated in the 4th year of Joachim the son of Josiah king of Judah. Prepare ye the shield and buckler, and go forth to battle. Harness the horses, and get up, ye horsemen. Stand forth with helmets, furbish the spears, put on coats of mail. What then? I have seen them dismayed, and turning their backs, their valiant ones slain. They fled apace, and they looked not back. Terror was round about, saith the Lord. Let not the swift flee away, nor the strong think to escape. They are overthrown and fallen down towards the north by the river Euphrates. Who is this that cometh up as a flood, and his streams swell like those of rivers? Egypt riseth up like a flood, and the waves thereof shall be moved as rivers. And he shall say, I will go up and will cover the earth. I will destroy the city and its inhabitants. Get ye up on horses, and glory in chariots. And let the valiant men come forth, the Ethiopians and the Libyans, that hold the shield, and the Lydians that take and shoot arrows. For this is the day of the Lord, the God of hosts, a day of vengeance, that he may revenge himself of his enemies. The sword shall devour, and shall be filled, and shall be drunk with their blood. For there is a sacrifice of the Lord God of hosts in the north country by the river Euphrates. Go up into Galad, and take balm, O virgin daughter of Egypt. In vain dost thou multiply medicines, there shall be no cure for thee. The nations have heard of thy disgrace, and thy howling hath filled the land. For the strong hath stumbled against the strong, and both are fallen together. The word that the Lord spoke to Jeremiah the prophet, how Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon should come and strike the land of Egypt. Declare ye to Egypt, and publish it in Magdal, and let it be known in Memphis and in Tahpanhes. Say ye, stand up and prepare thyself, for the sword shall devour all round about thee. Why are thy valiant men come to nothing? They stood not, because the Lord hath overthrown them. He hath multiplied them that fall, and one hath fallen upon another, and they shall say, Arise, and let us return to our own people, and to the land of our nativity from the sword of the dove. Call ye the name of Pharaoh king of Egypt, a tumult time hath brought. As I live, saith the king, whose name is the Lord of hosts, as Tabor is among the mountains, and as Carmel by the sea, so shall he come. Furnish thyself to go into captivity, thou daughter, inhabitant of Egypt, for Memphis shall be made desolate, and shall be forsaken and uninhabited. Egypt is like a fair and beautiful heifer. There shall come from the north one that shall goad her. Her hirelings also that lived in the midst of her, like fatted calves, are turned back, and are fled away together, and they could not stand, for the day of their slaughter is come upon them, in the time of their visitation. Her voice shall sound like brass, for they shall hasten with an army, and with axes they shall come against her, as hewers of wood. They have cut down her forests, saith the Lord, which cannot be counted. They are multiplied above locusts, and are without number. The daughter of Egypt is confounded and delivered into the hand of the people of the north. The Lord of the hosts, the God of Israel, hath said, Behold, I will visit upon the tumult of Alexandria, and upon Pharaoh, and upon Egypt, and upon her gods, and upon her kings, and upon Pharaoh, and upon them that trust in him. And I will deliver them into the hand of them that seek their lives, and into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon, and into the hand of his servants. And afterwards it shall be inhabited as in the days of old, saith the Lord. And thou, my servant Jacob, fear not, and be not thou dismayed, O Israel. For behold, I will save thee from afar off, and thy seed out of the land of thy captivity, and Jacob shall return and be at rest and prosper, and there shall be none to terrify him. And thou, my servant Jacob, fear not, saith the Lord, because I am with thee, for I will consume all the nations to which I have cast thee out. But thee I will not consume, but I will correct thee in judgment, neither will I spare thee as if thou wert innocent. The word of the Lord that came to Jeremiah the prophet against the people of Palestine before Pharaoh took Gaza. Thus saith the Lord, Behold, there come up waters out of the north, and they shall be as an overflowing torrent, and they shall cover the land and all that is therein, and the city and the inhabitants thereof. Then the man shall cry, and all the inhabitants of the land shall howl, at the noise of the marching of arms, and of his soldiers, at the rushing of his chariots, and the multitude of his wheels. The fathers have not looked back to the children for feebleness of hands, because of the coming of the day in which all the Philistines shall be laid waste, and Tyre and Sidon shall be destroyed with all the rest of their helpers. For the Lord hath wasted the Philistines, the remnant of the isle of Cappadocia. Baldness is come upon Gaza. Askelon hath held her peace with the remnant of their valley. How long shalt thou cut thyself? O thou sword of the Lord, how long wilt thou not be quiet? Go into thy scabbard, rest, and be still. How shall it be quiet when the Lord hath given it a charge against Askelon, and against the countries thereof by the seaside, and there hath made an appointment for it? Against Moab thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, Woe to Nebo, for it is laid waste and confounded. Kiriathaim is taken, the strong city is confounded, and hath trembled. There is no more rejoicing in Moab over Hesebon. They have devised evil. Come, and let us cut it off from being a nation. Therefore shalt thou in silence hold thy peace, and the sword shall follow thee. A voice of crying from Oronaim, waste and great destruction. Moab is destroyed. Proclaim a cry for her little ones. For by the ascent of Luith shall the mourner go up with weeping. For in the descent of Oronaim the enemies have heard a howling of destruction. Flee, save your lives, and be as heath in the wilderness. For because thou hast trusted in thy bulwarks, and in thy treasures thou hast shaken, be taken, and Carmel shall go into captivity. his priests and his princes together. And the spoiler shall come upon every city, and no city shall escape. And the valleys shall perish, and the plains shall be destroyed. For the Lord hath spoken. Give a flower to Moab, for in its flower it shall go out, and the cities thereof shall be desolate and uninhabited. Cursed be he that doth the work of the Lord deceitfully, and cursed be he that withholdeth his sword from blood. Moab hath been fruitful from his youth, and hath rested upon his lies, and hath not been poured out from vessel to vessel, nor hath gone into captivity. Therefore his taste hath remained in him, and his scent is not changed. Therefore behold, the days come, saith the Lord, and I will send him men that shall order and overturn his bottles, and they shall cast him down, and shall empty his vessels, and break their bottles one against another. Moab shall be ashamed of Carmel, as the house of Israel was ashamed of Bethel, in which they trusted. How do you say, we are valiant and stout men in battle? Moab is laid waste, and they have cast down the cities, and her choice young men are gone down to the slaughter, saith the King, whose name is the Lord of hosts. The destruction of Moab is near to come, and the calamity thereof shall come on exceedingly swiftly. Comfort him, all you that are round about him, and all you that know his name, say, How is the strong staff broken, the beautiful rod? Come down from thy glory, and sit in thirst, O dwelling of the daughter of Dibon, because the spoiler of Moab is come up to thee, and he hath destroyed thy bulwarks. Stand in the way, and look out, O habitation of Aurora. Inquire of him that fleeth, and say to him that hath escaped, What is done? Moab is confounded, because he is overthrown. Howl ye and cry, tell ye it in Arnon that Moab is wasted. And judgment is come upon the plain country, upon Helon, upon Jaza, and upon Mephath, and upon Dibon, and upon Nabal, and upon the house of Diblathaim, and upon Karathaim, and upon Beth-Gamul, and upon Beth-Maon, and upon Kerioth, and upon Bozrah, and upon all the cities of the land of Moab far or near. The horn of Moab is cut off, and his arm is broken, saith the Lord. Make him drunk, because he lifted up himself against the Lord, and Moab shall dash his hand in his own vomit, and he also shall be in derision. For Israel hath been a derision unto thee, as though thou hast found him amongst thieves. For thy words therefore which thou hast spoken against him, thou shalt be led away captive. Leave the cities and dwell in the rock, you that dwell in Moab, and be ye like the dove that maketh her nest in the mouth of the hole, the highest place. We have heard the pride of Moab. He is exceedingly proud, his haughtiness and his arrogancy and his pride, and the loftiness of his heart. I know, saith the Lord, his boasting, and that the strength thereof is not according to it, neither hath it endeavored to do according as it was able. Therefore will I lament for Moab, and I will cry out to all Moab, for the men of the brick wall that mourn. O vineyard of Sabama, I will weep for thee with the mourning of Jazer. Thy branches are gone over the sea, they are come even to the sea of Jazer. The robber hath rushed in upon thy harvest and thy vintage. Joy and gladness is taken away from Carmel and from the land of Moab, and I will have taken away the wine out of the presses. The treader of the grapes shall not sing the accustomed cheerful tune. From the cry of Hesebon even to Alil, and to Jaza they have uttered their voice. From Segor to Oronaim, as a heifer of 3 years old. The waters also of Nemrim shall be very bad. And I will take away from Moab, saith the Lord, him that offereth in the high places, and that sacrificeth to his gods. Therefore my heart shall be sound for Moab like pipes. My heart a sound like pipes for the men of the brick of the wall, because he hath done more than he could. Therefore they have perished, for every head shall be bald, and every beard shall be shaven. All hands shall be tied together, and upon every back there shall be haircloth. Upon all the housetops of Moab, and in the streets thereof, general mourning, because I have broken Moab as an useless vessel, saith the Lord. How is it overthrown, and they have howled? How hath Moab bowed down the neck, and it is confounded? And Moab shall be a derision, an example to all round about him. Thus saith the Lord, Behold, he shall fly as an eagle, shall stretch forth his wings to Moab. Kerioth is taken, and the strongholds are won. And the heart of the valiant men of Moab in that day shall be as the heart of a woman in labor. And Moab shall cease to be a people, because he hath gloried against the Lord. Fear and the pit and the snare come upon thee, O inhabitant of Moab, saith the Lord. He that shall flee from the fear shall fall into the pit. He that shall get up out of the pit shall be taken in the snare. For I will bring upon Moab the year of their visitation, saith the Lord. They that fled from the snare stood in the shadow of Hezeboth. But there came a fire out of Hezebon, and a flame out of the midst of Sihon, and it shall devour part of Moab, and the crown of the head of the children of tumult. Woe to thee, Moab, thou hast perished, O people of Chamos, for thy sons and thy daughters are taken captives. And I will bring back the captivity of Moab in the last days, saith the Lord. Hitherto the judgments of Moab. Against the children of Ammon, thus saith the Lord, hath Israel no sons, or hath he no heir? Why then hath Melcom inherited Gad, and his people dwelt in his cities? Therefore, behold, the days come, saith the Lord, and I will cause the noise of war to be heard in Rabbath of the children of Ammon, and it shall be destroyed into a heap, and her daughters shall be burnt with fire. And Israel shall possess them that have possessed him, saith the Lord. Howl, O Hesebon, for Hai is wasted. Cry, ye daughters of Rabbath, gird yourselves with haircloth. Mourn and go about by the hedges, for Melcom shall be carried into captivity, his priests and his princes together. Why gloriest thou in the valleys? Thy valley hath flowed away, O delicate daughter, that hast trusted in thy treasures, and hast said, Who shall come to me? Behold, I will bring a fear upon thee, saith the Lord God of hosts, from all that are round about thee, and you shall be scattered every one out of one another's sight, neither shall there be any to gather together them that flee. And afterwards I will cause the captives of the children of Ammon to return, saith the Lord. Against Edom thus saith the Lord of hosts, Is wisdom no more in Theman? Counsel is perished from her children. Their wisdom is become unprofitable. Flee and turn your backs, go down into the deep hole, ye inhabitants of Dedan, for I have brought the destruction of Esau upon him, the time of his visitation. If grape-gatherers had come to thee, would they not have left a bunch? If thieves in the night, they would have taken what was enough for them. But I have made Esau bare, I have revealed his secrets, and he cannot be hid. His seed is laid waste, and his brethren and his neighbors, and he shall not be. Leave thy fatherless children, I will make them live, and thy widow shall hope in me. For thus saith the Lord, Behold, they whose judgment was not to drink of the cup shall certainly drink. And shalt thou come off as innocent? Thou shalt not come off as innocent, but drinking thou shalt drink. For I have sworn myself, saith the Lord, that Bozrah shall become a desolation, and a reproach in a desert, and a curse, and all her cities shall be everlasting wastes. I have heard a rumor from the Lord, and an ambassador is sent to the nations. Gather yourselves together, and come against her, and let us rise up to battle. For behold, I have made thee a little one among the nations, despicable among men. Thy arrogancy hath deceived thee. And the pride of thy heart, O thou that dwellest in the clefts of the rock, and endeavourest to lay hold on the height of the hill, but though thou shouldest make thy nest as high as an eagle, I will bring thee down from thence, saith the Lord. And Edom shall be desolate. Every one that shall pass by it shall be astonished, and shall hiss at all its plagues. As Sodom was overthrown, and Gomorrah, and the neighbours thereof, saith the Lord, there shall not a man dwell there, and there shall no son of man inhabit it. Behold, one shall come up as a lion from the swelling of the Jordan against the strong and beautiful, for I will make him run suddenly upon her. And who shall be the chosen one whom I may appoint over her? For who is like to me, and who shall abide me? And who is that shepherd that cannot withstand my countenance? So therefore hear ye the counsel of the Lord, which he hath taken concerning Edom, and his thoughts, which he hath thought concerning the inhabitants of Theman. Surely the little ones of the flock shall cast them down, of a truth they shall destroy them with their inhabitation. The earth is moved at the noise of their fall. The cry of their voice is heard in the Red Sea. Behold, he shall come up as an eagle and fly, and he shall spread his wings over Bozrah. And in that day the heart of the valiant ones of Edom shall be as the heart of the woman in labor against Damascus. Hamath is confounded in Arphad, for they have heard very bad tidings. They are troubled as in the sea. though through care they could not rest. Damascus is undone, she is put to flight. Trembling hath seized on her, anguish and sorrows have taken her as a woman in labor. How have they forsaken the city of renown, the city of joy? Therefore her young men shall fall in her streets, and all the men of her of war shall be silent in that day, saith the Lord of hosts. And I will kindle a fire in the wall of Damascus, and it shall devour the strongholds of Ben-Hadad, against Cedar and against the kingdoms of Assur, which Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon destroyed. Thus saith the Lord, arise and go ye up to Cedar, and waste the children of the east. They shall take their tents and their flocks, and shall carry off for themselves their curtains and all their vessels and their camels, and they shall call fear upon them round about. Flee ye, get away speedily. Sit in deep holes, you that inhabit Assur, saith the Lord, for Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon hath taken counsel against you, and hath conceived designs against you. Arise and go up to a nation that is at ease, and that dwelleth securely, saith the Lord. They have neither gates nor bars, they dwell alone, and their camels shall be for a spoil, and the multitude of their cattle for a booty. And I will scatter into every wind them that have their hair cut round, and I will bring destruction upon them from all their confines, saith the Lord. And Assur shall be a habitation for dragons, desolate forever. No man shall abide there, nor son of man inhabit it. The word of the Lord that came to Jeremiah the prophet against Elam in the beginning of the reign of Zedekiah king of Judah, saying, Thus saith the Lord of hosts, Behold, I will break the bow of Elam and their chief strength, and I will bring upon Elam the four winds from the four quarters of heaven, and I will scatter them into all these winds. There shall be no nation to which the fugitives of Elam shall not come. And I will cause Elam to be afraid before their enemies, and in the sight of them that seek their life. And I will bring evil upon them, my fierce wrath, saith the Lord, and will send the sword after them, till I consume them. And I will set my throne in Elam, and destroy kings and princes from thence, saith the Lord. But in the latter days I will cause the captives of Elam to return, saith the Lord. The word that the Lord hath spoken against Babylon and against the land of the Chaldeans in the hand of Jeremiah the prophet. Declare ye among the nations and publish it. Lift up a standard, proclaim and conceal it not. Say, Babylon is taken, Bel is confounded, Merodach is overthrown, their graven things are confounded, their idols are overthrown, for a nation is come up against her out of the north, which shall make her land desolate. And there shall be none to dwell therein, from men even to beast. Yea, they are removed and gone away. In those days and at that time, saith the Lord, the children of Israel shall come, they and the children of Judah together, going and weeping, they shall make haste, and shall seek the Lord their God. They shall ask the way to Zion, and their faces are hitherward. They shall come, and shall be joined to the Lord by an everlasting covenant, which shall never be forgotten. My people have been a lost flock. Their shepherds have caused them to go astray, and have made them wander in the mountains. They have gone from mountain to hill. They have forgotten their resting place. All that found them have devoured them, and their enemies said, We have not sinned in so doing, because they have sinned against the Lord, the beauty of justice, and against the Lord, the hope of their fathers. Remove out of the midst of Babylon, and go forth out of the land of the Chaldeans, and be as kids at the head of the flock. For behold, I raise up, and will bring against Babylon an assembly of great nations from the land of the north. And they shall be prepared against her, and from thence she shall be taken. Their arrows, like those of a mighty man, a destroyer, shall not return in vain. And Chaldea shall be made a prey. All that waste her shall be filled, saith the Lord. Because you rejoice and speak great things, pillaging my inheritance, because you are spread abroad as calves upon the grass, and have bellowed as bulls. Your mother is confounded exceedingly, and she that bore you is made even with the dust. Behold, she shall be the last among the nations, a wilderness unpassable and dry. Because of the wrath of the Lord it shall not be inhabited, but shall be wholly desolate. Every one that shall pass by Babylon shall be astonished, and shall hiss at all her plagues. Prepare yourselves against Babylon round about, all you that bend the bow. Fight against her, spare not arrows, because she hath sinned against the Lord. Shout against her, she hath everywhere given her hand, her foundations are fallen. Her walls are thrown down, for it is the vengeance of the Lord. Take vengeance upon her, as she hath done, so do to her. Destroy the sower out of Babylon, and him that holdeth the sickle in the time of harvest. For fear the sword of the dove every man shall return to his people, and every one shall flee to his own land. Israel is a scattered flock. The lions have driven him away. First the king of Assyria devoured him, and last this Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon hath broken his bones. Therefore thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, Behold, I will visit the king of Babylon and his land, as I have visited the king of Assyria. And I will bring Israel again to his habitation, and he shall feed on Carmel and Bashan, and his son shall be satisfied in Mount Ephraim and Galaad. In those days and at that time, saith the Lord, the iniquity of Israel shall be sought for, and there shall be none, and the sin of Judah, and there shall none be found. For I will be merciful to them whom I shall leave. Go up against the land of the rulers, and punish the inhabitants thereof, waste and destroy all behind them, saith the Lord, and do according to all that I have commanded thee. And noise of war in the land, and great destruction. How is the hammer of the whole earth broken and destroyed? How is Babylon turned into a desert among the nations? I have caused thee to fall into a snare, and thou art taken, O Babylon, and thou wast not aware of it. Thou art found and caught, because thou hast provoked the Lord. The Lord hath opened his armory, and hath brought forth the weapons of his wrath. For the Lord, the God of hosts, hath a work to be done in the land of the Chaldeans. Come ye against her from the uttermost borders. Open that they may go forth, that shall tread her down. Take the stones out of the way, and make heaps, and destroy her, and let nothing of her be left. Destroy all her valiant men, let them go down to the slaughter. Woe to them, for the day is come, the time of the visitation, the voice of them that flee, and of them that have escaped out of the land of Babylon, to declare in Zion the revenge of the Lord our God, the revenge of his temple. Declare to many against Babylon, to all that bend the bow, stand together against her round about, and let nose escape. Pay her according to her work, according to all that she hath done, do ye to her. For she hath lifted up herself against the Lord, against the Holy One of Israel. Therefore shall her young men fall in her streets, and all her men of war shall hold their peace in that day, saith the Lord. Behold, I come against thee, O proud one, saith the Lord, the God of hosts. For thy day is come, and the time of thy visitation. And the proud one shall fall. He shall fall down, and there shall be none to lift him up. And I will kindle a fire in his cities, and it shall devour all round about him. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the children of Israel and the children of Judah are oppressed together. All that have taken them captives hold them fast. They will not let them go. The Redeemer is strong. The Lord of hosts is his name. He will defend their cause in judgment, to terrify the land, and to disquiet the inhabitants of Babylon. A sword is upon the Chaldeans, saith the Lord, and upon the inhabitants of Babylon, and upon her princes, and upon her wise men. A sword upon her diviners, and they shall be foolish. A sword upon her valiant ones, and they shall be dismayed. A sword upon her horses, and upon their chariots, and upon all the people that are in the midst of her. And they shall become as women. A sword upon her treasures, and they shall be made a spoil, and drought upon her waters, and they shall be dried up, because it is the land of idols, and they glory in monstrous things. Therefore shall dragons dwell there with the fig fawns, and ostriches shall dwell therein, and it shall be no more inhabited forever, neither shall it be built up from generation to generation. As the Lord overthrows Sodom and Gomorrah and their neighbor cities, saith the Lord, no man shall dwell there, neither shall the Son of Man inhabit it. Behold, a people cometh from the north, and a great nation, and many kings shall rise from the ends of the earth. They shall take the bow and the shield, they are cruel and unmerciful. Their voice shall roar like the sea, and they shall ride upon horses, like a man prepared for battle against thee, O daughter of Babylon. The king of Babylon hath heard the report of them, and his hands are grown feeble. Anguish hath taken hold of him, pangs as a woman in labor. Behold, he shall come up like a lion from the swelling of the Jordan to the strong and beautiful. For I will make him run suddenly upon her. And who shall be the chosen one whom I may appoint over her? For who is like to me? And who shall bear up against me? And who is that shepherd that can withstand my countenance? Therefore hear ye the counsel of the Lord, which he hath taken against Babylon, and his thoughts which he hath thought against the land of the Chaldeans. Surely the little ones of the flock shall pull them down. Of a truth their habitation shall be destroyed with them. At the noise of the king of Babylon the earth is moved, and the cry is heard amongst the nations. Thus saith the Lord, Behold, I will raise up as it were a pestilential wind against Babylon, against the inhabitants thereof, who have lifted up their heart against me, and I will send to Babylon fanners, and they shall fan her, and shall destroy her land, for they are come upon her on every side in the day of her affliction. Let not him that bendeth bend his bow, and let not him go up that is armed with a coat of mail. Spare not her young men, destroy all her army. And the slain shall fall in the land of the Chaldeans, and the wounded in the regions thereof. For Israel and Judah have not been forsaken by their God, the Lord of hosts, but their land hath been filled with sin against the Holy One of Israel. Flee ye from the midst of Babylon, and let every one save his own life. Be not silent upon her iniquity, for it is the time of revenge from the Lord. He will render unto her what she hath deserved. Babylon hath been a golden cup in the hand of the Lord, that made all the earth drunk. The nations have drunk of her wine, and therefore they have staggered. Babylon is suddenly fallen and destroyed. Howl for her, take balm for her pain, if so she may be healed. We would have cured Babylon, but she is not healed. Let us forsake her, and let us go every man to his own land, because her judgment hath reached even to the heavens, and is lifted up to the clouds. The Lord hath brought forth our justices. Come, and let us declare in Zion the work of the Lord our God. Sharpen the arrows, fill the quivers. The Lord hath raised up the spirit of the kings of the Medes, and his mind is against Babylon to destroy it, because it is the vengeance of the Lord, the vengeance of his temple. Upon the walls of Babylon set up the standard. Strengthen the watch, set up the watchmen, prepare the ambushes, for the Lord hath both purposed and done all that he spoke against the inhabitants of Babylon. O thou that dwellest upon many waters, rich in treasures, thy end is come for thy entire destruction. The Lord of hosts hath sworn by himself, saying, I will fill thee with men as with locusts, and they shall lift up a joyful shout against thee. He that made the earth by his power, that hath prepared the world by his wisdom, and stretched out the heavens by his understanding. When he uttereth his voice, the waters are multiplied in heaven. He lifteth up the clouds from the ends of the earth, and hath turned lightning into rain, and hath brought forth the wind out of his treasures. Every man is become foolish by his knowledge. Every founder is confounded by his idol. For what he hath cast is a lie, and there is no breath in them. They are vain works, and worthy to be laughed at. In the time of the visitation they shall perish. The portion of Jacob is not like them, for he that made all things, he it is, and Israel is the scepter of his inheritance. The Lord of hosts is his name. Thou dashest together for me the weapons of war. With thee I will dash nations together, and with thee I will destroy kingdoms. And with thee I will break in pieces the horse, and his rider, and with thee I will break in pieces the chariot, and him that getteth up into it. And with thee I will break in pieces man and woman. And with thee I will break in pieces the old man and the child. With thee I will break in pieces the young man and the virgin. Oh, I said that, didn't I? And with thee I will break in pieces the shepherd and his flock. And with thee I will break in pieces the husbandman and his yoke of oxen. And with thee I will break in pieces captains and rulers. And I will render to Babylon and to all the inhabitants of Chaldea all their evil that they have done in Zion before your eyes, saith the Lord. Behold, I come against thee, thou destroying mountain, saith the Lord, which corruptest the whole earth. And I will stretch out my hand upon thee, and will roll thee down from the rocks, and will make thee a burnt mountain. And they shall not take of thee a stone for the corner, nor a stone for foundations, but thou shalt be destroyed forever, saith the Lord. Set ye up a standard in the land, sound with the trumpet among the nations, prepare the nations against her. Call together against her the kings of Ararat, Meni, and Askenaz. Number Tafsar against her. Bring the horse as the stinging locust. Prepare the nations against her, the kings of Media, their captains, and all their rulers, and all the land of their dominion. And the land shall be in a commotion, and shall be troubled, for the design of the Lord against Babylon shall awake, to make the land of Babylon desert, and uninhabitable. The valiant men of Babylon have forborne to fight. They have dwelt in holes. Their strength hath failed, and they are become as women. Her dwelling places are burnt. Her bars are broken. One running post shall meet another, and messenger shall meet messenger, to tell the king of Babylon that his city is taken from one end to the other, and that the fords are taken and the marshes are burnt with fire. And the men of war are affrighted. For thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, the daughter of Babylon is like a thrashing floor. This is the time of her thrashing. Yet a little while, and the time of her harvest shall come. Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon hath eaten me up. He hath devoured me, he hath made me as an empty vessel. He hath swallowed me up like a dragon. He hath filled his belly with my delicate meats, and he hath cast me out. The wrong done to me and my flesh be upon Babylon, saith the habitation of Zion, and my blood upon the inhabitants of Chaldea, saith Jerusalem. Therefore thus saith the Lord, Behold, I will judge thy cause, and will take vengeance for thee. And I will make her sea desolate, and will dry up her spring. And Babylon shall be reduced to heaps, a dwelling place for dragons, an astonishment and a hissing, because there is no inhabitant. They shall roar together like lions, they shall shake their manes like young lions. In their heat I will set them drink, and I will make them drunk, that they may slumber. In sleep and everlasting sleep, and awake no more, saith the Lord. I will bring them down like lambs to the slaughter, and like rams with kids. How is Sheshach taken, and the renowned one of all the earth surprised? How is Babylon become an astonishment among the nations? The sea is come up over Babylon. She is covered with the multitude of the waves thereof. Their cities are become an astonishment, a land uninhabited and desolate, a land wherein none can dwell, nor son of man pass through it. And I will visit against Bel in Babylon, and I will bring forth out his mouth, that which he has swallowed down. And the nations shall no more flow together to him, for the wall also of Babylon shall fall. Go out of the midst of her, my people, that every man may save his life from the fierce wrath of the Lord. Unless your hearts faint, and ye fear for the rumor that shall be heard in the land, and a rumor shall come in 1 year, and after this year another rumor, and iniquity in the land, and ruler upon ruler. Therefore behold, the days come, and I will visit the idols of Babylon, and her whole land shall be confounded, and all her slain shall fall in the midst of her. And the heavens and the earth and all things that are in them shall give praise for Babylon. For spoiler shall come to her from the north, saith the Lord. And as Babylon caused that there should fall slain in Israel, so of Babylon there shall fall slain in all the earth. You that have escaped the sword, come away, stand not still. Remember the Lord afar off, and let Jerusalem come into your mind. We are confounded, because we have heard reproach. Shame hath covered our faces, because strangers are come upon the sanctuaries of the house of the Lord. Therefore behold, the days come, saith the Lord, and I will visit her graven things, and in all her land the wounded shall groan. If Babylon should mount up to heaven, and established her strength on high, from me there should come spoilers upon her, saith the Lord. The noise of a cry from Babylon, and great destruction from the land of the Chaldeans, because the Lord hath laid Babylon waste, and destroyed out of her the great voice, and their waves shall roar like many waters. Their voice hath made a noise, because the spoiler is come upon her, that is, upon Babylon, and her valiant men are taken. And their bow is weakened, because the Lord, who is a strong ravager, will surely repay. And I will make her princes drunk, and her wise men, and her captives, and her rulers, and her valiant men, and they shall sleep in everlasting sleep, and shall awake no more, saith the King, whose name is Lord of hosts. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, that broad wall of Babylon shall be utterly broken down, and her high gates shall be burnt with fire, and the labors of the people shall come to nothing, and of the nations shall go to the fire, and shall perish. The word that Jeremiah the prophet commanded Sarias the son of Nerias, the son of Masias, when he went with King Zedekias to Babylon in the 4th year of his reign. Now Sarias was chief over the prophecy. And Jeremiah wrote in one book all the evil that was to come upon Babylon, all these words that are written against Babylon. And Jeremiah said to Sarias, When thou shalt come into Babylon, and shalt see, and shalt read all these words, thou shalt say, O Lord, thou hast spoken against this place to destroy it, so that there should be neither man nor beast to dwell therein, and that it should be desolate forever. And when thou shalt have made an end of reading this book, Thou shalt tie a stone to it, and shalt throw it into the midst of the Euphrates. And thou shalt say, Thus shall Babylon sink, and she shall not rise up from the affliction that I will bring upon her, and she shall be utterly destroyed. Thus far the words of Jeremiah. Zedekiah was 21 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 11 years in Jerusalem. And the name of his mother was Amital, the daughter of Jeremiah of Lobnah. And he did that which was evil in the eyes of the Lord, according to all that Joachim had done. For the wrath of the Lord was against Jerusalem and against Judah, till he cast them out from his presence. And Zedekiah revolted from the king of Babylon, and it came to pass in the 9th year of his reign, in the 10th month, the 10th day of the month, that Nebuchadnezzar the king of Babylon came, he and all his army, against Jerusalem, and they besieged it, and built forts against it round about. And the city was besieged until the 11th year of King Zedekiah. And in the 4th month, the 9th day of the month, a famine overpowered the city, and there was no food for the people of the land, and the city was broken up. And the men of war fled, and went out of the city in the night by the way of the gate that is between the two walls, and leadeth to the king's garden, the Chaldeans besieging the city round about. Sad they went by the way that leadeth to the wilderness. But the army of the Chaldeans pursued after the king, and they overtook Zedekiah in the desert which is near Jericho, and all his companions were scattered from him. And when they had taken the king, they carried him to the king of Babylon to Riblatha, which is in the land of Hamath, and he gave judgment upon him. The king of Babylon slew the sons of Zedekiah before his eyes, and he slew all the princes of Judah in Riblatha. And he put out the eyes of Zedekiah, and bound him with fetters. And the king of Babylon brought him into Babylon, and he put him in prison till the day of his death. And in the 5th month, the 10th day of the month, and the same is the 19th year, Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon, came Nebuzaradan, the general of the army, who stood before the king of Babylon in Jerusalem. And he burnt the house of the Lord, and the king's house, and all the houses of Jerusalem, and every great house he burnt with fire. And all the army of the Chaldeans that were with the general broke down all the wall of Jerusalem round about. But Nebuzaradan the general carried away captives some of the poor people, and of the rest of the common sort who remained in the city, and of the fugitives that were fled of the king of Babylon, and the rest of the multitude. But of the poor of the land, and Nebuzaradan the general left some for vine dressers and for husbandmen. The Chaldeans also broke in pieces the brazen pillars that were in the house of the Lord, and the bases and the sea of brass that was in the house of the Lord, and they carried all the brass of them to Babylon. And they took the cauldrons and the flesh hooks, and the psalteries and the bowls and the little mortars, and all the brazen vessels that had been used in the ministry. And the general took away the pitchers and the censers and the pots and the basins and the candlesticks and the mortars and the cups, as many as were of gold in gold, and as many as were of silver in silver. And the 2 pillars and 1 sea and 12 oxen of brass that were under the bases which King Solomon had made in the house of the Lord. There was no weight of the brass of all these vessels. And concerning the pillars, 1 pillar was 18 cubits high, and a cord of 12 cubits compassed it about. But the thickness thereof was 4 fingers, and it was hollow within. The chapiters of brass were upon both, and the height of 1 chapiter was 5 cubits, and network and pomegranates were upon the chapiters round about, all of brass. The same with the 2nd pillar and the pomegranates, and there were 96 pomegranates hanging down, and the pomegranates being 100 in all were compassed with network. And the general took Sarias the chief priest, and Sophonias the 2nd priest, and the 3 keepers of the entry. He also took out of the city 1 eunuch that was chief of the men of war, and 7 men of them that were near the king's person, that were found in the city, and a scribe, an officer of the army who exercised the young soldiers, and 60 men of the people of the land that were found in the midst of the city. And Nebuzaradan the general took them and brought them to the king of Babylon, to Riblatha. And the king of Babylon struck them, and put them to death in Riblatha, in the land of Hamath. And Judah was carried away captive out of his land. This is the people whom Nebuchadnezzar carried away captive. In the 7th year 3,023 Jews. In the 18th year of Nebuchadnezzar 832 souls from Jerusalem. In the 23rd year of Nebuchadnezzar, Nebuzaradan the general carried away of the Jews 745 souls. So all the souls were 4,600. And it came to pass in the 7th and 13th year of the captivity of Jehoiakim, king of Judah, in the 12th month, the 25th day of the month, that Evil-Merodach, king of Babylon, in the first year of his reign, lifted up the head of Joachim, king of Judah, and brought him forth out of prison. And he spoke kindly to him, and he set his throne above the thrones of the kings that were with him in Babylon. And he changed his prison garments, and he ate bread before him, always all the days of his life. And for his diet a continual provision was allowed him by the king of Babylon, every day a portion, until the day of his death, all the days of his life. All right, here we are in Lamentations. So we got 2 shorter books to get through here before we're officially done with the day. Both of them apparently written by Jeremiah. I don't know much about Baruch because I've never read it, and it's part of the Apocrypha, but it should all be very interesting. Let's begin. Aleph. How doth a city sit solitary that was full of people? How is the mistress of the Gentiles become as a widow? The princes of provinces made tributary. Beth. Weeping she hath wept in the night, and her tears are on her cheeks. There was none to comfort her among all them that were dear to her. All her friends have despised her, and are become her enemies. Judah hath removed her dwelling place because of her affliction, and the greatness of her bondage. She hath dwelt among the nations, she hath found no rest. All her persecutors have taken her in the midst of straits. The ways of Sion mourn, because there are none that come to the solemn feast. All her gates are broken down, her priests sigh, her virgins are in affliction, and she is oppressed with bitterness. Her adversaries are become her lords. Her enemies are enriched, because the Lord hath spoken against her for the multitude of her iniquities. Her children are led into captivity before the face of the oppressor. And from the daughter of Zion all her beauty is departed. Her princes are become like rams that find no pastures, and they are gone away without strength before the face of the pursuer. Jerusalem hath remembered the days of her affliction, and prevarication of all her desirable things which she had from the days of old, when her people fell in the enemy's hand, and there was no helper. The enemies have seen her, and have mocked at her Sabbaths. Jerusalem hath grievously sinned, therefore as she became unstable. All that honored her have despised her, because they have seen her shame. But she sighed and turned backward. Her filthiness is on her feet, and she hath not remembered her end. She is wonderfully cast down, not having a comforter. Behold, O Lord, my affliction, because the enemy is lifted up. The enemy hath put out his hand to all her desirable things. For she hath seen the Gentiles enter into her sanctuary, of whom thou gavest commandment that they should not enter into thy church. All her people sigh, they seek bread. They have given all their precious things for food to relieve the soul. See, O Lord, and consider, for I am become vile. O all ye that pass by the way, attend and see if there be any sorrow, like to my sorrow. For he hath made a vintage of me, as the Lord spoke in the day of his fierce anger. From above he hath sent fire into my bones, and hath chastised me. He hath spread a net for my feet, and he hath turned me back. He hath made me desolate, wasted with sorrow all the day long. The yoke of my iniquities hath watched. They are folded together in his hand, and put upon my neck. My strength is weakened. The Lord hath delivered me into the hand, out of which I am not able to rise. The Lord hath taken away all my mighty men out of the midst of me. He hath called against me the time to destroy my chosen men. The Lord hath trodden the winepress for the virgin daughter of Judah. Therefore do I weep, and my eyes run down with water, because the comforter, the relief of my soul, is far from me. My children are desolate, because the enemy hath prevailed. Zion hath spread forth her hands, there was none to comfort her. The Lord hath commanded against Jacob, his enemies are round about him. Jerusalem is as a menstruous woman among them. The Lord is just, for I have provoked his mouth to wrath. Hear, I pray you, all ye people, and I see my sorrow. My virgins and my young men are gone into captivity. I called for my friends, but they deceived me. My priests and my ancients pinned away in the city, while they sought their food to relieve their souls. Behold, O Lord, for I am in distress. My bowels are troubled. My heart is turned within me, for I am full of bitterness. Abroad the sword destroyeth, and at home there is death alike. They have heard that I sigh, and there is none to comfort me. All my enemies have heard of my evil, and they have rejoiced that thou hast done it. Thou hast brought a day of consolation, and they shall be like unto me. Let all their evil be present before thee, and make vintage of them as thou hast made vintage of me for all my iniquities. For my sighs are many, and my heart is sorrowful. Now hath the Lord covered with obscurity the daughter of Zion in his wrath. How hath he cast down from heaven to the earth the glorious one of Israel, and hath not remembered his footstool in the day of his anger? The Lord hath cast down headlong, and hath not spared all that was beautiful in Jacob. He hath destroyed in his wrath the strongholds of the virgin of Judah, and brought them down to the ground. He hath made the kingdom unclean, and the princes thereof. He hath broken in his fierce anger all the horn of Israel. He hath drawn back his right hand from before the enemy, and he hath kindled in Jacob as it were a flaming fire devouring round about. Daleth, he hath bent his bow as an enemy, he hath fixed his right hand as an adversary, and he hath killed all that was fair to behold in the tabernacle of the daughter of Zion. He hath poured out his indignation like fire. The Lord is become as an enemy. He hath cast down Israel headlong. He hath overthrown all the walls thereof. He hath destroyed his strongholds, and hath multiplied in the daughter of Judah the afflicted, both men and women. And he hath destroyed his tent as a garden. He hath thrown down his tabernacle. The Lord hath caused feasts and Sabbaths to be forgotten in Zion, and hath delivered up king and priest to reproach, and to the indignation of his wrath. The Lord hath cast off his altar, he hath cursed his sanctuary, he hath delivered the walls of the towers thereof into the hand of the enemy. They have made a noise in the house of the Lord as in the day of a solemn feast. The Lord hath purposed to destroy the wall of the daughter of Zion. He hath stretched out his line, and hath not withdrawn his hand from destroying. And the bulwark hath mourned, and the wall hath been destroyed together. Her gates are sunk into the ground. He hath destroyed and broken her bars. Her king and her princes are among the Gentiles. The law is no more, and her prophets have found no vision from the Lord. The ancients of the daughter of Zion sit upon the ground, and they have held their peace. They have sprinkled their heads with dust. They are girded with haircloth. The virgins of Jerusalem hang down their heads to the ground. My eyes have failed with weeping. My bowels are troubled. My liver is poured out upon the earth. For the destruction of the daughter of my people, when the children and the sucklings fainted away in the streets of the city. They said to their mothers, Where is corn and wine? When they fainted away as the wounded in the streets of the city. When they breathed out their souls in the bosoms of their mothers. To what shall I compare thee? Or to what shall I liken thee, O daughter of Jerusalem? To what shall I equal thee, that I may comfort thee? O virgin daughter of Zion, for great as the sea is thy destruction. Who shall heal thee? Thy prophets have seen false and foolish things for thee, and they have not laid open thy iniquity, to excite thee to penance. But they have seen for thee false revelations and banishments. All they that passed by the way have clapped their hands at thee. They have hissed and wagged their heads at the daughter of Jerusalem, saying, Is this the city of perfect beauty, the joy of all the earth? All thy enemies have opened their mouth against thee. They have hissed and gnashed with the teeth, and have said, We will swallow her up. Lo, this is the day which we looked for. We have found it, we have seen it. The Lord hath done that which he purposed. He hath fulfilled his word, which he commanded in the days of old. He hath destroyed and hath not spared, and he hath caused the enemy to rejoice over thee, and hath set up the horn of thy adversaries. Their heart cried to the Lord upon the walls of the daughter of Zion. Let tears run down like a torrent day and night. Give thyself no rest, and let not the apple of thy eye cease. Arise, give praise to the night in the beginning of the watches. Pour out thy heart like water before the face of the Lord. Lift up thy hands to him for the life of thy little children, that have fainted for hunger at the top of all the streets. Behold, O Lord, and consider whom thou hast thus dealt with. Shall women then eat their own fruit, their children of a span long? Shall the priest and the prophet be slain in the sanctuary of the Lord? The child and the old man lie without and on the ground. My virgins and my young men are fallen by the sword. Thou hast slain them in the day of thy wrath. Thou hast killed and shown them no pity. Thou hast called as to a festival those that should terrify me round about, and there was none in the day of the wrath of the Lord that escaped and was left. Those that I brought up and nourished my enemy hath consumed. I am the man that seeped my poverty by the rod of his indignation. He hath led me and brought me into darkness and not into light. Only against me he hath turned and turned again his hand all the day. My skin and my flesh he hath made old. he hath broken my bones. He hath built round about me, and he hath compassed me with gall and labor. He hath set me in dark places as those that are dead forever. He hath built against me round about that I may not get out. He hath made my fetters heavy. Yea, and when I cry and entreat, he hath shut out my prayer. He hath shut up my ways with square stones. He hath turned my paths upside down. He is become to me as a bear lying in wait, as a lion in secret places. He hath turned aside my paths, and hath broken me in pieces. He hath made me desolate. He hath bent his bow, and set me as a mark for his arrows. He hath shot into my reins the daughters of his quiver. I am made a derision to all my people, their song all the day long. He hath filled me with bitterness, he hath inebriated me with wormwood. And he hath broken my teeth one by one, he hath fed me with ashes. And my soul is removed far off from peace, I have forgotten good things. And I said, my end and my hope is perished from the Lord. Remember my poverty and transgression, the wormwood and the gall. I will be mindful and remember, and my soul shall languish within me. These things I shall think over in my heart, therefore I will hope. The mercies of the Lord, that we are not consumed, because his commiserations have not failed. They are new every morning, great is thy faithfulness. The Lord is my portion, said my soul, therefore will I wait for him. The Lord is good to them that hope in him, to the soul that seeketh him. It is good to wait with silence for the salvation of God. It is good for a man when he hath borne the yoke from his youth. He shall sit solitary, and hold his peace, because he hath taken it up upon himself. He shall put his mouth in the dust, if so be there may be hope. He shall give his cheek to him that striketh him. He shall be filled with reproaches. For the Lord will not cast off forever. For if he hath cast off, he will also have mercy, according to the multitude of his mercies. For he hath not willingly afflicted, nor cast off the children of men, to crush under his feet all the prisoners of the land, to turn aside the judgment of a man before the face of the Most High, to destroy a man wrongfully in his judgment, the Lord hath not approved. Who is he that hath commanded the thing to be done, when the Lord commandeth it not? Shall not both evil and good proceed out of the mouth of the highest? Why hath a living man murmured, man suffering for his sins? Let us search our ways and seek and return to the Lord. Let us lift up our hearts with our hands to the Lord in the heavens. We have done wickedly and provoked thee to wrath, therefore thou art inexorable. Thou hast covered in thy wrath, and hast struck us. Thou hast killed, and hast not spared. Thou hast set a cloud before thee, that our prayer may not pass through. Thou hast made me as an outcast and refused in the midst of the people. All our enemies have opened their mouths against us. Prophecy is become to us a fear, and a snare and destruction. My eye hath run down the streams of water for the destruction of the daughter of my people. My eye is afflicted, and hath not been quiet, because there was no rest, till the Lord regarded and looked down from the heavens. My eye hath wasted my soul because of all the daughters of my city. My enemies have chased me and caught me like a bird without cause. My life is fallen into the pit, and they have laid a stone over me. Waters have flowed over my head. I said, I am cut off. I have called upon thy name, O Lord, from the lowest pit. Thou hast heard my voice, turn not away thy ear from my sighs and cries. Thou drawest near in the day when I called upon thee, thou saidst, Fear not, thou hast judged, O Lord. The cause of my soul, thou the Redeemer of my life, thou hast seen, O Lord, their iniquity against me. Judge thou my judgment. Thou hast seen all their fury and all their thoughts against me. Thou hast heard the reproach, O Lord, all their imaginations against me, the lips of them that rise up against me, the devices against me all the day. Behold, their sitting down and their rising up, I am their song. Thou shalt remember them a recompense, O Lord, according to the works of their hands. Thou shalt give them a buckler of heart, thy labor. Thou shalt persecute them in anger, and shalt destroy them from under the heavens, O Lord. How is the gold become dim? The finest color is changed. The stones of the sanctuary are scattered in the top of every street. The noble sons of Zion, they that were clothed with the best gold, how are they esteemed as earthen vessels, the work of the potter's hands? Even the sea monsters have drawn out the breast. They have given suck to their young. The daughter of my people is cruel, like the ostrich in the desert. The tongue of the sucking child hath stuck to the roof of his mouth for thirst. The little ones have asked for bread, and there was none to break it unto them. They that were fed delicately have died in the streets. They that were brought up in scarlet have embraced the dung. And the iniquity of the daughter of my people is made greater than the sin of Sodom, which was overthrown in a moment, and hands took nothing in her. Her Nazarites were widowed than snow, purer than milk, more ruddy than the old ivory, fairer than the sapphire. Their face is now made blacker than coals. They are not known in the streets. Their skin hath stuck to their bones. It is withered, and is become like wood. It was better with them that were slain by the sword than with them that died with hunger, for these pinned away, being consumed for want of the fruits of the earth. The hands of the pitiful women have sodden their own children. They were their meat in the destruction of the daughter of my people. The Lord hath accomplished his wrath, he hath poured out his fierce anger, and he hath kindled a fire in Sion, and it hath devoured the foundations thereof. The kings of the earth and all the inhabitants of the world would not have believed that the adversary and the enemy should enter in by the gates of Jerusalem. For the sins of her prophets and the iniquities of her priests that have shed the blood of the just in the midst of her. They have wandered as blind men in the streets. They have defiled with blood, and when they could not help walking in it, they held up their skirts. Depart, you that are defiled, they cried out to them. Depart, get ye hence, touch not. For they quarrelled, and being removed, they said among the Gentiles, He will no more dwell among them. The face of the Lord hath divided them, he will no more regard them. They respected not the persons of the priests, neither had they pity on the ancient. While we were yet standing, our eyes failed, expecting help for us in vain, when we looked attentively towards a nation that was not able to save. Our steps have slipped in the way of our streets. Our end draweth near. Our days are fulfilled, for our end is come. Our persecutors were swifter than the eagles of the air. They pursued us upon the mountains. They lay in wait for us in the wilderness. The breath of our mouth, Christ the Lord, is taken in our sins, to whom we said, Under thy shadow we shall live among the Gentiles. Rejoice and be glad, O daughter of Edom, that dwellest in the land of Hus. To thee also shall the cup come. Thou shalt be made drunk and naked. Thy iniquity is accomplished, O daughter of Zion. He will no more carry thee away into captivity. He visited thy iniquity, O daughter of Edom. He hath discovered thy sins. Remember, O Lord, that is come upon us. Consider and behold our reproach. Our inheritance is turned to aliens, our houses to strangers. We are become orphans without a father. Our mothers are as widows. We have drunk our water for money. We have bought our wood. We were dragged by the necks. We were weary, and no rest was given us. We have given our hand to Egypt and to the Assyrians, that we might be satisfied with bread. Our fathers have sinned and are not, and we have borne their iniquities. Servants have ruled over us. There was none to redeem us out of their land. We fetched our bread at the peril of our lives because of the sword in the desert. Our skin was burnt as an oven by reason of the violence of the famine. They oppressed the women in Zion and the virgins in the cities of Judah. The princes were hanged up by the hand. They did not respect the persons of the ancient. They abused the young men indecently, and the children fell under the wood. The ancients have ceased from the gates, the young men from the choir of the singers. The joy of our heart is ceased, our dancing is turned into mourning. The crown is fallen from our head. Woe to us, because we have sinned. Therefore is our heart sorrowful, therefore our eyes become dim for Mount Zion, because it is destroyed. Foxes have walked upon it, but thou, O Lord, shalt remain forever, thy throne from generation to generation. Why wilt thou forget us forever? Why wilt thou forsake us for a long time? Convert us, O Lord, to thee, and we shall be converted. Renew our days as from the beginning. But thou hast utterly rejected us. Thou art exceedingly angry against us. All right, here we are with Baruch, the final book here of Jeremiah. And then we'll call it a day. It's been a long one. And these are the words of the book which Baruch the son of Neriah, the son of Messias, the son of Sedecias, the son of Sedai, the son of Helikias, wrote in Babylonia, in the 5th year, in the 7th day of the month, at the time that the Chaldeans took Jerusalem and burnt it with fire. And Baruch read the words of his book in the hearing of Jeconias, the son of Joachim, king of Judah, in the hearing of all the people that came to hear the book, and in the hearing of the nobles, the sons of the kings, and in the hearing of the ancients, in the hearing of the people from the least even to the greatest of them that dwelt in Babylonia by the river Sedai. And when they heard it, they wept and fasted and prayed before the Lord. And they made a collection of money according to every man's power, and they sent it to Jerusalem to Joachim the priest, the son of Helkias, the son of Salom, and to the priests and to all the people that were found with him in Jerusalem. At the time when he received the vessels of the temple of the Lord, which had been taken away out of the temple, to return them into the land of Judah the 10th day of the month of Sivan, the silver vessels which Zedekiah the son of Josiah king of Judah had made. After that, Nebuchadnezzar the king of Babylon had carried away Jeconias, and the princes and all the powerful men and the people of the land from Jerusalem, and brought them bound to Babylon. And they said, Behold, we have sent you money. Buy with it holocausts and frankincense, and make meat offerings, and offerings for sin at the altar of the Lord our God. And pray ye for the life of Nebuchadnezzar the king of Babylon, and for the life of Balthazar his son, that the days may be upon earth as the days of heaven, and that the Lord may give us strength and enlighten our eyes, that we may live under the shadow of Nebuchadnezzar the king of Babylon, and under the shadow of Balthazar his son, and may serve them many days in my favor, and may find favor in their sight. And pray ye for us to the Lord our God, for we have sinned against the Lord our God, and his wrath is not turned away from us even to this day. And read ye this book, which we have sent to you to be read in the temple of the Lord, on feasts and proper days, and you shall say, To the Lord our God belongeth justice, but to us confusion of our feasts. As it is come to pass at this day to all Judah, and to the inhabitants of Jerusalem, to our kings, and to our princes, and to our priests, and to our prophets, and to our fathers. We have sinned before the Lord our God, and have not believed him, nor put our trust in him. And we were not obedient to him, and we have not hearkened to the voice of the Lord our God, to walk in his commandments which he hath given us. From the day that he brought our fathers out of the land of Egypt even to this day, we were disobedient to the Lord our God, and going astray we turned away from hearing his voice. And many evils have cleaved to us, and the curses which the Lord foretold by Moses his servant, who brought our fathers out of the land of Egypt to give us a land flowing with milk and honey, as at this day. And we have not hearkened to the voice of the Lord our God according to all the words of the prophets whom he sent to us. And we have gone away every man after the inclinations of his own wicked heart, to serve strange gods, and to do evil in the sight of the Lord our God. Wherefore the Lord our God hath made good his word, that he spoke to us and to our judges, and that have judged Israel, and to our kings, and to our princes, and to all Israel and Judah, that the Lord would bring upon us great evils, such as never happened under heaven, as they have come to pass in Jerusalem according to the things that are written in the law of Moses, that a man should eat the flesh of his own son, and the flesh of his own daughter. And he hath delivered them up to be under the hand of all the kings that are round about us, to be a reproach and a desolation among all the people, among whom the Lord hath scattered us. And we are brought under, and are not uppermost, because we have sinned against the Lord our God by not obeying his voice. To the Lord our God belongeth justice, but to us and to our fathers confusion of face, as at this day. For the Lord hath pronounced against us all these evils that are come upon us. We have not entreated the face of the Lord our God, that we might return every one of us from our most wicked ways. The Lord hath watched over us for evil, and hath brought it upon us. For the Lord is just in all his works which he hath commanded us, and we have not hearkened to his voice to walk in the commandments of the Lord which he hath set before us. And now, O Lord God of Israel, who hast brought thy people out of the land of Egypt with a strong hand, and with signs, and with wonders, and with thy great power, and with a mighty arm, and hast made thee a name, at this day we have sinned, and we have done wickedly. We have acted unjustly, O Lord our God, against all thy justices. Let thy wrath be turned away from us, for we are left a few among the nations where thou hast scattered us. Hear, O Lord, our prayers and our petitions, and deliver us for thy own sake, and grant that we may find favor in the sight of them that have led us away, that all the earth may know that thou art the Lord our God, and that thy name is called upon Israel and upon his posterity. Look down upon us, O Lord, from thy holy house, and incline thy ear and hear us. Open thy eyes and behold, for the dead that are in hell, whose spirit is taken away from their bowels, shall not give glory and justice to the Lord. But the soul that is sorrowful for the greatness of evil, she hath done, and goeth bowed down and feeble, and the eyes that fail, and the hungry soul giveth glory and justice to thee, the Lord. For it is not for the justices of our fathers that we pour out our prayers, and beg mercy in thy sight, O Lord our God, but because thou hast sent out thy wrath and thy indignation upon us, as thou hast spoken by the hand of thy servants the prophets, saying, Thus saith the Lord, bow down your shoulder and your neck, and serve the king of Babylon, and you shall remain in the land which I have given to your fathers. But if you shall not hearken to the voice of the Lord your God, to serve the king of Babylon, I will cause you to depart out of the cities of Judah and from without Jerusalem, and I will take away from you the voice of mirth, and the voice of joy, and the voice of the bridegroom, and the voice of the bride, and all the land shall be without my footstep of inhabitants. And they hearken not to thy voice to serve the king of Babylon, and thou hast made good thy words which thou spokest by the hands of thy servants the prophets, that the bones of our kings and the bones of our fathers should be removed out of their place. And behold, they are cast out to the heat of the sun, and to the frost of the night, and they have died in grievous pains, by famine and by the sword, and in banishment. And thou hast made the temple, in which thy name was called upon, as it is at this day, for the iniquity of the house of Israel and the house of Judah. Thou hast dealt with us, O Lord our God, according to all thy goodness, and according to all that great mercy of thine, as thou spokest by the hand of thy servant Moses in the day when thou didst command him to write thy law before the children of Israel, saying, If you will not hear my voice, this great multitude shall be turned into a very small number among the nations, where I will scatter them. For I know that the people will not hear me, for they are a people of a stiff neck. But they shall turn to their heart in the land of their captivity, and they shall know that I am the Lord their God, and I will give them a heart, and they shall understand, and ears, and they shall hear. And they shall praise me in the land of their captivity, and shall be mindful of my name. And they shall turn away themselves from their stiff neck, and from their wicked deeds, for they shall remember the way of their fathers that sinned against me. And I will bring them back again into the land which I promised with an oath to their fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and they shall be masters thereof, and I will multiply them, and they shall not be diminished. And I will make with them another covenant that shall be everlasting, to be their God, and they shall be my people. And I will no more remove my people, the children of Israel, out of the land that I have given them. And now, O Lord Almighty, the God of Israel, the soul in anguish and the troubled spirit crieth to thee. Hear, O Lord, and have mercy, for thou art a merciful God, and have pity on us. For we have sinned before thee, for thou remainest forever, and shall we perish everlastingly? O Lord Almighty, the God of Israel, hear now the prayer of the dead of Israel, and of their children that have sinned before thee, and have not hearkened to the voice of the Lord their God, wherefore evils have cleaved fast to us. Remember not the iniquities of our fathers, but think upon thy hand and upon thy name at this time, for thou art the Lord our God, and we will praise thee, O Lord, because for this end thou hast put thy fear in our hearts, to the intent that we should call upon thy name and praise thee in our captivity. For we are converted from the iniquity of our fathers who sinned before thee. And behold, we are at this day in our captivity, whereby thou hast scattered us to be a reproach, and a curse and an offense according to all the iniquities of our fathers, who departed from thee, O Lord our God. Hear, O Israel, Hear, O Israel, the commandments of life. Give ear, that thou mayest learn wisdom. Water. How happeneth it, O Israel, that thou art in thy enemy's land? Thou art grown old in a strange country. Thou art defiled with the dead. Thou art counted with them that go down into hell. Thou hast forsaken the fountain of wisdom, for if thou hadst walked in the way of God, thou hadst surely dwelt in peace forever. Learn where is wisdom, where is strength, where is understanding, that thou mayest know also where is length of days and life, where is the light of the eyes and peace, who hath found out her place, and who hath gone into her treasures. Where are the princes of the nations, they that rule over the beasts that are upon the earth, that take their diversion with the birds of the air, that hoard up silver and gold, wherein men trust, and there is no end of their getting, who work in silver and are solicitous, and their works are unsearchable. They are cut off and are gone down to hell, and others are risen up in their place. Young men have seen the light and dwelt upon the earth. But the way of knowledge they have not known, nor have they understood the paths thereof, neither have their children received it. It is far from their face. It hath not been heard of in the land of Canaan, neither hath it been seen in Teman. The children of Agar also, that search after the wisdom that is of the earth, the merchants of Merah, and of Theman, and the tellers of fables, and searchers of prudence and understanding. But the way of wisdom they have not known, neither have they remembered their paths. O Israel, how great is the house of God, and how vast is the place of his possession. It is great and hath no end. It is high and immense. There were the giants, those renowned men that were from the beginning of great stature, expert in war. The Lord chose not them, neither did they find the way of knowledge. Therefore did they perish. Because they had not wisdom, they perished through their folly. Who hath gone up into heaven, and taken her, and brought her down from the clouds? Who hath passed over the sea, and found her, and brought her perfectly to chosen gold? There was none that is able to know her ways, nor that can search out her paths. But he that knoweth all things knoweth her, and hath found her out with his understanding. He that prepared the earth for evermore, and filled it with cattle and full fruit beasts. He that sendeth forth light, and it goeth, and hath called it, and it obeyeth him with trembling. And the stars have given light in their watches, and rejoiced. They were called, and they said, Here we are, and with cheerfulness they have shined forth to him that made them. This is our God, and there shall no other be accounted of in comparison of him. He found out all the way of knowledge, and gave it to Jacob his servant, and to Israel his beloved. Afterwards he was seen upon earth, and conversed with men. This is the book of the commandments of God, and the law that is forever. All they that keep it shall come to life, but they that have forsaken it to death. Return, O Jacob, and take hold of it. Walk in the way by its brightness, in the presence of the light thereof. Give not thy honor to another, nor thy dignity to a strange nation. We are happy, O Israel, because the things that are pleasing to God are made known to us. Be of good comfort, O people of God, the memorial of Israel. You have been sold to the Gentiles, not for your destruction, but because you provoked God to wrath. You are delivered to your adversaries. For you have provoked him who made you, the eternal God, offering sacrifice to devils, and not to God, for you have forgotten God, who brought you up, and you have grieved Jerusalem that nursed you. For she saw the wrath of God coming upon you, and she said, Give ear, all you that dwell near Zion, for God hath brought upon me great mourning. For I have seen the captivity of my people, of my sons and my daughters, which the Eternal hath brought upon them. For I nourished them with joy, but I sent them away with weeping and mourning. Let no man rejoice over me, a widow and desolate. I am forsaken of many for the sins of my children, because they departed from the law of God. And they have not known his justices, nor walked by the ways of God's commandments. Neither have they entered by the paths of his truth and justice. Let them that dwell about Zion come, and remember the captivity of my sons and daughters, which the Eternal hath brought upon them. For he hath brought a nation upon them from afar, a wicked nation, and of a strange tongue, who have neither reverenced the ancient nor pitied children, and have carried away the beloved of the widow, and have left me all alone without children. But as for me, what help can I give you? But he that hath brought the evils upon you, he will deliver you out of the hands of your enemies. Go your way, my children, go your way, for I am left alone. I have put off the robe of peace, and have put upon me the sackcloth of supplication. And I will cry to the Most High in my days. Be of good comfort, my children, cry to the Lord, and he will deliver you out of the hand of the princes, your enemies. For my hope is in the Eternal, that he will save you. And joy is come upon me from the Holy One, because of the mercy which shall come to you from our everlasting Savior. For I sent you forth with mourning and weeping, but the Lord will bring you back to me with joy and gladness forever. For as the neighbors of Zion have now seen your captivity from God, so shall they also shortly see your salvation from God, which shall come upon you with the great honor and everlasting glory. My children, suffer patiently the wrath that is come upon you. Thy enemy hath persecuted thee, but thou shalt quickly see his destruction, and thou shalt get up upon his neck. And my delicate ones have walked rough ways, for they were taken away as a flock made a prey by the enemies. Be of good comfort, my children, and cry to the Lord, for you shall be remembered by him that hath led you away. For as it was your mind to go astray from God, so when you return again you shall seek him 10 times as much. For he that hath brought evils upon you shall bring you everlasting joy again with your salvation. Be of good heart, O Jerusalem, for he exhorteth thee that named thee. The wicked that have afflicted thee shall perish. They that have rejoined at thy ruin shall be punished. The cities which thy children have served shall be punished, and she that received thy sons. For as she rejoiced at thy ruin, and was glad of thy fall, so she be grieved for her own desolation, and the joy of her multitude shall be cut off, and her gladness shall be turned to mourning. For fire shall come upon her from the eternal, long to endure, and she shall be inhabited by devils for a great time. Look about thee, O Jerusalem, towards the east, and behold the joy that cometh to thee from God. For behold, thy children come, whom thou sentest away scattered. They come gathered together from the east, even to the west, and at the word of the Holy One rejoicing for the honor of God. Put off, O Jerusalem, the garment of thy mourning and affliction, and put on the beauty and honor of that everlasting glory which thou hast from God. God will clothe thee with a double garment of justice, and will set a crown on thy head of everlasting honor. For God will show his brightness in thee to everyone under heaven, for thy name shall be named to thee by God forever. The peace of justice and honor of piety. Arise, O Jerusalem, and stand on high, and look about towards the east, and behold thy children gathered together from the rising to the setting sun, by the word of the Holy One, rejoicing in the remembrance of God. For they went out from thee on foot, led by their enemies, but the Lord will bring them to thee exalted with honor as children of the kingdom. For God hath appointed to bring down every high mountain, and the everlasting rocks, and to fill up the valleys, to make them even with the ground, that Israel may drink diligently to the honor of God. Moreover, the woods, that every sweet-smelling tree, have overshadowed Israel by the commandment of God. For God will bring Israel with joy in the light of his majesty, with mercy and justice that cometh from him. For the sins that you have committed before God, you shall be carried away captives into Babylon by Nebuchadnezzar the king of Babylon. And when you are come into Babylon, you shall be there many years, and for a long time, even to 7 generations. And after that I will bring you away from thence with peace. But now you shall see in Babylon gods of gold, and of silver, and of stone, and of wood, borne upon shoulders, causing fear to the Gentiles. Beware therefore that you imitate not the doings of others, and be afraid, and the fear of them should seize upon you. But when you see the multitude behind, and before adoring them, say you in your hearts, Thou oughtest to be adored, O Lord. For my angel is with you, and I myself will demand an account of your souls. For their tongue that is polished by the craftsmen, and themselves laid over with gold and silver, are false things, and they cannot speak. And as if it were for a maiden that loveth to go gay, so do they take gold and make them up. The gods have golden crowns upon their heads, whereof the priests secretly convey away from them gold and silver, and bestow it on themselves. Yea, and they give thereof to prostitutes, and they dress out harlots. And again, when they receive it of the harlots, they adorn their gods. And these gods cannot defend themselves from the rust and the moth. But when they have covered them with a purple garment, they wipe their face because of the dust of the house, which is very much among them. This holdeth the scepter as a man, as a judge of the country, but cannot put to death one that offendeth him. And this hath in his hand a sword, or an axe, but cannot save himself from war or from robbers, whereby be it known to you that they are not gods. Therefore fear them not. For as a vessel that a man uses when it is broken become useless, even so are their gods. When they are placed in the house, their eyes are full of dust by the feet of them that go in. And as the gates are made sure on every side upon one that hath offended the king, or like a dead man carried to the grave, so do the priests secure the doors with bars and locks, lest they be stripped by thieves. They light candles to them, and in great number, of which they cannot see one, but they are like beams in the house, and they say that the creeping things which are of the earth gnaw their hearts while they eat them and their garments, and they feel it not. Their faces are black with smoke that is made in the house. Owls and swallows and other birds fly upon their bodies and upon their heads, and cats in like manner. Whereby you may know that they are no gods, therefore fear them not. The gold also which they have is for show, but again a man wipe off the dust. They will not shine, for neither when they were molten did they feel it, and by them at a high price, whereas there is no breath in them. And having not the use of feet, they are carried upon shoulders, declaring to men how vile they are. Be they confounded also that worship them. Therefore, if they fall to the ground, they rise not up again of themselves, nor if a man set them upright, will they stand by themselves, but their gifts shall be set before them, as to the dead. The things that are sacrificed to them, their priests sell and abuse, in like manner also their wives take part of them, but give nothing of it either to the sick or to the poor. The childbearing and menstruous women touch their sacrifices, knowing therefore by these things that they are not gods, fear them not. For how can they be called gods? Because women set offerings before the gods of silver, and of gold, and of wood, and priests sit in their temples, having their garments rent, and their heads and beards shaven, and nothing upon their heads, and they roar and cry before their gods, as men do at the feast when one is dead. The priests take away their garments, and clothe their wives and their children. And whether it be evil that one doth unto them, or good, they are not able to recompense it. Neither can they set up a king, nor put him down. In like manner they can neither give riches, nor requite evil. If a man make a vow to them, and perform it not, they cannot require it. They cannot deliver a man from death, nor save the weak from the mighty. They cannot restore the blind man to his sight, nor deliver a man from distress. They shall not pity the widow, nor do good to the fatherless. Their gods of wood, of stone, and of gold, and of silver, are like the stones that are hewn out of the mountains. And they that worship them shall be confounded. How then is it to be supposed or to be said that they are gods? Even the Chaldeans themselves dishonor them, who, when they hear of one dumb that cannot speak, they present him to the well, entreating him that he may speak. As though they could be sensible that have no motion themselves, and they, when they shall perceive this, will leave them, for their gods themselves have no sense. The women also, with cords about them, sit in the ways, burning olive stones, and when any one of them, drawn away by some passenger, lieth with him, she upbraideth her neighbour, that she was not thought as worthy as herself, nor her cord broken. But all things that are done about them are false. How is it then to be thought, or to be said that they are gods? They are made by workmen and by goldsmiths. They shall be nothing else but what the priests will have them to be. For the artifices themselves that make them are of no long continuance. Can those things then that are made by them be gods? But they have left false things, and reproach to them that come after. For when war cometh upon them, or evils, the priests consult with themselves where they may hide themselves with them. How then can they be thought to be gods, that can neither deliver themselves from war, nor save themselves from evils? For seeing they are but of wood, and laid over with gold and with silver, it shall be known hereafter that they are false things by all nations and kings, and it shall be manifest that they are no gods, but the work of men's hands, and that there is no work of God in them. Whence therefore is it known that they are not gods, but the work of men's hands, and no work of God is in them? They cannot set up a king over the land, nor give rain to men. They determine no causes, nor deliver countries from oppression, because they can do nothing, and are as doors between heaven and earth. For when fire shall fall upon the house of these gods of wood, and of silver, and of gold, their priests indeed will flee away and be saved. But they themselves shall be burnt in the midst like beams, and they cannot withstand a king in war. How then can it be supposed or admitted that they are gods? Neither are these gods of wood and of stone, and laid over with gold and with silver, able to deliver themselves from thieves or robbers. They that are stronger than them shall take from them the gold and silver, and remaineth wherewith they are clothed, and shall go their way. Neither shall they help themselves. Therefore it is better to be a king that showeth his power, or else a profitable vessel in the house, with which the owner thereof will be well satisfied, or a door in the house to keep things safe that are therein, than such false gods. The sun and the moon and the stars being bright and set forth for profitable uses are obedient. In like manner the lightning, when it breaketh forth, is easy to be seen, and after the same manner the wind bloweth in every country. And the clouds, when God commandeth them to go over the whole world to do that which is commanded them. The fire also being sent from above to consume mountains and woods, doth as it is commanded. But these neither in show nor in power are like to any one of them. Wherefore it is neither to be thought nor to be said that they are gods, since they are neither able to judge causes nor to do any good to men. Knowing therefore that they are not gods, fear them not, for neither can they curse kings nor bless them. Neither do they show signs in the heaven to the nations, nor shine as the sun, nor give light as the moon. Beasts are better than they, which can fly under a covert and help themselves. Therefore there is no manner of appearance that they are gods. So fear them not, for a scarecrow in a garden of cucumbers keepeth nothing. So are their gods of wood and of silver, and laid over with gold. They are no better than a white thorn in a garden upon which every bird sitteth. In like manner also their gods of wood, and laid over with gold and with silver, are like a dead body cast forth in the dark, by the purple also and the scarlet, which are mouth-eaten upon them. You shall know that they are not gods, and they themselves at last are consumed, and shall be a reproach in the country. Better therefore is the just man that hath no idols, for he shall be far from reproach. Well, there we have it. 3 books. This is going to be a pretty long video, I think. We made it. And tomorrow we'll be taking a look at the whole book of Ezekiel. And I think we'll devote the entire day to reading Ezekiel tomorrow. We won't add any other books. And then we come kind of to the shorter books. We do have Daniel to get through. That's a sort of a medium-length book, and then it's all short books from there on out until we finish the whole entire Old Testament. So, if you made it with me this far, be blessed. Have a good evening. Rest well in the Lord, knowing that He is our salvation. He is our Savior. All right. God be with you. Good night.